it's just an extra stress to go all the way back to the team car. It's different if you're in a Grand Tour and you're rolling along and you're on wide roads and there's nothing too stressful happening. But here, you can just see from the front of the peloton to the back of the peloton, it's a really long way. So if you're then going back to your team car because you missed the bottle and it's an important, crucial moment in the race, it's going to take you kilometres to get back, no matter how strong you are. And riders can do it. Riders will be doing it today because they'll be working for their teammates, their leaders. But finally, it's just an extra way to burn your matches, to use those extra bits of energy, effort to go back mentally, physically. You're trying to then battle back to the front, and in that way, most of these riders today will have started completely prepared. The only issue is, do they take off clothing or do they actually keep it on? Because it is getting a bit warmer today, but if it rains, it's not getting too much warmer, is it? I think it only goes up about 3 degrees in the entire day. So the majority of riders probably can keep on the clothes. I think I saw Simon Clark actually earlier on, one of the Australians. He was completely wrapped up. He even had leg warmers on. I don't think it's that cold.
He must feel the cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some riders with leg warmers on. Good choice if they're feeling a little bit chilly. But it's unusual, isn't it, when you've been used to the last few weeks, which has been relatively warm. The Tour de France was very warm all the time, apart from one day. And then when you suddenly go to the cold weather, you feel the cold a little bit more, don't you? And the riders have just got to make sure they don't burn energy as fast as they potentially might do, and they just keep themselves fueled up. You can see the arm warmers are definitely on, there's no doubt about that, but they've just got to keep themselves going all the way through this race. Throughout the race, you're going to see shots of, I'm sure, the Marco Pantani fan club, because we are very close to Rimini, where sadly Marco passed away, and Cesena, where he was born, is around 40-50k away from this particular circuit. This is the home area of Marco Pantani. Peloton then over the top of this climb, 208 kilometres to go. Rolling themselves down the other side now, right on the top of the world here as they go across the ridge. Luis Menkes sitting always towards the back of the group. Just in behind him is Joseph Cherney, rides for CCC. Another member of the British team just in front as well. That's probably Hugh Carthy, although I can't quite see. He generally sits right on the back of the peloton, the same way that Adam Yates did pretty much during the Tour de France. 6:15 the advantage for our leading group of riders. Cochrane, Friedrich, Fomenik, Arashiro, Grosso and Castillo. Peloton in one long line as they make their way down this descent at the moment. Here's our front group of riders. The Norwegian rider in here with the yellow helmet is Torsten Train. He rides for the team of Uno X. Their kit is yellow and red, which is why he's wearing that kind of yellow coloured helmet. He'll ride with them next season as well. He was second in the Tour of Malopolska, and also second in the International Tour of Roads. Second in the Lillehammer Grand Prix. Comes from Ornevos in Norway. 25 years of age, Torsten Train. Good to see him in this group. Has ridden a few races this season. Has had not too bad a time. Ridden about nearly 5,000 kilometres in 31 days of racing. The Danish team, though, seem to be happy to take control of the front of this race, thinking about Jakob Fuglsang later on today. That team very strong with Nicholas Ige, Jonas Gregard, Jesper Hansen, Frolic Honor, Michael Volgren, Chris Juhl Jensen, Kasper Pedersen is the team with Jakob Fuglsang. We're getting towards 200 kilometres to go now. So we've broken the back of this race. We've started to get into it. Still the peloton is rolling along. holding this at 6:11. They don't seem to want to let this go out too much now. They seem to want to hold this gap underneath the 7 minutes.
Yeah, is this what you would have expected to see Denmark and Switzerland taking on the chase at the front? I mean, we've still got a long way to go, so they're controlling the peloton, but they've pretty much been the two teams at the front of the whole day, really just pacing the break and just keeping it around the 6 minute mark.
Yeah, for me, there's got to be a team that's taken the initiative, and it looks like Denmark have decided this is what we're going to do. We're going to set the tempo with Switzerland. We're quite happy with the whole scenario here. But we're not going to make this race hard where we have to close a 10-minute gap. We're going to hold it around about 6 minutes and then use our momentum later to just bring the breakaway back whenever we're ready. Still, the wind is picking up a little bit, but it's not too bad. There's a nice shot there of Torsten Train, who we were just talking about earlier on, as we make our way across the ridge, heading towards the next climb.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting to see what Jonas Koch from Germany does in the breakaway, because he's currently riding for the team CCC, and of course CCC will no longer sponsor the team next year, so I think there's a lot of riders scrambling around trying to find contracts. I'm not sure if he has a contract yet. I've not seen anywhere that he does. 27-year-old, so although he's racing for Germany and he's obviously got a role here to play in the World Championships, it's good to have the opportunity to go in the breakaway, kind of expose yourself a bit more if you're looking for a contract, and maybe he has a contract, but we're unaware at the moment. He's just come from the Tour de France, so he's got good legs. Maybe tired, but he certainly doesn't feel tired if he's jumped into the breakaway, and he's happy to go into that move. So it's good when riders, what we were saying, normally from smaller nations might go into the move rather than a big nation like Germany. But yeah, interesting to see what so many riders from CCC will be doing next year.
Yeah, so far we've got no news on the team. The understanding is they're still looking for a sponsor, but it hasn't happened yet. We wish them all the best in trying to find a sponsor for next season. There's other teams that are still looking for sponsors as well. We think about Axel Merckx's Axion Hagen Berman's team, which is the best development team in the world, no doubt whatsoever, and they still don't have a sponsor. The world of sponsorship is quite difficult right now, particularly to get a sponsor to spend millions of pounds and millions of euros or dollars into looking after a team. But the return that we can see at races like the Tour de France is exceptional, as our helicopter shot brings us these beautiful ridge shots of the riders working their way across the top. I thought yesterday the shot of Anna van der Breggen was one of the best film shots I'd seen in a bike race.
Yeah, they've had the practice and now they're doing it again today. I'm sure we'll see many more of those helicopter shots. So great. Yeah, in terms of sponsorship, it really is an interesting, weird year, isn't it, for many reasons. But in the world of cycling as well, obviously the whole race calendar has been disrupted, and we're seeing the whole season crammed into the space of 3 months. So we've done one Grand Tour, we've still got 2 to go, and it's almost October. So it's also really different. It's not the traditional way of when you sign riders for next year, when you sign contracts for new sponsorships. It seems late, it's October. We've only got 3 months until the 2021 season starts, and teams don't have sponsors, riders don't have contracts signed, but everything's just gone out the window. All the traditional rules of when you should sign by, when's too late, when riders fill the quota, order bikes, all that kind of stuff. It's just, everything's just changed. And it'll be interesting to see in the future, in the years to come, if it's changed for good, and if we'll see a new way of the cycling world, everything happening a different way, even in terms of from a media point of view, from the way now we coordinate interviews. It's completely different, and some things are better, some things are worse, and it'll be I'm so intrigued to see what will happen in the future. And in one way, when you come to a finish line and the media jump on a rider and it's a big It's incredible, isn't it, when you see, particularly in a race like the Tour de France, the rider crosses the line, they've won, and the media just bombard. They just jump in. And of course, we've not seen that anymore. You can't get close to any riders. You have to have a 2-metre distance. So I think the riders are very pleased with that, to be honest. They can catch the breath, clean the face, and then go to a mix zone and conduct the interview, which is, for the staff, I think, team staff, and for the riders, it's better. But I think for journalists, getting those real raw interviews when the riders are motive and they've just crossed the line, full of adrenaline, it's not quite the same.
It's not the same. We'll carry on talking about that in a moment as we watch the riders going across the line here. So Jonas Koch of Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Marco Friedrich of Austria, Daniel Fominik of Kazakhstan, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, Eduardo Grosso in the blue of Romania, and Ulises Castillo Soto of Mexico. Coming round then to complete another lap. 7 laps of racing to go. It's very calm here. There's people here, but not many people, because the finish areas are totally controlled. These riders then going out on their next lap of racing with 7 laps to go. A little bit of a tailwind as they make their way out on this Imola circuit. Torsten Train on the back. In front of him is the Mexican rider we talked about a little while ago, Ulises Castillo Soto. And on the right-hand side, Daniel Fominik, the Kazakhstan rider, just spinning along, staying in the breakaway. 1.5 hours have gone of racing so far as we wait for the peloton now to arrive in Imola. Having gone over that climb, they'll descend back down and make their way here to the race finish. They go past us just in front of our commentary position. We're up in the tribunes of this famous Formula One circuit, which is rather nice to do, to be given the opportunity to sit here and watch the riders go past. And in a few hours, we'll see the winner of this World Championship come into view and race up here to the finish line, which we can see dead across from our commentary box. Here's our leading group making their way onto the lower slopes of the next little rise. It goes uphill for a while through the feed. You now know, as Lucy's told you, what the riders are taking on board here in the various musettes. That's the little bags that the soigneurs have. So they'll take on bottles, they'll take on musettes. And we're coming up to that all-important 200 kilometres to go mark now. Grosso still out the saddle on all the little climbs. I think he just missed the soigneur there. He was looking at the other side of the road. There'll be another soigneur just up the road here, so he'll trying to get something. He's missed a bottle. And as we mentioned yesterday, in these COVID times, you can't take a bottle from another team.
Yeah, I think he was trying them, wasn't he? Asking anybody, just give me a bottle. And sometimes people do, you know, it's if you've got enough bottles, you've passed all your riders, but also he's in the breakaway and the staff there are waiting for the peloton. They've got 6, 7, 8 riders per team to give out bottles to, so you can't basically waste a bottle on another team member earlier on. And of course, yeah, with COVID, coronavirus, it's just not safe anymore.
This is the front of the peloton being led by Sylvain Dillier. I've just heard that on the climb at Aigle-Martigny, so we would have been riding the World Road Race Championships in Aigle today, in Martigny, it's snowing.
No, seriously?
It is. So maybe everything, as far as the perfect storm is concerned, bringing the World Championships here was the right decision, because even if they were being run in Switzerland right now, it would be snowing.
Yeah, well, sometimes things happen for a reason, and today it's a good reason. We're in Italy, we're not in Switzerland. And
the temperature there is pretty cold. I think the cold weather protocol would have also come into place for emergency measures.
Yeah, and that would have been so difficult. I mean, I always feel for the organisation when they have to amend things because of the weather protocol, whether it's too hot or too cold. But in terms of a World Championships, if you have to make it shorter or change the route last minute, it's such a shame, because the World Championships, it's who's the best rider in the world, you want it to be a really long, hard race. You don't want an easy winner. So, yeah, imagine you have to take out a whole climb of the route, or you can't even do half the distance. It's just such a shame. So, yeah, we're here today. Maybe a bit of rain, but definitely no snow.
199 kilometres to go. We are inside 200k now. These riders have got a few hours of racing remaining. The peloton rolling along at 62 kilometres an hour. The front group at 27 as they make their way up the climb. Grossu still rocking and rolling on the back of this group most of the time, but he goes through and does his work at the moment. Thank you very much for your messages. At Antmacross and at Lucy Martin 05 is where you can get hold of us as we watch the peloton making its way onto this Imola course. A few hellos. Scooter Mercato, thank you very much for your message. Yes, Mark Hirschi is riding, and you're also supporting Sept, who is riding for the USA. Bill Quinn, thanks very much for your message. Del Woodford, hello to you. Thanks very much for your message. And James De Salvio, hello and welcome to today's coverage, and a warm welcome, of course, to the Couch Peloton.
Yeah, that's one rider who I have as one of my top 3 today. It has to be Michael Woods. I really feel like he could have a good race today. The rider from Canada, of course. He won a stage in Torino, and I was actually there. I drove up the course before going to the finish. It was so steep, and it was a really, really hard road surface. Like real sticky, real grippy, uneven, like a typical back road in Italy. It was hard, and it was steep, and it went on and on and on. And I just remember watching him, and he attacked, and that was it. Nobody could go with him, and he just went for it. And when it came to the Queen stage, he lost a little bit of time on a longer climb. But today's not a longer climb. Today's 2 to 3 kilometre climbs, steep 2 to 3 kilometre climbs. And of course he had the awful crash in Paris-Nice where he actually broke his leg. And I think in the end he was one of the few people in the whole world who was pleased with the lockdown period, because he had time to recover while all his rivals weren't racing. They were all at home in quarantine, lockdown. So he was on the trainer recovering from a broken leg, but so was the rest of the world, almost most of the men's peloton. He didn't miss any racing, and he's come back in top form, hasn't he?
He has. The riders in the peloton just go across the line. 7 laps of racing to go. Still the peloton all intact. Our leading group of riders are onto the climb. But you mentioned Michael Woods. He's finished on the podium before. He was the bronze medalist in 2018, on that year that Alejandro Valverde finally took the world title with Roman Bardet in second place. Michael Woods, really top athlete. He was a top-class runner, has run a sub-4 minute mile, and now is a top professional bike rider. I think he's a good call for a win this afternoon.
Of course, like everything, it depends how the race plays out. But in terms of the steepness of the climbs, the short 3 kilometre distance, I think he's got to be one of the favourites to fly up these climbs and actually really have a go. So it would be great to see as well. Obviously, you never like to see riders crashing. And I just remember when he broke his leg in that awful crash in Paris-Nice, wouldn't that be the icing on the cake to recover from that and win a world title in the same year?
If he can do that, it would be a wonderful story. He's got the team of Guillaume Bavan, Alexander Cataford and Hugo Houle. Hugo Houle's just come out of the Tour de France. So Michael Woods could be a really strong contender this afternoon, moving from EF Pro Cycling, and he will be joining the Israel Startup Nation for next season. So lots of riders moving on teams and starting to switch to their new squads. They can't do that until January the 1st officially in their kits, but they can announce that they're going to join a new squad. So Michael Woods, I think you're right, he could be a distinct possibility for a victory this afternoon, having already finished on the podium of this World Championship. 197 kilometres to go. Peloton now going through the feed zone. They're picking up their bottles and various other things in the musettes that they can try and eat. They'll make their way on to the next climb of the day. Thinking about other teams then, Poland have got a really strong squad in here with Stanislav Anadglowski, Mikhail Goash. They've also got Kamil Malecki, Lukas Osian, Maciej Potierski, and stage winner in the Tour de France this year, Mikhail Kwiatkowski, after that wonderful breakaway with Richard Carapaz. Kwiatkowski's won before. He won in a breakaway in Ponferrada, jumping away just before the finish to take the victory. The chances of Mikhail Kwiatkowski and the Polish team today?
Yeah, they definitely have a really good chance, and he's shown how strong he was when he won the stage in the Tour de France, and 6 years ago as well. I feel like that was just the other day. 6 years ago he was a world champion, but he's done it before, so he can do it again. He's won races like Milan-San Remo, Strade Bianche, San Sebastian. The races that they're not the same as this. This is a really, really long, hard race, but it's similar climbs, short, punchy climbs where you really need to be able to power up them. And the difference today is just how many times we go up the climbs and the distance, and the fact that there's not flat before, like the likes of Milan-San Remo, flat, and then you tackle the climb. So a little bit different today, but he's certainly the kind of rider that if it's not raced super, super hard, completely for the climbers, he's like the likes of Michael Matthews, a rider that could maybe survive and go for it. And I think, yeah, it would be cool to see somebody like Kwiatkowski taking the victory again.
Let's see if he can do it. He must have huge morale after the Tour de France, as we see Danny Martinez towards the back of the peloton. I have to say, one of the most surprising announcements of the week has been Danny Martinez moving to Ineos Grenadiers from the team of EF Pro Cycling, bearing in mind that it was announced that he had an extended contract with EF Pro Cycling. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? And we saw also the likes of Pidcock getting taken up by Ineos. They announced a few riders the other day, and yeah, that was certainly the most interesting new signing. And it just shows, though, how a team like Ineos are always just thinking about the future. They're always almost a step ahead, aren't they? And picking up younger riders, picking up talent. And in the past, sometimes it's been said, you know, if you can't beat them, buy them, yeah, which is unfortunate, and that's just how sometimes it is. But I think it's quite a good move. I think he'll do well, and they've also got Adam Yates going from Mitchelton Scott to Ineos next year, so it's going to be a really strong team for them. And of course, they've come off the Tour de France. They didn't get the victory, so it's change your mindset and let's get ready for the next seasons. And who are we going to nurture? Which young talent are we going to nurture? Who's going to come and help us? And also Richie Porte.
Richie Porte's gone there as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's him returning to where he was previously. For Trek Segafredo, that must be a moment of a little bit of bittersweet for them, because they've just ended up with him on the podium of the Tour de France. They've invested him in over that time. Richie's a great rider and a great guy as well in the peloton, and now they lose him. It's back to Ineos Grenadiers, but he's always said that was the last Tour de France he would ride to aim to win.
Yeah, and he certainly gave it his all, didn't he? So, yeah, I'm sure they're very sad that he's leaving, but at the same time, he's got the result whilst riding for them. They've enabled him to jump onto the podium at the Tour de France, and he's represented Trek Segafredo. He was on the podium for Trek Segafredo, so we'll have to see what he can do in the next years, and if he does return to the Tour de France, or if he really won't do it anymore, if he said he doesn't want to.
Well, he said, I think he'll support some riders, but he's not interested in going with the pressure of a team leader on his shoulders. It's not something that he enjoys. But this year, in the Trek Segafredo team, they managed that pressure really well as a squad. He's ended up on the podium of the Tour. He's got the photo he's always wanted on the podium. And now he can say, I performed at the very best level in the Tour de France. He produced an amazing time trial on the penultimate day. He was really thrilling to watch, and he's ended up with that dream come true.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, he says he doesn't like being the leader, and yet he can still perform come third in the Tour de France. But yeah, I can understand it's a Grand Tour. It's 21 stages, and you've got to be switched on every day. It's different if you're working for someone. You do your job and then you swing off and you can cruise to the finish line, or you can pick and choose the days that you really need to work, dig deep, and for example, the time trial days, you don't need to ride hard if you're a worker. But to be a GC rider, it's every single minute of every single day. You can't lose focus, and yeah, that's really, really hard. But he didn't win, but he got on the podium, which was an incredible achievement, and he'll be one to watch today. He could have a really good shot. If it's a super hard race, I would expect him to be there in the finale of today's race.
Judging by the way he was climbing in the Tour de France, I'd say Richie Porte is going to have no issues on these climbs at all. And if he can produce that day of performance like he was doing in the Tour, yeah, I don't think you can discount him at all to win this World Championship. There's people who say he's not a winner, but I don't necessarily believe that. I think if Richie Porte gets a sniff of a rainbow jersey here, I don't discount him at all from being in the mix at the end of this year's race. It could be a big, big day for Australia in these World Championships. 6 minutes 20 for our leading group of riders. Koch of Germany, Trajan of Norway, Friedrich of Austria, Fominik of Kazakhstan, Arashiro of Japan, Grosso of Romania, and Castillo of Mexico. Just wanted to come back to your conversation. You were saying about how cycling may have changed forever with the media at the finish lines and dealing with the riders and the interviews that they have to give and all that sort of thing. You're used to being with a rider at the finish when they win a race. That's what you do a lot of your time now. What is it like, and how do you think now the riders, having been with them at Tirreno, respond to not having that immediate pressure on the finish line? How has it all changed?
I think for riders, it's a lot better. Of course, you've done a maximum effort. You've crossed the finish line. You've won. You've lost. You're full of emotions, full of adrenaline, and then someone shoves the camera in your face. It's hard, and some riders, they don't like it. Well, most riders, I think they don't like it. It's hard to deal with, and they're getting barged all around the place. They've got the press officers, they've got the TV cameras, the crew, they've got the bodyguards from the race trying to navigate them as quick as possible to the finish line, to the podium area. So it's a really weird dynamic. It's a weird situation. And of course, if you've just gone into the red, you've just done a maximum effort, you don't want to speak directly. You need to just calm down. Sometimes the riders can hardly even speak. They're still breathing so hard. So now with the new protocols, because of coronavirus, nobody's allowed to get near the rider. They have to go to a really special area, segregated mixed zone, with all the journalists, TV crew, more than 2 meters away. They've got time to clean the face, get the breath back, think about what's happened, calm down a little bit, and then give an interview. So, yeah, for riders, it's so much better. For TV, for journalists, for the general media, they're maybe more guaranteed to get the interviews, because instead of trying to fight off with the journalists to get that one quote or shot, they can almost guarantee it. But they're not getting the raw emotion of the finish line. And, you know, it always pops to my mind, Mark Cavendish. What was he like doing interviews, crossing the finish line, full of adrenaline, saying things he probably regretted later, or maybe not, but saying really emotive things. And that's kind of gone now. So I'm not sure what will happen, and I'm not sure in the future will we see it return to the kind of brawl on the finish line.
And that brawl on the finish line is you get shoved around, pushed around. It's not easy, is it, for a rider or for the press officer who's with them or anyone else. It's really stressful, particularly in races like the Tour de France.
Yeah, and it's also quite dangerous. Imagine it's a sprint finish, but then you've got another bunch shooting through the finish line moments later, but yet you've got all the journalists, media, everyone wants a piece of the winner who's like crashed on the floor, they can't even breathe, lying down, and then you've got bikes flying past in sprints 60 kilometers an hour or more. It's quite dramatic. So it's dramatic, it's dangerous, and I think it's hard for everyone, but it's live. You're there, you can feel it, you can see what's happening, you definitely see the emotion of the riders and how it means to win or how it means to lose. yeah, it's kind of sad to see that go, because if the TV cameras can't get there, they can't quite get in, they can't ask those questions, those really important questions. But is it really nice for anybody? No. I don't think it's nice for them to work and try to get that question or try and get in there while the rider's sweating and suffering. But yeah, that's one of the great things about cycling, but maybe not the most productive or the best things. And yeah, for this year, it's not happening. You can't get close to the rider straight after the finish line. And maybe it's better, though. I don't know. I'm a bit torn, in my opinion. It makes my work personally a lot easier and the rider's life a lot easier. They can compose themselves and then start speaking.
Have you found that the riders, because of it, actually respond to the media better? Because they go, OK, I could take time, consider, think about things, give the answer I wanted to give.
Definitely, yeah. I actually noticed it with Simon Yates in Torino Adriatico. The Yates brothers don't really like media. It's not that they like riding the bike, but they don't really like all the other things, like having to do countless interviews, which I understand. And yeah, I think, for example, a rider like Simon, it was good. He had time to, OK, I've finished the race. I'm in the lead. I'm in the leader's jersey. Don't come too close to me. Stand away, and now, one by one, ask me your questions. And he gave really good, detailed answers. He didn't have much time to think about the answers, but he was able to be relaxed after the finish, even just check the results, because often riders finish the line, they don't actually know. All right, they might know the position on the GC or the stage position, but they don't know time gaps. They don't know all this information, and then they're thrown into an interview and asked random questions that they don't even know the answers themselves because they've not watched the race. And one of the interviews, actually, Simon was watching back what had just happened in the final because he didn't know. When you're in the moment, you don't really know what's going on behind, do you? So, yeah, he definitely had more time to give good, longer answers. And I've seen it a lot. Well, we saw it in the Tour de France as well. The riders able to talk for a bit longer and think about what they want to say. And it's a bit more calculated, so it's not as raw, but you still get a really good answer, I think, and a better, more respectful response, actually.
That's good to know. So things are changing with this coronavirus pandemic as far as the way that things are managed after the race is concerned. Great to get that little bit of insight as to what it's like on the finish line of a race like Tirreno Adriatico, Giro d'Italia, those sort of races. 5:49 now for the leading group of riders. It's not changed. Jonas Koch, Torsten Train, Marco Friedrich, Daniel Fomenich, Yuki Arashiro, Edward Grosso and Ulises Castillo are the riders who are in that front group at the moment. 5:49, 189 kilometres to go. We've got 7 laps of racing now remaining to decide this world title. Things will evolve now over the next 80 odd kilometres till we get to the magic 100 kilometres to go. Then things will really start to hot up as the riders get into what they consider to be the key moments of this year's race. And then into the final 40 kilometres where this race will, I'm sure, really ignite as we decide who's going to take this year's world title. 5:49, the peloton seem to be showing a little bit more interest in bringing this gap back a little bit more. They seem to be riding on the front at a slightly higher tempo. The front group now at 47.5 kilometres an hour. The peloton at 34.6. Denmark continue with their work rate on the front. They've put a couple of riders up there to try and just keep the tempo nice and high. Switzerland the same, and the same with the Slovenian team. Switzerland constantly using Sylvain Dillier. We just caught a glimpse at the back there of Tom Dumoulin. He's now moved himself back up into the peloton. He was sitting right on the back. Dumoulin staying out of any trouble. He's moved up to about midway through the peloton now and is trying to just stay with the team to the next point on the horizon, which will be that 100 kilometre to go point. That's when we'll start to see things really start to form up, where you'll see the different lines of riders. This is Asadov of Azerbaijan, who was trying to get involved in the mix a little while earlier. Daniel Baker, why do the Swiss riders have stickers on the front of their jerseys? I noticed that too. And it's riders who've got their sponsors on the Swiss jersey. I don't think they've had the sponsor actually printed onto their kit. So like Sylvain Dillier's got Agi de Zelle Mondial printed on a label on the front of that jersey. So Danielle, thank you for that message. That is, I think, why they've got those particular stickers. Ghost Rider, do I think Richie Porte can continue good form and win a medal today? I think we talked about that a little while ago. Richie Porte got a really good chance of winning this road race, and I'm sure that's why he's chosen to come here and ride. Having missed the birth of his daughter, he's now here at the World Championships, so he went home and he's now got the chance of maybe adding a rainbow bands to his third place in the Tour de France. I think Richie's going to give this a really good push this afternoon. Mark Nielsen, how do team dynamics in a World Championship differ compared to riding regular World Tour events? Do cyclists at some point think about medals for themselves? Interesting question. We've had all sorts of moments in World Championships where it seems like trade team alliances have got mixed up with their country's alliances, and therefore the World Road Champs has slightly changed its dynamic, and it will change depending on how riders feel about riding for their country or their country's chances compared to their trade team winning. We've had moments such as a famous one for Great Britain where Charlie Wegelius and Tom Southam were banned from riding for Great Britain ever again after riding for Italy in the World Championships. It was quite obvious that they had ridden, and that decision was taken. And that is where they decided to ride for their trade teams, which were based more in that region at the time, than to ride for the British squads. So that happened. We've also seen moments where you've seen counter-attacks in the World Championships, either predetermined or just happened because they didn't know a rider was up the road, which has changed the shape of a World Championship. We think of Greg LeMond and Jock Bauer in the World Championship in 1982 in Goodwood, where LeMond jumped across, but he said that that was a moment that was taken and it just happened, and ended up with Giuseppe Cerrone taking the world title. So it does happen. We read yesterday, and there was an interview with Julian Alaphilippe yesterday, and also Patrick Lefebvre, who's the head of the De Kooning Quick-Step team of Julian Alaphilippe, showing how strong their team actually is, because Dries Devenens has decided not to ride for his country because he doesn't want to be in a scenario where he would have to chase down his teammate Julian Alaphilippe. He did not want to be in that scenario, knowing that Alaphilippe is one of the race favourites for today's World Championship. So he decided that he'd rather stay at home than to be asked by the Belgian team to chase down his teammate from De Kooning Quick-Step. So the dynamics of cycling, as far as trade teams and countries are concerned, are significantly different when it comes to World Championship time. If you'd like to get in touch with Lucy and I, at LucyMartin05, at Ant McCrossan is where you can get hold of us. Biggles213, thanks for your message. The crowd is urging these riders on, staying off the road, which is very good news. We're not seeing too much disruption. The fans are staying back as much as possible and trying to stay off the road where it is possible to let the riders get past safely.
Yeah, there's really a lot of fans out there today, isn't there? We saw some in the women's race on the climbs in particular, but today this is quite impressive, and it's cold. You can see everybody's got jackets on, but to be standing out there all day for almost 7 hours, that's commitment, and it's great when you can see all the different flags. We've seen obviously a lot of Italian flags. I think everybody like the riders, the peloton, everybody's just so happy that there's racing back after that prolonged period when the world went into lockdown and we missed so many races for months. And now every single race that we do, it's just a bonus. And you can see that with the fans on the roadside. They just love it. Everybody's so passionate.
The fans at the roadside, though, are predominantly Italian. You and I have talked about this over the last 4 days. We've done 5 World Championships together. This is a different time, but it feels like a World Championship, but not quite in the same way, because you don't have all the nationalities by the weekend that you normally have. Normally by now, as we see the Costa Rican rider here on camera, Kevin Rivera, normally by now there are camper vans everywhere. There are different nationalities having parties all around the course, and particularly in the finish area, the party is massive. You hear all the different accents, nationalities and everything. It's nothing like that, is it?
No, and I mean, that's as to be expected in this crazy season, this crazy year. But at the same time, I mean, we're also starting and finishing on a Formula One racing track, so it's quite different to be finishing like last year in Harrogate city centre. You've got bars, cafes, restaurants, people out and about, dressed in all the different colours of their own countries, face paint, everything, in the street and enjoying the day, even drinking, eating all day long, actually enjoying their own day and then nipping out and watching the course, the riders come past each lap. Whereas here, yeah, we are on a Formula One circuit, so there's nothing here. It's really restricted entry, which makes it a lot safer for everybody, which is exactly what we need in these times. And as you said, yeah, the majority of the people on the roadside are Italian after all the travel restrictions and how hard it is to actually travel. But for that reason, I'm still so impressed that there's so many people out there on the climbs. I actually thought there would be less, given the situation and how hard it is to get here and the restrictions. So that's really, really nice to see. But it's a bit sad. The World Championships, it's one of the best races because people just get so patriotic, so passionate. And yeah, we often see so much fancy dress, like the Dutch people, you can spot them, everybody's wearing orange all the time in the street, everyone's just loving the whole atmosphere of the Worlds. For me, it's just so different to any other race, and for this reason I think it's my favourite race of the whole season. It's just special.
I haven't seen one drunk Belgian fan yet, though.
Because they're all in Belgium.
Because they're all in Belgium. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. We do have camper vans at the top of the climb, but nothing like we would normally expect to have. But we have a bike race, and that is the most important thing. Getting to the top of the climb now, the riders have ridden up that pretty well, 5:15. They crest that to around 20 kilometres an hour. Now it continues up for a little while. The riders on their bikes today, we've talked about tyres, we've talked about nutrition. In terms of gearing, what sort of gearing have the riders got on their bikes? Have they just gone with a standard setup, or will they change anything today?
Well, I think in general, a standard like Shimano component gearing would be, for a men's road race, probably 53 chainring on the front, 36 the small chainring, and then on the back, it can vary, it depends. But I think today, today it would normally it would be 53 on the front and like 39. But today we've seen how steep the climbs are, how really hard it is, and how much of a race of attrition. It's 18 climbs it's almost 5,000 meters of climbing in the whole day. So I think most people are riding 53 on the front, but 36 as the small chainring, and then 11:30 on the back. So 11 being the smallest, hardest gear, and 30 being the easiest, because it's a wearing down process. So you need to have the small chainring, the small gear accessible and easily accessible. But in saying that, that's what most riders would have. It's a really, really small gear. It's the kind of gearing ratio that you would see in Flesh Wallon in a mountain stage of the Tour de France. It's a really small gear combination, so that you can now in these early stages just pedal with a really high cadence up the climbs, not have a big wearing down gear, not really have to drag out the effort, and save your legs, save your muscles, save your energy for later when you need to do the really big attacks. But in saying that, there will still be some of the old school traditional older riders. I think Luis Leon Sanchez,
38-year-olds,
38-year-olds would still choose to ride the standard 53 on the front, 59 small chainring as opposed to the 36. So it differs for everyone, but that's pretty hardcore to power up the climb. But some riders, not many, do prefer to just grind out a big gear. It's
so
not
like Luis Leon Sanchez, Alejandro Valverde would be on a 53.39.
Yeah, well, I think actually Valverde races with SRAM coming from the Movistar team, so it's slightly different. But yeah, some of those riders do prefer a bigger gear, but in general, most of the peloton, 80% of the peloton, would probably have a 36 small chainring on the front and have 30 on the back, which it's really small, but you need it on this kind of terrain if you want to save your legs. I mean, when they're attacking, it doesn't necessarily mean they're in the smallest gear later on in the race, but it's more just to save your legs and be able to go down to the easiest gear and not really start pushing, because obviously when you're going slow now up the climbs, to have a big gear, it takes so much energy out of your legs, and it's actually really a hard thing to learn, is to ride with a small gear. One rider, female rider, I always think of is Marianne Vos. She's a really good rider of just spinning the legs. All day long you just see her spinning, not grinding a gear. But you have to train, because finally it's not even about the cadence, having a high cadence. It's also your heart rate can be higher because you're spinning your legs faster. But you save your muscles because you're not pushing. It's not about power and force. It's just about spinning your legs high cadence as fast as possible. So early in the races like this, when you've still got 181 kilometers to go, it's really, really important. And of course, all these riders, they know how important this is. They've done Grand Tours, they've done many races where you just need to save energy early on and not grind a gear. But even here, look, the cadence is pretty slow. It just shows how steep these climbs are.
They're riding at 14 kilometers an hour. Sylvain Dillier on the front. We just saw him a while ago riding, as you said, with high cadence, sitting down, really small gear. It looks like he's going really quick, but he's doing 14, 15k an hour. And that is to just save the legs, save the muscles, make sure you're all right later on in the race. That's set up then, just to remind you, 53.36 with a 30-tooth ring on the back, sprocket on the back, that the riders will just be in for this race. We're starting to see a little bit more tiredness within this peloton. Some riders starting to feel the climbs. Next time round, we're going to come through with 6 laps of racing to go. There'll be a few riders who've been riding the Tour de France who won't quite have even warmed up yet. They'll be thinking, right, the body's going to come round soon. I'm not necessarily having a great day, but suddenly you can feel good.
Yeah, that's always a weird thing in these long races. How so many different states that your body can go through. It's not a case of you start and, oh, I'm having a bad day. You could be having the worst day and then win the race. So many riders, time and time again, say, oh no, I was feeling awful all day, and then I followed an attack, and then I felt good. Sometimes it takes like a really hard effort to kind of get your body into action. And yeah, some of the older riders, some of the riders, like you said, who've just been to the Tour de France, it'll take a while to just get the engine going again.
Yeah. 5:13, 180 kilometres to go. The peloton now over this climb. They'll go across the ridge and get themselves set up for the descent that is coming up next on the horizon. The pace is still being set by the team of Switzerland, behind Denmark, always near the front. Switzerland seem to be riding very strongly on the front, looking after the interests of Mark Hirschi and Michael Albacini for later on in the race. Slovenia take over again. They are going to contribute. So are Denmark. So it's now 3 teams sharing the pacemaking on the front. Switzerland, Denmark and Slovenia. Slovenia's in that green, white and blue kit that you can see there on the front of the peloton. Just keeping the tempo as high as possible.
So we've not seen the French team really come to the front yet, have we? Or the Belgians. And of course, they have 2 potential winners, 2 favourites in the race with Alaphilippe, of course, from France, and then Wout van Aert from Belgium. And for the moment, they're happy to sit back and let the other nations do all the chasing on the front and profit from it later, use their men later on in the race when they really need them. So for those 2 nations with favourites, it's a really good moment for them now. They're not really having to do too much work. They're just sitting back and leaving it all up to the Danes, the Swiss and also the Slovenian team.
We're just flying over Brisighella, the medieval town. It was awarded with an orange flag by the touring club. It's certified one of the most beautiful villages by Borghi d'Italia, and as a slow city and city of olive oil and wine. Made up of a maze of different alleyways, ancient walls, little stairs, lovely place to just wander around during the race. In the centre of that, you would have seen the clock tower, or Our Lady of Time, as the locals like to call it. Front group of riders still maintaining their advantage. Let's come back to talk about the French team a little bit, as we see the peloton making its way down in towards the circuit yet again. 178 kilometres to go. The French squads have got Julian Alaphilippe, Julien Bernard, Kenny Elissonde, Valentin Madouas, Guillaume Martin, Rudy Mollard, Quentin Pacher and Nons Peters. That is actually a really strong team. When you go through it, Julian Alaphilippe, stage winner in the Tour de France this year and yellow jersey. Valentin Madouas, who rode so well in the final week or so, once he was given free rein to do what he wanted to do. Guillaume Martin, who was challenging early on in the race, sitting in the top 3, eventually ended up in the top 15. Nons Peters, who was a stage winner in the Tour de France this year. Quentin Pacher, who was one of the most attacking riders of this year's Tour de France. At one point, he was standing in the overall standing as the rider who'd been in breakaways for the most kilometres in this year's Tour de France. And that was when we got in towards the beginning of the 3rd week of racing. So that team has got to be all in for Julian Alaphilippe, though.
Yeah, definitely. And I think most of those riders actually raced in the Tour de France, as you said. So in theory, they should be in good form. In hope that they've all recovered well, then they should be in good form today. And of course, yeah, Alaphilippe, one of the out-and-out favourites for today's race, if it doesn't come down to the pure climbers. But of course, we know he can climb. Last year, how many days did he have the yellow jersey? He's shown what he can do. He even came second in Milan-San Remo after saying he wasn't even in good form. So it just shows he was in good form, really. Maybe not the top form he was hoping, but he could handle the longer distances. He had not his best Tour de France, really, this year, was it? But in saying that, it wasn't because of necessarily because of his form and his fitness. It's just how the race played out. And, yeah, he's got to be really excited for today's race and have his chance, a real good chance to be a world champion.
Julian Alaphilippe, 8th in Innsbruck in 2018. He said in his pre-race interviews, we're the outsiders, but it doesn't mean we've got no ambition. I've managed my effort in the Tour de France, and this race will be decided in the final kilometres as we get towards the hard part of this year's race. So Julian Alaphilippe heading the French team. The gap's been brought down to under 5 minutes now under the speed of the Slovenian team, with also the Danish squad up near the front. Alaphilippe you can never discount. We saw him win stage 2 of the Tour de France ahead of Mark Hirschi and Adam Yates. He then wore the yellow jersey. He lost the yellow jersey, of course, because he took a bottle in the final 20 kilometres of a stage a couple of days later. And then really we didn't see Alaphilippe of last year at any point during the Tour. He went on some escapades, but he just didn't quite have the legs with which to finish things off in 2020. But maybe, as he was saying during the Tour de France, it was all about the World Championships. He's been saying all along that he wants to take the victory in this year's race. It's been quite a while since a French rider won the World Championships. Little bit of increase in pace in the leading group. They sense that the gap is coming down to around 5 minutes, so they've got to start just thinking about whether they increase the tempo a little bit more. 175 kilometres of racing still to go.
Yeah, we've still got a long way to go today, haven't we? And that's why we're seeing the time gap still out there, still at 5 minutes. But it is slowly coming back now. I mean, also these riders in the peloton, the teams chasing, they don't want to wait until last minute, and we've still got a long way to go. It's fine, but they just want to slowly increase the pace and draw the riders back, not let them have too much of a big advantage out the front and not have to really put too much effort in. And I think that's why we're seeing the Danes and the Swiss team happy to take it up on the front, because it's also safer. You just stay at the front, do a little bit of work, but without really exerting yourself too much. Whereas the French, the Belgians, are still happy to sit back and wait in the peloton.
One team we haven't talked about yet is the team of the USA, with Lawson Craddock, Sept, Brandon McNulty, Neilson Powless. That's the team of the USA today. What can we see from the USA later on in the race?
Yeah, we have to really, all eyes point on Sept, don't they? He's only, well, I was going to say he's young. He's not young, really. He's 26. That's old nowadays in cycling.
As old as 38.
Exactly. He's had a really rise to the top, a really quick rise to the top. He, of course, won the Tour of Utah in 2018. Last year, won a stage of the Vuelta, fourth on a stage at the Tour recently. He's been really strong, and he's one of the favourites, but maybe goes a little bit under the radar, don't you think?
He does, yeah. But what, do you think that they'll just go all in for Sept today?
No, probably not. I think they'll keep it quite open, and again, depends how the race plays out, but they've got options. Craddock's also a strong rider. Last year he was 6th in the time trial, so if you can finish 6th in the World Championship time trial, you're strong. You've got that strength. So they've got various options, and I think that's also quite a good position to be in. It's great to have one out-and-out leader, but if you've got options, the other teams also don't know who you're working for, so you can kind of play the game. You can attack, counter-attack, and they don't really know who you're riding for.
Sept rode so well in the Tour de France in support of Primož Roglic. Now he's given free rein to do what he wants. If he's recovered from the Tour de France, then we could see Sept on the attack. He won a stage of the Dauphiné when he was given free rein. As we see now, the leading group of riders, Cochrane, Friedrich, Fominik, Arashiro, Grosso and Castillo, cross the line with 6 laps of racing to go. The gap now stands at 4:36. But Sept, when he was given the opportunity to win a stage of the Dauphiné, he took it with both hands, went away, took the victory. Let's see whether he can do something today when the attacks start to happen. There's no doubt if he's recovered, he'll have the legs to go with it. Neilson Powless was a rider in the Tour who was really impressive on the attack on many days of the Tour de France. And it was great to see a young rider like Neilson Powless do what he did in the Tour and not be scared of taking the race on. He'll have learnt a lot. The question is whether he's got 258 kilometres in his legs.
Yeah, and that all depends on how he's recovered. And as we were talking about earlier, it's so different. All riders recover differently. He's only 24, so that is still quite young to do a Tour de France and 1 week later recover. But with that, he's young. He benefits from being young and fit. And yeah, as you said, in the Tour de France, he was really strong. He didn't get a stage win, but he was consistent. I think he had a 4th and 5th place on 2 different stages, so he was up there around the mark. And with having that USA team quite open, not necessarily a key leader, it's quite different, isn't it? When you go into a trade team and you're a domestique, sometimes you get your opportunity, but it might only be 1 or 2 times a year. The rest of the time you're working for someone. So if you do get the opportunity, if their tactic is to keep it quite open, ride for whoever's feeling good on the day, it completely changes. These riders don't get opportunities that often. And as you said with Sept, in the Dauphiné, when he got his opportunity, he took it and he won. Doesn't always play out like that, but I'm sure it's the World Championships. Any rider that gets an opportunity to go free, to ride for themselves, they're going to take it. And especially if the course suits them, if they're feeling in good form, good shape after the Tour de France, they've recovered, it's the perfect moment to really put your mark on the peloton, show who you are. And it was kind of the same thing last year with Pedersen taking the victory. He wasn't necessarily a favourite, was he? But he had an opportunity and he took it, and he made himself known to the world, winning in Yorkshire.
Mark Nielsen was just asking, where is the 2019 champion? Probably on his sofa watching the race.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got his feet up. He'll be sad that he'll be no longer the world champion, but this is definitely not his cup of tea. It's not a course that suits him, and it's quite odd really, because we would normally see almost every defending champion just lining up anyway, just to be here to try and defend the jersey, even if the course doesn't suit them. But with a course like this, it's so hard, it's almost pointless turning up. I know that sounds degrading. He is a world champion, but it's just, he's not a climber. It's not the kind of course that would suit him. It's not a course for sprinters. So why travel? There's coronavirus. You want to restrict your travel. You've still got loads of races left to do in this season. You don't want to get sick. You want to recover well. Pick and choose your moments. Choose your races that really suit you. And obviously he decided it wasn't worth coming here today to try and defend his world title. But that's how the world's is. 1 year it's more of a classics style rider. 1 year it's a sprint. Next year it's a climbers race.
The peloton making their way in now to complete this lap. They will have 6 laps of racing to go. They've brought this gap down a little bit to 5:20. We saw a time check there of 3 minutes something, but that was not correct. So Grossu still in this lead group. Seems to be riding well today. There's Daniel Fominik riding for the team of Kazakhstan in that turquoise and blue colour. Fominik wearing number 145 today. 29 years of age now, Danny Fominik. He's won the Asian Time Trial Championships on a couple of occasions during his career. Peloton now not far away. They're on the Imola circuit, this famous Formula One racetrack. They go past the memorial of Ayrton Senna, which is around about 1 kilometre from the finish line. Now the rider from Greece has decided to support the pacemaking. This is Polykronos Trozakis, who is on the front and now trying to set the tempo. Maybe he's decided, well, I didn't get in the breakaway. I'm from Greece. I've got one rider myself. So let's just show that I'm here. And that's important as he sets the tempo now on the front of the peloton. They're rolling through. Just caught a glimpse of all the Australian team towards the back, all surrounding Richie Porte and Michael Matthews. Staying totally out of trouble, the Australian team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good to see that they've got that cohesion. They're all riding together because, of course, they're all on very different trade teams, as we discussed earlier. How do they work together when they just come together for 1 day for the World Championships? But they know at the moment it's fine. Nothing's really happening. The breakaway's gone away, so they can just kind of relax a little bit. Maybe not the best place to sit towards the back, but everybody has their own personal preference, and they're together, so they're probably just having a chat, reminding themselves to eat and drink, and they know it's getting into the tricky part now. We're almost halfway through the race, and they really need to stay focused. And as we can see, we've got one rider, I think it's Nick Schultz, who's come to the front there for Australia. Next to him, Michael Matthews. So they've decided to go from the back round to the front while they've got these wider roads before they head out back up onto the climbs. And It's going to be interesting, isn't it? I have a good feeling about the Australian team today. I feel like they could come out on top. They've got two great potential winners with Michael Matthews and Richie Porte. And I think they've got quite a mixed team. Riders from different trade teams. But I think they could have a really, really good shot. They've got, of course, Nick Schultz, who rides for Mitchelton Scott, and they've also got Damien Howson, so that's two riders from the same team. Michael Matthews going to Mitchelton Scott next year, that was recently announced. So three riders that know each other well, they're both around the similar age, so they've grown up cycling in Australia together, and now they're here at the World Championships. And it's actually quite a fairly young team, isn't it, when you look down the list?
Yeah, Luke Durbridge as well in the team. Simon Clark, who is a great climber. He's won the King of the Mountains in the Vuelta a España before. Chris Hamilton, Jai Hindley and Richie Porte. It's a team of real stars and a team of great climbers. Yeah,
and a team that, as I said, they're on different trade teams, but they all know each other really well. They've all been around for years. I miss Luke Durbridge, actually. Of course, he rides for Mitchelton Scott as well. Simon Clark used to ride for Mitchelton Scott, so they've all been teammates. They all know each other really well. And I think it's so important when it's like that, and you really know how another teammate's feeling if you've been their teammate before, if you've been riding with them before. And they'll have come in today knowing they've got a winner in the team, knowing they've got somebody who can win. And of course that makes a big difference. It's different if you come into the World Championships and maybe the course suits you, maybe somebody's in good form. They know they've got two riders in top form and they can win today.
168 kilometres to go. Let's see how Australia do later on in the race, see if they can pull off a huge victory in this World Championships. The leading group of riders, those of you just joining us, stays the same. Nothing has evolved as far as that's concerned. Some of you asking me how many South Africans in the race. Two South Africans, Nicholas Dlamini and Luis Menkes. Those are the two South Africans in the squad. They've just got to use the other teams to try and put themselves in a position to win this world title. Luis Menkes, no doubt, a very good climber. I would have thought Nicholas Dlamini is going to ride for Luis Menkes and try and keep him in the right position, try and get him to the point where he can try and challenge for this year's race. It would be nice to see Luis Menkes pull something off here. A rider who, over the last couple of years, has not necessarily shone at the level we were expecting. So we'll see whether he can produce a result today. Nicholas Dlamini, lovely story about him. He's a rider who grew up in a very poverty-stricken background. He was discovered by a group of cyclists from the UK and others from South Africa, and they helped him with training and bikes and everything. He was also mentored a little bit by Ben Swift from Team Ineos, and now he's in the World Tour and he's in the World Championships. Nicholas Dlamini of South Africa. 167 kilometres to go. Our leading group heading towards the next climb of the day. We just keep saying this, next climb of the day coming up, because there is basically no flat road in this year's World Championships. There's one little stretch, but apart from that, and that's on the finishing circuit, the autodrome, the finish line circuit. Apart from that, pretty much the road goes up or goes down. There is no other rest.
Yeah, and it's always hard to really see and feel how it is just watching on TV. You don't really see the gradients, but even a small rise in the road, it's not flat, it's really wearing. And I just love the shots when you get to the bottom of the climb and you can just look up to the top, and it must just be so tough if you're suffering towards the end of the race and you can see where the finish line, the finish of the climb is, the summit, 2 kilometres ahead, and you've got to tackle that steep slope to get there. It must be really, really hard. But I think these climbs in particular, the reason they're so tricky is they're steep. They get up to 13-40% gradients, but they've got so many, I was going to say false flat. It's not even false flat. They just keep dragging and dragging and dragging. So it's not like you do your effort and you go over the top and straight down the descent. You go up the steepest section, and then it just continues at 8, 9, 10% all the way up and over. you have a descent, but then you have to focus, make sure you stay safe, narrow, twisty, and then before you know it, you're climbing again on a small rise, on a grippy road, and fly around the Formula One circuit on not really smooth, fast surfaces. And then before you know it, you're back out again. So it's true, we just keep saying, here's the next climb, because that's what it's like. It's just constant. And there's 18 climbs to contend with, almost 5,000 metres of altitude gain.
It's a lot of metres of altitude gain today in this World Championship. As I said earlier on in the start of today's programme, it's more than any stage of the Tour de France this year. On the front of the peloton, still Greece represented by the same rider. He's rolling along at the front, just keeping the Greek jersey in the camera. That's Polykronis Tsorzakis. Switzerland constantly with Sylvain Dillier. Poland are now starting to come forward on the left-hand side in the red and white, doing a little bit of pace-making. Germany moving up as well.
Also Belgium, I saw for probably the first time today. It was Greg Van Avermaet on the left-hand side of the road. Of course, the Olympic champion with his golden helmet, easy to spot. And yeah, we've not really seen Belgium to come towards the front. They have a really strong team, and of course they have probably the out-and-out favourite.
Who's the out-and-out favourite?
Van Aert.
You think so?
So many people have been saying his name, and after his performance in the time trial, after his performances this year, surely he has to be. But I wonder if he's too much of a marked man. People know he is on fire this season. 26-year-old, he won 2 stages at the Tour de France. He won a stage at Dauphiné, Strade Bianche, Milan-San Remo. Really, really, really come into his form this season. Of course, he's been good in the past, but this year he's just phenomenal. He's on another level.
He is. That team, though, is exceptional, isn't it? Tiesj Benoot, Oliver Nazen, Peter Seri, Jasper Stuyven, Wout van Aert, Greg Van Avermaet, Loic Vliegen, Tim Wellens. That's a team you would want if you were a sponsor.
Yeah, and it's a team you'd want if you were trying to win the World Championships, to have all these riders surrounding you, supporting you, and here on the start line in good form.
The last Belgian world champion, Philippe Gilbert, in 2012. That attack on the Kouberg managed to gain him that victory. Let's see if Belgium can succeed Gilbert to take the world title today. Last one, 2012. But they've got so many options to play if things start to go wrong. Tiesj Benoot set things up for Mark Hirschi and Soren Kragh Andersen in the Tour de France to take victories for Team Sunweb. He's a good team player, but he's also won Strade Bianche himself. So he's a rider who likes Italy as far as victories are concerned. Wout van Aert, everyone is talking about him as a possible winner today. Has he got enough left after the Tour de France and the time trial the other day to have good legs to put himself in a position to win this world title later on this afternoon?
It's just phenomenal, though, what he can do. Now we're talking about him as being the hot favourite for a 258-kilometre road race World Championships. He's won 4 cyclocross World Championship titles. That's an hour and a half of intense racing.
Yeah.
Whereas today's reaching 7 hours, and yet he can do it.
But we know he's got the distance, because Milano-San Remo is 300k, so we know that he can ride at that level, no problem at all. The Milano-San Remo is different. It's pretty much rolling and flat until you get towards the first climbs, the little Capiberta and all those climbs on the run into the Cipressa and the Poggio. But he's done it. He can definitely be there at the finish today.
Yeah, you put him in a sprint, he can win. If it's a hard race, you put him in a time trial, he can get a World Championship medal. He seems to be the man that can do everything. We've seen that over the years, the likes of Sagan, who seems to be able to be so all-round and do many things, but now the talk of this year, for me, it has to be Van Aert.
No doubt whatsoever. We'll see whether Van Aert can win the world title for Belgium later on this afternoon. Up to 164 kilometres to go now. Another team we haven't talked about, Colombia. Now, they have got some squad. For this amount of climbing, they all have grown up at altitude. This is for them perfect. Esteban Chavez, Sergio Henao, Sergio Higuita, who crashed in the Tour after that touch of wheels and was out of the race. Miguel Angel Lopez, who lost his podium position on the penultimate day. Danny Martinez, stage winner in the Dauphiné. Christian Munoz and Harold Teaja. That's the team of Colombia. That's some team.
Yeah, it is a really, 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 really strong team. Did you mention Uran?
Well, I didn't mention Uran. Just add him in as well. Rigoberto Uran.
Easy to forget.
Yeah, add in Rigoberto Uran, and then you've got an amazing team.
I was just looking through the list and I was thinking there's somebody, a key player we're missing, and of course it's Uran. The showman that he is, how could we forget? Tour de France, 8th place overall. He had a really great Tour de France campaign, didn't he? So it's an impressive team. I don't even know who would they ride for. If you were the national coach, who would you ride for? Would you keep it open? Would you just see what happens on the road? Would you pick a clear leader?
I think it's really hard because you've got Esteban Chavez, who on his day could win. You've got Sergio Higuita, who no doubt in the Tour de France was superb. He was there in the climbs, he was there in the sprints until he crashed. He had so many opportunities. Miguel Angel Lopez, stage winner in the Tour, and was sitting in the podium positions until the penultimate day. Martinez, who won a stage of the Dauphiné just a few weeks ago. Teata is such a strong rider at 21 years of age. And Rigoberto Uran. Uran, who's done everything. So it's hard. What do you do? I don't even know how you start. Or maybe you ask the riders, who should we ride for?
Yeah, and as we keep saying today, it just depends how they've come out of the Tour de France. How have they recovered? How are they feeling? We might be able to say on paper it could be a day for Uran. He might be feeling really bad after the Tour de France. We don't know. He probably doesn't know, even in the race. We don't know until the final moments of this race today how the legs are going to cope with having that workload of 3 weeks of racing and then 1 week later lining up to do a 258-kilometre World Championship road race. So, yeah, there's certainly a team full of climbers, full of really strong contenders for today's race. I'm not sure. I think it's all round, they've got to be one of the strongest teams, don't you think? Other teams have got multiple winners, potential winners, but I think the Colombians have the numbers.
Also, we're not at high altitude here. They get better at 2,000 metres, but these are climbs. They're not going to find them quite as difficult. You saw some of the Colombians coming here. Did they give you any little insight as to who they were riding for, or did they keep it all quiet?
No, and I tried to get it out of them, but they didn't. Or maybe they didn't really know, to be honest. Yeah, but I think, I mean, I say there's such a strong team in terms of they've got the numbers, but at the same time, as you just said, they're all from high altitude places where they've grown up. They're generally better on long climbs. We saw Lopez take that impressive stage win after a really, really hard, long climb. Today it's 2-3 kilometre climbs. It's not quite the same. It's a different ball game. It's almost a different discipline. You still need to be able to climb. You still need to be a really strong climber. But if you're going head-to-head with these guys on a 10-15 kilometre climb at altitude, that's when you're really going to have trouble, and that's when you're really going to see them come into their fore. So today they're strong, but it just depends. Are they going to race it brutally hard so only we see pure climbers, all the big names from the Tour de France, the top GC riders from the Tour de France battling it out, or are we going to see the classics guys?
One rider having a little problem here at the side of the road is Antoine Tolech of the Netherlands, and now another problem here for Martin Tusveld. Looks like the chains come off, so the Shimano service team straight in there to help out. A mix of Belgians and Italians in the neutral service cars today, looking after the interests of the riders if they have any mechanical problems. So Colombia in with a chance. We'll see whether they bring home the victory today. We've talked about other potential winners so far in Jakob Fuglsang, Tadej Pogacar, Primoz Roglic. Nibali, also Wout van Aert and Wellens and Alaphilippe. Kwiatkowski we've spoken a little bit about, Alejandro Valverde also, and Michael Woods.
And of course the Australians, Michael Matthews and Richie Porte.
So those two also as possible winners of the day. 159.7 kilometres to go, 5:52. The gap's starting to ease back out again. It was back down to under 5 minutes. It's now going back up the other way. 9 laps of this course, 5,000 metres of elevation. Front of the race, Daniel Fominik is setting the tempo. Just going through is Marco Friedrich, wearing number 135 today in this race. He's part of the team of Austria. Friedrich rides for KTM, 22 years of age, as Lucy mentioned earlier, and has just last year finished in the top 25 in the Baby Giro.
You could just see there he took 2 bottles through that feed, and every bottle had a energy gel attached to the bottle, which is often something the soigneurs do on the side of the road. They give riders bottles, and as we mentioned earlier today, many of the riders will have carbohydrates in the bottles just to quickly get the calories in rather than trying to fiddle around eating things. But yeah, he got 2 bottles with a gel attached, and it's just another quick way to get an energy gel. You've got your drink, your gel, without having to go back to the car. A musette bag normally happens earlier in the race, and that's when you would have more food, more bottles, and then hand it round to your team. But generally, as we get closer to the end of the race, you don't really see as many musettes because it's hard. You have to stop, you have to slow down, you have to put it over your shoulder. It's not something you can do when you're in the real nitty-gritty end of the race. So it kind of starts off with the musette, and then a bit later in the race you'll be handed a bottle with a gel if you need a gel, and then later it's simply just grab a bottle and that's it. You haven't even got time to be fiddling around with gels and all things like that. So yeah, we've still got 158k to go. Imagine racing for this long, how much food you need to eat, and you need to, even having a gel, being handed a bottle with a gel on, it's just a reminder as well. You're not just drinking, it's, oh yeah, here's a gel that I need to eat, because it's simple. It's a really stupid thing, but it's so easy to forget to eat and drink. Unless somebody tells you, unless you physically see a bottle with a gel, many riders suffer. And how many times have you seen, particularly in Grand Tours when they have to back up day after day, riders saying, I just exploded, I was just empty. And it's because they forgot to fuel at the start of the day.
The other strange thing for the riders must be today, bearing in mind Lucy's talking a lot about eating, drinking, the nutrition the riders are taking on board, and we went through all of that a little while earlier. But one of the things that must be odd for these riders is that if you're at World Tour level, you'll have been told all day, eat and drink, eat and drink. Lucy's making sure she eats and drinks during the stage as well, all the way through. But during this race today, the riders will normally be expecting their team directors to remind them, eat and drink, eat and drink. And there are no race radios.
Yeah, it's very strange. I don't really understand, because World Tour races, you always have a race radio. You've got your team director telling you what to do, explaining the race situation, giving regular updates, time gaps, informing you if your teammates crashed or got a puncture, or even if somebody's suffering, one of your rivals. And at the World Championships, you don't have race radios. None of the teams, none of the riders have race radios. It's changed in the past. You used to be able to race the World Championships with radios, and the rules have changed quite a lot over the years, and it's been a little bit confusing actually which races you could have and how long you've not been able to have radios. But here today, no radios. And I feel sorry for the directors actually, because they're sat in the car and they're just so used to giving updates, giving information, being a part of the race, listening to riders, and now they just have to follow for 7 hours and they can't really do anything.
No, to be honest, around here they're just enjoying a nice afternoon out in Emilia Romagna, because they can't get the team car past. They are just following. They may start to feature later on in the race, as we see one rider from Denmark going slightly off the front. And I don't know if that was just because he went down the descent a little bit quicker, but one rider just riding away from the front of the group. I don't think that'll come to anything. He'll just work his way back. I think he just literally freewheeled off the front here. Front group of riders, Jonas Koch of Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Marco Friedrich of Austria, Daniel Fominik of the team of Kazakhstan, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, Edward Grosso of Romania, and Ulises Castillo Soto is the rider from Mexico in this group. This group of riders enjoying now a bigger advantage. It's gone up to 6 minutes and 8. It had come down to underneath 5 minutes. A few hellos. Hello to Matthew Cox. Thank you for your message today. If you'd like to get in touch with us at Ant McCrossan, at Lucy Martin 05. So far today then, it's been all about this breakaway. They've been at the front for the majority of the race. They went away pretty much just after the start. As we now see this rider deciding to go clear, Mikael Arnault of Denmark. He seems to have thought, okay, let's just ride across. I'm fed up sitting in the peloton. Let's see if we can get across to the front group. Using the flat bit of road to good effect.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We've still got such a long way to go that he probably can get across. It's a big time gap. It's almost, well, it's over 6 minutes. So the peloton let him go. He's alone. No real threat for the moment. So why not?
A few of you asking who's alongside me. Lucy Martin, who was a pro rider with teams like Cervelo Test Team, has been an Olympic rider and a World Championship rider. Ridden alongside riders like Lizzie Deignan and also Nicole Cook, and now works for the Mitchelton Scott team. So is involved in both women's cycling and men's cycling, looking after the media of many of the top pros in those teams. 156 kilometres to go. Denmark now riding a little bit harder as Mikael Arnault is going clear. He's closing in. He's closed in a few seconds, but I think he's really just riding just to stretch the legs. And you mentioned earlier on that sometimes it takes a little bit of time for a rider's body to come round. Mikael Arnault could be just going off the front here just to get the body to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy to say that even after 100 kilometres of racing, but sometimes that's the case. He might be feeling a bit lethargic, a bit slow to start, and therefore you need like a really hard effort. And now we're just rolling around. It's like a training ride at the moment in the peloton. There's no real efforts being made. They're just cruising up the climbs, and then they'll be entering the final 100 kilometres when the race really kicks off, and that's when you really need to be ready, be warmed up, be ready to go. But yeah, when it's such a long race like this, your body can go through so many different states.
Lake effect, is there any neutral service in the World Championships? Yes, there is. Shimano are the neutral service provider. They're the partner of the UCI, so they've always been there. You can see the blue cars and the white cars following, but it's the blue cars predominantly looking after the interests of the riders. They are going to be used more than anybody. There's also some neutral service bikes with wheels because of the nature of this course, with it being so narrow. But the Shimano team, they've got a number of ex-professional riders who are in there. I saw Richard Grenendal this morning in the lift. He's one of the neutral service team. So he's looking after, giving the wheels out, looking after the technicalities of Shimano. 5:55. One team we have not spoken about at all yet. So there's a couple more that we should talk about as we start to get down towards 100 kilometres to go point. We haven't mentioned the team of New Zealand with George Bennett, Patrick Bevan, Finn Fisher-Black and Dion Smith. Now that team is a bit of a mix, isn't it, of team riders who have ridden a Tour de France like George Bennett, and you look then at the likes of Finn Fisher-Black. Finn himself, a young rider, so they're going in with a slightly different team. So it sounds like Finn is only 18. He's with the Jumbo development team. He's the younger brother of Niamh Fisher-Black, who we saw riding the women's race. and he's a junior individual pursuit world record holder. So he's a strong rider, but he's only 18 riding the World Road Race Championships here.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
It
18 years of age, even just lining up and trying to take on this distance. But as we've seen time and time again, the ages of winners just keep getting younger and younger and younger. But yeah, 18 is extremely young. And yeah, it's quite a mixed team. They're all riding for different trade teams. Of course, they all know each other. There's not that many New Zealanders in the pro peloton. George Bennett, he had great form, didn't he, with his second place in Lombardia. He won Gran Piemonte in Italy, so he likes winning in Italy. He just did the Tour de France. He's been 8th before in the GC, the general classification. He's had really, really good results. And again, it's a kind of a course that could suit him, but the climbs aren't super long. He's not the best on the real short, punchy climbs, so it'll be interesting to see how he performs today. And I'm also quite curious to see how Dion Smith will go. He has had a really good season, considering he's not done that many races. He took his first professional victory in Italy a couple of weeks ago at Coppa Sabatini. First professional victory. I assumed he'd had more, but he'd had so many second place, third places, fourth, fifth. He's always around the mark, but he's never been able to clinch a victory until a couple of weeks ago. But his standout ride was 6th place in Milan-San Remo. So he's shown he's got good legs. Maybe it's not the perfect course for him. Maybe it's too hard, but I think he'll have a really good go today, and he'll certainly be another option for the Kiwis.
We have to see how George Bennett has recovered. He had that crash in the Tour de France early doors. He did a lot of work for the team as well. So we just got to see how he is coming out of the Tour. He seemed to be doing all right towards the end of the race. So I think George could be there in the mix. And after that performance in Grand Prix Piemonte and also Lombardia, he's there or thereabouts as far as a one-day race of this sort of stature is concerned. New Zealand then going in with different strategies with Dion Smith and with Finn Fisher-Black and George Bennett in that squad, and also Patrick Bevan. Patrick Bevan will do a lot of the work for this team today. Working our way up the climb. Now we're getting a real sense of what this climb is like, as you see it just rearing up in front of you, very, very steep at the top. On the profile it says 13-14%, but on a place called Velo Viewer, which is where a lot of the pro teams get their gradients from, I've seen gradients of 20% on this climb. And when I rode it, it felt like 25.
Yeah, that was a really cool aerial shot, wasn't it? You could see from the base of the climb all the way to the top, the fans lining the roads, and we're already seeing the guy here from Slovenia, number 125, it's Belan, Slovakia, sorry, I said Slovenia, struggling. It just shows how hard it is. And we're still fairly early in the race. The peloton, look, you can see the front, they're not really putting the pressure down yet. And yet riders are starting to go out the back. It's over, they've been racing for over 100 kilometres, so the legs are starting to get a little bit tired, and these steep slopes are hard.
Yeah, what's basically going to start to happen now is that the riders are going to start to feel the legs. Riders are going to go out the back one by one. Groups going to go out the back, and we'll end up with a smaller peloton purely just by the tempo that's been set on the front, which is not flat out yet. Jasper Stuyven left-hand side, Wout van Aert just behind him. And then to the right-hand side, you've got the team still of Switzerland and the team of Poland are also there as we make our way up the climb. Hello to a few people. Anne Hardy, thanks for your message. Kungen says, do the riders in the peloton know the time gap, or how do they know the time gap if they don't have race radios?
Yeah, so it's a bit different, these World Championships, because they don't have race radios. Normally you would get regular updates from your director with all the information about the breakaway, the distances, but here there's no race radios. So we can see now actually the motorbikes in front, one of them will hold up a whiteboard, blackboard, and write down the time gaps. And they're quite regular, but it always depends on the organisation, the race organisation. How often do they give riders that information? on a climb like this, if you're further back, you simply can't see the motorbike giving the time check. So it depends where you are in the peloton. That's why you need your teammates to, whoever can see the board, see the time gap, then communicate that to the rest of the team so everybody knows and they can work out together. But today's certainly a race where communication between riders is key. If you don't have a clear direction coming from the team car through the race radio, then you have to make sure you've got a good road captain that's confident enough to make decisions on the road, able to go through the peloton and talk to everyone, check how everybody's feeling, and be confident to give directions and really make the race. And I think also before the race, as we talked about, there's so many people, so many riders from different trade teams, so it's a bit unusual for them to work together. Without race radios, all of the teams will have needed to have such a clear race plan before, so there's no confusion. They know who's the leader, they know what to do, they know what to do in different scenarios, they've talked it through, so there's no confusion. Because once you're tired, once you're coming into the back end of the race, it's hard to really communicate, know when to attack, know what to do, and without that instructions from the sport director in the car behind through the race radio, it can be hard. So we were mentioning Luke Rowe earlier and how he's turned into such a great road captain, having ridden 6 consecutive Tour de France's with Ineos, and a rider like that would be crucial in a team for Great Britain with just barking orders, basically.
That's what he'll do. He'll make sure that the team of Great Britain is managed on the road properly. All the teams, the bigger teams, will have a road captain. We're here in Emilia, Romagna in Italy. This is the host of the World Championships. They stepped in at the last minute when Egil Martini was unable to take the World Championships. Today it's snowing on the climb in Egil, so maybe it was a real blessing that didn't happen. And we do think about the organisers there. This region is so well known for its food. It's known as Food Valley. You get Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, Parma prosciutto from Modena, Reggio Emilia. You get balsamic vinegar. About 3 billion euros flow into the economy for food in this particular region, and around 394 million euros is spent on wine. About 390 million of it by Lucy when she's here at the Worlds.
That's not true.
149 kilometres to go, 6 minutes 58 seconds, downhill at nearly 70 kilometres an hour. The food here is good though.
Yeah, you could say that about the whole of Italy though. I've never had a bad meal in Italy. It's really, 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 really nice. So yeah, when the Worlds were announced, when they announced the change of location, I was pretty happy to be coming to Italy. It's a great place, and of course this track, it's so famous, it's got so much history. It's a really cool and unique venue.
Downhill then for the leading group. They're going to come round next time with 5 laps of racing to go. They've got 6 laps to go at the moment. A few of you asking, is Mathieu van der Poel riding today? He's not in the Dutch team on this occasion. As we go past the little town of Doza, which we flew past yesterday during the women's road race. So many lovely areas around here. This is a medieval village, one of the 100 most beautiful towns in Italy, right up there on the gentle hill. There's lots of artists have lived in that particular town. Not long until the leading group come back onto the Imola Ferrari Autodroma and complete another lap. Mark VK is going for Jakob Fuglsang.
Yeah, it's certainly strange World Championships, isn't it? As we were talking about with Mathieu van der Poel not being here. Now that's because he was going on to focus on the likes of Flanders, Paris-Roubaix, which come after these races. He didn't want to come here, he wanted to focus on that. And normally that doesn't happen. The World Championships are the last event, the last race on the road calendar. We have a couple of one-day events and events afterwards, but in general, it's thought of as the final race that we have in the season. Everybody's tired, everybody's peaking at different times, but everybody comes here knowing that more or less the season's complete. They've got one shot to really give it their all and try and become the world champion. But it's completely different this year. We've got so many big races to follow, and following within a few days with the Giro d'Italia starting in 5 days' time. It's completely unique. We've never had this before. We don't know how riders are even handling it, how they coping mentally to prepare for a race like this, but then go to the Ardennes Classics or to go to the Vuelta or the Giro. It's really, really surprising and different, and just simply the riders that are able to adapt are probably the ones that are going to benefit the most from this kind of crazy season.
Yeah, you could come out of today's World Championship with the rainbow bands and go straight to Flèche Wallonne on Wednesday. Then ride Liège-Bastogne-Liège as world champion on Sunday. And then, or you could go straight to the Giro d'Italia. It's unprecedented as far as the structure of the season is concerned. But that would be wonderful for a rider to go into such big races in the rainbow bands, immediately recognisable.
And already in good form, because how many times have we seen riders win the World Championship title end of the season, September, October, have a full off-season, even change teams, start the season slowly. They're not in form. They've got the whole winter behind them, and it takes them a good few races to get into it and start the winning ways again. Some don't, and it's the curse of the rainbow jersey. They never get wins. But if you're here, you're in the jersey, you're winning, you've won the race, and then you continue with basically the entire season ahead of you. It's quite special, and I really hope today's winner is somebody that's going to line up in a lot of races and continue to be competitive and already get a win this season. That would be nice, wouldn't it? New world champion already winning in 2020.
Let's see who takes the title. Right on the back of the group at the moment is number 130. That's Lawson Craddock of the United States of America. Our leading group, just to remind you, as we see this beautiful shot of the peloton working across the ridge here, back towards the Ferrari Autodrome. Our leading group, Jonas Koch, Thorsten Train, Marco Friedrich, Danny Fomenik, also Yuki Arashiro, Eduard Grosso and Ulises Castillo. That's our leading group of riders. They've now got an advantage. It's the biggest it's been, 6 minutes and 53 seconds. It's getting up towards the 7-minute mark now, which is a significant advantage. Here's our leading group onto the Imola circuit, where the San Marino Grand Prix was held for the years 1981 to 2006. Won first by Nelson Piquet. Alan Prost has won here, so's Nigel Mansell. The great Ayrton Senna won here and unfortunately died here on Tamburello Corner in the 1st of May 1994. Michael Schumacher's won here, so's Damon Hill, David Coulthard. It's a very famous road circuit for Formula One and for superbikes. And it's great to be racing here with 144.7 kilometres of racing still remaining on today's World Championship road race. Thank you to all of you who've joined us. So far the race has been like this. The leaders went away. 7 of them went away very early after the first few kilometres of racing. They've built their advantage. The peloton's been led mainly by the team of Switzerland and the team of Denmark. But now we are starting to see more nations get a little bit more interested in being near the front. This is our leading group of 7, heading in towards the conclusion of another lap. This time we will have 5 laps of racing to go. So we're now getting into the point of the race where you'll start to see things evolve a little bit more. Heading across the finish line to complete this lap. 3 hours of racing have gone. 5 laps remain.
It's actually been going quite fast, hasn't it, to say we've done 3 hours, almost halfway through this 258-kilometre race. It's really a long race. As always, the World Championships is always a really, really long, tough race, a tough circuit. And we're almost halfway.
We are almost at the halfway point. Next time round, we will be within half distance.
I must say, I really like the Romagna kit.
Do you? Is that your favourite one in the peloton?
potentially. It's up there. I mean, you don't often see it. There's never really big numbers coming from the Romanian team at the World Championships, but it's nice. I really like it. Which is your favourite?
My favourite in this peloton at the moment is the USA kit.
Oh.
Because I think it's not because it's the USA, but because it's just very, very always the same. You pick it out, for me as a commentator, picking it out easily. I was lucky enough the other day, rode the circuit with Corinne Rivera. She was wearing the USA kit, and it just looks really classy. You're not sure?
No, I disagree. There's going to be so many people angry with me saying I disagree about the USA kit being the best. No, I don't know what my favourite is. They're all quite different, aren't they? But I really like when they keep the kit the same each year. It's different to trade teams when you change sponsors all the time. But when it's your national country, it's great to keep it more or less the same and easy to spot. And I quite like the Australian kit, actually.
Yeah, I'd agree. And also, for me, the Norway kit has always been quite similar. Just simple. You can pick it out nice and easily.
Yeah.
But there's so many decent kits in this peloton. Maybe let us know, what's your favourite kit? Even if you're supporting a different nation, what would you go for? At Ant McCrossan, at Lucy Martin 05 is where you can let us know. And let us know who you're cheering on during the rest of this race, because we're getting down towards the key moments when this race starts to evolve a little bit more. We've seen the breakaway allowed to go away, and now things will start to change as the teams start to put their plan in action to try and win this World Road Race Championship. Interestingly, the German team have a rider up here, and so do the team of Norway. So maybe they're thinking, OK, we have got a plan, and one of the plans is to put a rider up the road. Germany we haven't talked about. The team is Niki Assant, John Degenkolb, Nico Dent, Simon Geschke, Jonas Koch, who's in the leading group, Paul Martins and Maximilian Schachmann. For me, their team leader, Maximilian Schachmann, this afternoon.
Yeah, quite possibly. He's had a really good season, hasn't he? And of course, he's just come out of the Tour de France. He picked up 7th place in Lombardia, 3rd in Strade Bianche. Really consistent rider. Last year he had a great season as well, didn't he? He was picking up, I think it was 3 stage wins at the Tour of the Basque Country. Very strong Ardennes campaign last year. So he can get over these short, punchy climbs. He's shown that he's a good rider. And yeah, why would you not back him today?
There's so many possibilities in here. We've talked about so many of the top names. Fuglsang, Pogacar, Roglic, Nibali, Wout van Aert, Alaphilippe, Dumoulin. Also, we've talked about Lopez, Martinez, Rigoberto Urán. We've talked about Richie Porte, Michael Matthews, Sept Kuss, Michael Woods we've spoken about as well. There's a couple of other riders I'm just going to throw out there to you as possible winners of today's race. I'm going to add Richard Carapaz of Ecuador, the winner of the Giro d'Italia, and I'm going to add also into the mix as a possible winner Enric Mas and Mikel Landa. What's the insight of the Spanish team? What do you think they're going to ride for?
Yeah, we've not really discussed the Spanish team much, have we? I mean, again, look at the team. They've got so many strong riders. Just in that team, they've already got the former world champion 2018 in Innsbruck, Valverde, who's won almost everything. I was almost going to say he didn't have a very good Tour de France, but he still finished in 12th place overall.
Yeah.
Just because he wasn't up there winning, still to finish just outside the top 10, 40 years of age, it's impressive. And when it comes to races like the World Championships, important key races, he always performs, doesn't he? Landa, 4th in the Tour de France. He had a great ride. Mas, 5th in the Tour. So there's 3 riders I've just named. 2 of them in the top 5 of the Tour de France, which finished 1 week ago. Really impressive.
The Spanish team could be looking at a win this afternoon.
Yeah, they really, really could. They've just got so many climbers, so many options, and such a mix of age, experience. They're really well dialed. They all know each other. They're on different teams, but they all have ridden year in, year out at the World Championships together.
A couple of questions about teams and how many riders in each team. It's all done on rankings as far as the world of cycling is concerned. Denmark have got 8 riders, Slovenia the same number, Italy as well. So there's a hierarchy in terms of your results as a nation as to how many riders you're allowed to have in the World Championships.
Yeah, and it varies a lot, doesn't it? I mean, it's still quite fair, it's still quite open, but of course some teams have a lot more riders. And it's the same in the Olympics. In the Olympics it's actually worse, isn't it? I think it's maximum, is it 5 riders per team for the top nations with the most points, and then it goes further and further down. It's a much smaller bunch. So here at least we've got a lot of riders. We've got a full peloton of 177 starters. Some teams, yeah, just lining up with 1. Some teams lining up with 8.
We just saw Castle San Pietro Terme, which is on the border between Emilia and Romagna, and renowned for its thermal spa, a brand new 18-hole golf course, and the racetrack. Spa treatments in this region date back to 1337, although the first spa was only built in 1870. Peloton coming through now. They're going to be 7 minutes down with 5 laps of racing to go. They've let this gap go out to the biggest gap we have seen during this race.
Yeah, and we can. I mean, it's hard to really explain now because we're on the Formula One track, so it's a really wide road. But we were talking about how the Danish team and the Swiss team were really taking it on before, and they've kind of dropped back a little bit. Other nations have come forward. There's not really been that great cohesion, clear leaders, but still, 7 minutes. It's a really big time gap, but 139 kilometres. We've still got 5 laps to go.
Peloton now starting to look a little bit more ordered in terms of the colours. Thanks for your messages about kits. Sean is going for the Irish kit. Heath Tapper's going for Belgium. And a few other people. Sean Whitfield, the Belgian kit. Bruce Masterton agrees with Lucy that the Romanian kit is great, and the Scandinavians also have good kit as well. And Jean Harm likes the Great Britain kit. I don't know about the Great Britain kit, to be honest. I think it's a bit of a nothing kit.
Yeah, I have
it used to be much, much better.
Yeah, the kit years ago when it was Adidas and it was red, white and blue across, it was like a stripe, and from behind it had a white line all the way down from the jersey to the shorts. That was the best kit for me. Although it potentially looked a bit French, but I still love that kit.
Yeah, but in the peloton, that kit is the one that everyone could pick out.
Yeah.
It's the kit that Mark Cavendish won the World Championships in.
Yeah.
It's the kit that Nicole Cook won World Championships in, I believe.
And they kept it for years and years and years, and then came in and changed it. I was devastated.
Going through the feed again, Michelle Graham has said she agrees the USA kit isn't the best kit, and the Belgium and Romanian kit are the best. Luke M likes the Austrian kit. So there's a real difference in thoughts. Anne Hardy would like Sept or Wout van Aert to win this afternoon. Rockin Ryoko. Japan gets 1 point for kit. Norway gets 2. Australia gets 3 in the jersey competition. Kiko Flores likes the Netherlands kit.
Maybe we should ask what's the worst kit, or is that really bad?
No, let's not. Maybe we shouldn't go that way.
No, let's not. I've got my opinions.
Okay, you have.
I'll keep them to myself.
138.6 kilometres to go. Thank you for joining us for the World Road Championships. 7:05 now for our leading group. Those of you just joined us, this is the situation. Jonas Koch of Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Marco Friedrich of Austria, Daniel Fominik of Kazakhstan, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, Edward Grosso of Romania, and Ulises Castillo of Mexico went on the attack just a few kilometres into the race, maybe 2 or 3 kilometres until they got into the particular breakaway. They quickly opened their advantage. This is the biggest gap they've had, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. The peloton has been led predominantly by Denmark, Switzerland, and also the team of Slovenia have been at the front as well. And so far, they have not decided to bring it back. They have kept things at around about the 7 minutes, 5 to 7 minute mark through the majority of the race. Flying over Doza again here in Emilia Romagna. Some lovely places to visit. So far it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon and the rain has not fallen yet, which is very, very good news. Just looking to see whether the rain will fall. It's still due at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Looking down on the peloton then, and we go to the peloton with Sylvain Dillier still doing all the work. Over there on the left-hand side, a team of Slovenia with Primoz Roglic sitting second wheel, just having a little bit of a bite to eat. A couple of wheels behind him, sitting on the wheel of Luka Metgetz is Nico Roach, who did so much work in the Tour de France for his team of Team Sunweb. He's just keeping out of trouble. I asked him the other day, or last night actually, what has he done since the Tour de France? He said, I've rested and rode the time trial. That's it. He's done nothing else. It's been all about recovery and just riding the time trial to just get the legs feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, and it's not bad, is it, to do a time trial, a really hard, flat-out effort to prepare for the road race. Not many riders would actually line up in the World Championship time trial just as a test for the road race, but some would. They would know potentially they're not going to get a medal, but it's a great hit out. It's a great way to go maximum 100% for a short distance, really kind of blow out the cobwebs after recovering a few days after the Tour de France and be ready to start today. So yeah, I think he was one of those riders who just wanted to have a good hard effort and be able to line up today. And you can see actually now the Danish team coming to the front. I just noticed Chris Jensen, who was a really great supporter of Adam Yates in the Tour de France, always on the front, always really committing 100%. So he's going to be a great teammate today for Fuglsang.
137 kilometres to go. You've started something now. There's loads of tweets on my Twitter feed at Ant McCrossan, at Lucy Martin 05 about kits. And now you've started something with everyone tweeting in about what the worst kit is. So we're not going to read them out.
Oops.
We can't go there this afternoon. But yeah, everyone having their view on kits, which is wonderful. Dell likes the New Zealand kit. I have to say, the New Zealand kit is very, very nice indeed. When we did the Olympic Games in Rio, our producer on the Olympics loved the New Zealand kit.
Yeah, it's very classy, isn't it?
And eventually we managed to get one for her on the last day. New Zealand donated her the jersey and she was totally made up and still wears it out on her bike. So there's the New Zealand kit is definitely one of the best ones in the peloton, no doubt whatsoever. But there are so many tweets of everybody now telling me the worst kit in the peloton. There we go. Everyone is cheering on different riders today as we see now the first rider being dropped from the front group. Friedrich has lost the front group. He's been in the lead group of 7 all the time. But this race will start now to claim riders because it gets harder and harder, and the climbing going up to 5,000 meters of climbing during this race is just going to take the legs away. And if you haven't eaten and you haven't drunk enough, you're going to be in all sorts of difficulty as this race continues.
Yeah, and quite often on this kind of course, with climbs just coming one after the other, it's a wearing down process, but sometimes your legs can almost just give up, and it's kind of, almost unexpected. There's an acceleration on the climb and you just can't quite go with it, and I think that's what's happened there to Marco Friedrich. He's only 22. He's also not done many races this year, so he's not got that real base. You can train as much as you want, but it's just not quite the same as racing, and racing up climbs like this, lap after lap. So it'll be interesting. I don't think he's going to get back on the descent once you go, it's almost impossible with this kind of terrain. But you never know. Maybe he'll be able to claw his way back, because if not, it's a long way still to the finish, 136 kilometres. But yeah, the gap still hovering, 6:25.
But we are quickly getting down to that 100 kilometres to go point, and that's when this race will really start to evolve. A few riders getting caught out on the inside there of that corner. It's a bit tricky if you take the wrong line, and we've seen a couple of little crashes there as riders get tired in the women's race yesterday. Screeching of the brakes. Hello to DJ Ace, Ramos for messaging in. There's a few teams have got trade logos on their kit as well, which Ben has just pointed out, and Bruce Masterton. If you look at the Italian kit, they've got a big advert on the back of their particular jersey. So have the Great Britain team, because some of these nations now sponsored by big corporations, so they can invest in trying to get the very best out of their riders. Let us know, who do you think might win this world title? At Macross and at Lucy Martin 05. I just had a question there about Nico Roach. Did he ever get his bracelet back in the Tour de France? The answer is no. Unfortunately, he never did. Never wear a Bulgari diamond bracelet in the middle of a Tour de France stage. Nico Roach has found out what happens if you do.
I don't think most people would, really, would they?
No, definitely not.
So we've seen the last 3 hours, it's basically been exactly the same with the Swiss team and the Danish team on the front. Close behind the Belgians, keeping an eye out. But it's been the same, hasn't it, the whole time? Which is quite surprising, really. I wouldn't have necessarily said they were the two teams that were going to take it up at the start of this race. But as we mentioned earlier, for the Italians, for the French, it's good. For the Colombians, they're not having to do anything. They're just sat back waiting for the explosions.
How do you see this race evolving after 100k to go? Because things should start to change a little.
Yeah, I would expect somebody to attack. Just try to whittle this group down. Not necessarily a race-winning move, but just pick up the pace. Let's get rid of some people. Let's slowly go across to the breakaway. Let's bring them back to around 3 minutes and start to play and just test the legs. See who's feeling good, who can go with the moves, who can actually go, and not necessarily the leaders, but send a teammate up the road just to do a really hard attack and test the waters.
There's a few riders starting to be dropped again here at the back of this race, being distanced. We see a couple of Slovakian riders. Yuri Belan finally is dropped. Also, Marek Konecki is dropped from the peloton. I don't think they'll see the front again because the gaps are starting to open even quicker. A whole collection of white shoes at the front of this peloton. The pace now really is starting to ratchet up a little bit. A couple of Dutch riders aren't necessarily enjoying this either. Towards the back of the race, we see Martin Tusveld and Peter Weening. Trying to come back into the group is Samuel Mugisha from Rwanda, trying to hold on here to the pacemaking being set at the front. If you lose the wheel, it can be a horrible moment. Samuel Mugisha desperately trying to get himself back into the race.
Now that's cool kit, isn't it?
It is. Looks good. The Rwanda kit. The Tour of Rwanda is some race as well, isn't it? When you see some of the shots on YouTube of the Tour of Rwanda, the size of the crowds are exceptional. And there may be one day when we go to Rwanda for the World Championships.
Yeah, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? And I'm sure it would be one of the best crowds ever. It would be completely different. A really, really great race if we ever got there.
Here's the winner of the Tour de France, Tadej Pogačar, in the Slovenian kit, just riding up towards the top of this climb. Can Pogačar take the World Championship, or is he just exhausted after the Tour de France? Had his birthday on Monday, 22 years of age. He says he doesn't really celebrate birthdays, but I wonder whether he did, because he'd won the Tour de France a day before.
Yeah, now that's also another interesting thing, to be so young, win a race like the Tour de France, not only are you fatigued from racing 21 days at that intensity, but along with it comes a lot of interest from media, a lot of extra work essentially that you need to do, a lot more interviews. All of a sudden he's already well known, but now he's famous worldwide. Before he was well known, now he's really, really the top of his sport. He's just won the Tour de France and he's known for being so young. So also, how does he deal with that mentally? How does that actually tire him out? Getting constant messages, calls, even sponsors wanting to speak to him, having to do things for sponsors, having to do appearances. Not right now. I'm not saying in this week he's had to do anything. I just mean the level of interest. It's not normal. Instead of just going home, putting your feet up, recovering, all of a sudden you're basically a celebrity. And how do you celebrate and enjoy that victory, but then come to the World Championships, stay focused and think about racing? Some people can do it, some people can't, and he's clearly very a focused rider and very, very talented. So I'm sure he's somebody that can turn up here, forget about anything else, nothing else matters. He doesn't need to be famous, he doesn't need attention, he just wants to race his bike. But for some people it's really hard, and you often find it in any sport. After people become world champions, Olympic champions, sometimes they don't continue at that level because of that extra pressure and extra fame.
Well, I imagine after winning the World Championship on Monday, he must have had to give so many interviews, and the team have to manage that, don't they? They have to decide with the rider what they're going to do.
He didn't win the World Championship
yet. Won the Tour de France.
I know you think he's a favourite. Tour de France.
Slip of the tongue.
He may also be the world champion. We'll see.
Let's see.
Yeah, it was on Sunday he celebrated this victory. A week ago. 1 week.
To get a rider like that on a Monday morning, how many media requests would the team have had?
Yeah, I'm sure they would have had so many, and you need to manage it because it's not possible, and he needs his space, he needs to be able to recover. And as we've mentioned before, this season's weird. There's still goals to come, there's still more races. It's not finish the Tour de France, relax for a few weeks before you've got any major goals, or even go and do the post-tour crits where you might be able to celebrate, speak a bit more to media, be a bit more relaxed, more open. It's finish the Tour de France, have all this extra attention, and then quick, go to the World Championships. So you're already doing interviews for the World Championships when you're still thinking about the Tour de France. That's just happened. And for this cycling, male and females, it's phenomenal. It's like living in a movie. You've just got to change your mindset because you're in a different country, you're in a different race. They're not riding for the trade team, they're riding for the national team, and they're in the hotel with different people, different directors. It just constantly changes, and with that they have to be adaptable and able to focus in all moments. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see which riders really have benefited from the Tour de France and which riders will have struggled a little bit coming out of it.
130 kilometres to go, 6:01. Front group of riders is now 6. Jonas Koch of Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Daniel Fominik of Kazakhstan, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, and also Edward Grossu of Romania and Ulysses Castillo. The front of the peloton still being led by Denmark, with Switzerland and Slovenia also joining in on the action.
So we've still got 5 laps to go. We're almost reaching the halfway point. We've got the breakaway. They're still hovering 6 minutes ahead with no real rush yet from the peloton. It's going to be quite interesting to see who takes up the chase. Who's going to really, really decide to put the hammer down? Are we going to see somebody attack? Is it going to be more of a slow burner with the likes of Switzerland, Denmark, even Germany coming to the front and trying to lift the pace a little bit? Or are they going to play the game and just wait it out while they've got one rider still in the breakaway? I'm really not sure, and that's been the big question about this World Championships. Is it going to be a race for the out-and-out climbers, ones who've just come out of the Tour de France in top form, really pure climbers, or are we going to see it a little bit easier over the climbs with punchy riders, classics riders, able to really power up and over these climbs, get back on the descents when the peloton's strung out, when the front groups are splitting, and make it back to the front before the finish line. Because the hard climbs, but of course the second climb, which is supposed to be the harder of the two every lap, it's a little bit steeper in sections, tiny little bit longer, it's still 12 kilometers from the finish line. So it's not a really huge distance, but if you're hanging on over the top, can you make up that time on the descent? If you're a really strong, fast, confident descender, can you make it back? Are people going to help you chase? Or is it just going to be a bit like what we saw yesterday, where somebody attacks, maybe not from 40 kilometres to go, like we saw Anna van der Breggen yesterday in the women's race, but where somebody attacks on one of the final climbs from a select group, from a new breakaway, and just holds on to the finish line, takes a solo? Or are we going to see a small group? Because if it is going to be a small select group of climbers, also, who's faster? Who's going to be able to race for the victory? Because, of course, it's a flat finish on the Formula 1 track that we're seeing here in Imola. So, still a lot of questions unanswered. Still, we're not sure how this is going to play out, but we're getting closer and closer as we reach the 100 kilometre mark. But we're still seeing, for the moment, more or less the same riders on the front, the same riders picking up the pace. And it's been a tough day for the Romanian rider. He's really had a good go. He's really been out there. Edward Michael Gross, he's had a good go all day, but we saw him suffering already a few laps ago on the climbs, and finally the straw has broke the camel's back and he's gone.
Rosu suffering. It's a long day in the breakaway though, 130 kilometres he's been in there. A lot of climbs completed. So the group diminishes again. Going forward, this group of riders, Koch, Train, Fominik, Arashiro and Castillo.
You can really feel the energy now of the fans, can't you? They're waking up. They know that we're coming into the final few laps. We've got 128 kilometres, and they're all really cheering, aren't they, on this hard climb? And I'm sure it's just going to get better and better. And as you mentioned earlier, imagine we see an Italian Nibali attack on the climb. They're just going to go crazy.
They will go absolutely wild if Vincenzo Nibali or indeed another Italian goes on the attack. So the likes of Bettiol or Brambilla or even Caruso, who just had a wonderful Tour de France as well. The pace in the front of the peloton is starting to increase quite significantly now as we see Luke Durbridge appear for Australia. Durbridge will be one of the workers for Michael Matthews and for Richie Porte this afternoon. This group of riders still working hard. The Mexican rider now starting to suffer a little bit here. Ulises Castillo struggling to stay in the wheels. The pace being set at the front by the German Jonas Koch, who's just come out of the Tour de France. So he'll still be feeling okay. Some more predictions of riders who might win. Huge chunks of time has said Julian Alaphilippe as a possible winner. Richard Stringer hasn't seen the Australians on the front. Have you missed something? But no, you haven't. The Australians sitting in the peloton, keeping themselves quiet and making sure that they are going to be there at the end of this race. It's so hard now. You can see riders leaving gaps at the back of the peloton. Suddenly you can be out of the race thinking that you're in the string and everything is nice and easy. But look at the gaps that are starting to appear in this peloton as riders just struggle to stay in the wheels. The legs are really starting to suffer now. Crowd getting bigger on this climb all of the time. heading towards the top of the Cima Gallisterna. And they're almost at the top of it now, with Jonas Koch continuing to set the pace. Thanks for joining us for the World Road Championships. I'm Ant McCrossan, alongside me, Lucy Martin. You can get hold of us on Twitter at Ant McCrossan, at LucyMartin05, or on our Instagram feeds as well, as Ulysses Castillo Soto now is about to be dropped by this front group. Now we're starting to see some riders, more riders from teams appear at the front, including the Australian squad, who are now arriving with Michael Matthews. Looking at the front here, we can see the Swiss team with more riders, the Polish team arriving with Kwiatkowski. There's a little bit more of a surge as we get towards the 100-kilometre to go point. That's the point in the race where some of the favourites will switch on and think, right, now it's race time. I've got through the hardest section, which is that run into 100k to go. We've done 158 kilometres by that point, and now it's time to start to think about how to win this world title, as Edward Grossu tries to get himself to the top of the Cima Gallisterna. Now he's showing you how steep this climb is. Rocking and rolling, he always was, but now you can see just how tough this bike race has become. Things will definitely start to evolve. The gap is 5:55. Grossu is around about a minute behind. So is Friedrich, around 1:30 behind now. Dillier starting to pick up the tempo. Switzerland looking really strong. Michael Schär over there on the left-hand side. The Swiss team all with little decals on there showing their team sponsors. So Michael Schär with CCC on his. Sylvain Dillier with AG Desert Mondial on his. But they are surely setting things up this afternoon for a possible victory of Mark Hirschi. The Swiss team in this race. Michael Albertini, maybe they'll ride with Albertini. Sylvain Dillier, Gasparotto, Hirschi, Simon Payot, Michael Schär. That's the team of Switzerland this afternoon. That they have options with Hirschi, with Gasparotto on the back all the time. And near the back is Lewis Menkes of South Africa, wearing number 151. Just hiding, staying in the wheels, not wasting any energy. The Swiss team have got so many options to play. When you look at them, you realise why they've been riding all day today with Hirschi, Gasparotto and Albertini. All really good climbers. Hirschi looking comfortable. There he is, the middle of the picture. Behind him, Dylan van Baarle in the colours of the Netherlands. And the Netherlands haven't really ridden yet either. Belgium now arrive all at the front in bigger numbers. The entire Belgian team is now at the front of the race. We're starting to see the colours form up with the squads getting ready for what will be the attacks to come.
Yeah, even in the Swiss team, even the likes of Michael Albertini, I wouldn't necessarily say this is a course for him, a race for him. He's normally a worker. He's a bigger, strong rider, but saying that, he's always finished really consistently in Flèche Wallonne. Of course, that's up the really steep Mur de Huy. He's second, he's been third, he's done it 16 times. It's a course that suits him. So this is different. This is a different kind of climb. But in saying that, he's proven he can get up these really short, steep, powerful climbs. This isn't quite as steep, not as punchy, but it's still hard. And he's, of course, experienced. He can handle these distances. He's been in the World Tour peloton for years and years and years. He's actually announced his retirement the end of this year, and he's going to move over to the Swiss Federation to actually go into more of a coaching, directing role, which will be great. I'm sure they're really happy about that, to really bring his expertise to that team.
I'm sure he'll add an awful lot to that nation and their vision for the future. Dillier has done a wonderful job for Switzerland today, hasn't he? He's been on the front for the entire race. And considering we were going to Aigle Martigny in Switzerland, it's great that we've seen the Swiss team on the front for this entire World Championship, just leading the peloton. They are slowly but surely, as Lucy predicted, starting to bring this gap down. 5:37 it is now. They want to get it round about that 3-minute point so that everything is in touching distance and able to being brought back. But the danger on this course is that you can't bring the break back very fast because of all the various climbs that we have.
Yeah, it's gonna be so interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's just so unpredictable at the moment what is going to happen. How is it going to play out? We don't really know, but all we know is that the Swiss team have done a fantastic job, along with the Danes so far, of just controlling the distance to this breakaway. And I just noticed then he's got a Red Bull helmet, actually. The 21-year-old Pidcock near the front, so he's excited. He said, didn't he, before this race, he's only 21, he's young, he's comes from a cyclocross background, but he said he wants to be there in the final, he wants to be in that front group, and that's a really gutsy statement to say, such a young age, lining up for a hard elite world championships, but it shows the class of rider he is. He's a winner, he wants to win, and that's what he intends to do today, and I think he's going to have a really good ride.
Well, he's a rider who's managed his career so far, hasn't he? He could have signed with Ineos or another team a couple of years ago. I know for certain Trek Segafredo were after him. They were trying to sign him. Ineos have finally managed to sign him. But he could have gone anywhere and he could have asked for what he wanted to ask for. But now he's managed his career into Ineos. He's had a team surrounding him around cyclocross. He built his own squad with his agent and they've run cyclocross. He's had the team he wants with him. He's not rushed anything. He's gone at his own pace, and he said already that he's not going to demand to be in the Tour de France. He wants to learn, but today he wants to be in the front end of the World Championships, even at 21, knowing that he said last year was my big opportunity to win the under-23 title. I could have won it, and it didn't quite happen.
Yeah, that was a hard moment for him, wasn't it? Of course, in Yorkshire as well. But that's what happens in cycling. There's so many ups and downs, but all these things that he's done so far just prove that he's a champion. He's a winner. He's quite unique. He's happy to say bold statements, and he often backs it up. So to be 21 and asking or demanding to be in the front of the elite world road race championships and be the leader for Great Britain, it's really a big thing. But as we've said before, the ages just keep getting younger and younger, and no longer is it very surprising when a 21-year-old's winning.
Well, it must be amazing for the Great Britain team with Hugh Carthy's just come out of the Tour de France, Luke Rowe's just come out of the Tour de France, James Shaw, who we must remember has performed at World Championship level before in Innsbruck. Also, James Knox, who's a World Tour pro with De Koning Quick-Step, Ethan Hayter, who's with Ineos. All of them have decided they're going to ride for Tom Pidcock today.
Yeah, and that's quite something, isn't it? To come out of the Tour de France, all those names you just mentioned, they're all great riders in their own right, and they've all got a lot of experience. But yeah, they're willing to back him, and if your leader's confident, it obviously gives confidence to the whole team, and people are willing to sacrifice themselves, and that's what has to happen. You have to sacrifice yourself for your teammate, otherwise you finish second, you finish third, you finish off the podium. It just doesn't work like that.
But it's an interesting decision, bearing in mind he's not ridden an elite race for a while, and he's just ridden the Baby Giro, which of course is a very, very tough bike race.
Yeah, and he's obviously shown he's got really good legs, but it's like any team. You can pick your leaders before the day, you can say this is going to be the plan, but it's down to the riders to communicate out on the road how they're feeling. And quite often you see in races, midway through, even just with the final 50 kilometres to go, changing leadership because somebody doesn't feel good or somebody crashes, the leader crashes, and all of a sudden you're supposed to be a worker, and then next minute you're having to try and go for the victory yourself. So riders are just generally adaptable, and they can work with this, and they can work with changing things out on the road, But yeah, of course, all the teams will have started today with a couple of options, a couple of leaders or a key leader for each team.
Looking at the weather forecast, it's still predicted to rain by 3 o'clock. The wind is still relatively low in terms of its strength. The trees are not moving the way they were in the previous days around this race. So we are potentially going to see rain around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just as this race kicks off. We may see a little shower at somewhere between 2 and 3.
Yeah, which is really lucky. It could have been a completely different day, couldn't it? It could have been super windy like yesterday. It could have been torrential rain like it was in Yorkshire and freezing temperatures. But I think the pelotons, they've been pretty lucky so far. It's mild, but it's not really cold. And so far, everything's been pretty straightforward. There's been no major issues for anyone. And it's just a waiting game, isn't it? And we're just drawing closer to these final moments when somebody surely is going to attack.
Someone will attack. No doubt whatsoever that this race will kick off. 118 kilometres to go. The front group of riders, just to remind you, Daniel Fomenik of Kazakhstan, Jonas Koch of Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, and Ulysses Castillo Soto. Denmark still at the front with Switzerland. Here she's sitting in the wheels, so is Gaspar Otto and Albacini.
As we were talking a little earlier about the sponsorship branding on some of the jerseys and everything, with the trade team sponsorship, or whether it might be the actual national team having their own personal sponsor. And I must say, I actually saw a message on Twitter earlier from Bruce Maddiston saying how the Swiss team look like they have name tags, and I actually thought the same myself earlier. So I was just having a closer look there. We'll see when we go back to the peloton. They've got the normal Swiss national kit, and then on their right-hand shoulder, they've got, almost looks like a little post-it note sticker which says their trade team, which is quite funny. Some teams get kit made up, as you can see. When we get back to the peloton, we'll be able to see a couple of kits made with the trade team branding all across it. Some teams don't have that, but yeah, the Swiss teams decided to go for cute little name tag.
Is it something that the riders have in their contract, that when they ride for a national team, they'd have to have their team sponsor on their jersey? I would have thought that the trade teams would be very much, you cannot ride without the name of us on your jersey.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it's quite weird, isn't it? You spend your whole season, every single race, riding for a trade team, promoting certain sponsors. You ride a bike, you ride a helmet, you ride everything. But then you come to the World, you're representing your country, and you have to wear different kit. And even the brand of kit can be quite different. And all of a sudden you're promoting, let's say, Giordana for your team. And then all of a sudden you have to promote another brand, which is a conflicting sponsor. And you might win the race. There's photos everywhere. So it's a bit weird. And I mean, it's just how it is, because you ride on a team with so many different riders, so many different nationalities, and then you come to the World Championships or the European Championships, championship event, and you have to then wear your national kit with the different sponsors. So yeah, for that reason, most teams will say you need to promote who you ride for, and they do allow riders the national teams allow them to ride whichever bikes they have from the trade teams, whichever helmets they have from the trade team. So often, like we can see now, he's got the orange helmet from CCC, so it's quite easy to pick out. We know he's got the branding on his shorts. You know he rides for CCC. He's currently representing Germany, but he rides for CCC. That branding's all there. And actually, it's one of the key ways to pick out riders when they're all together is the bikes, isn't it? You can see which trade team they ride for based on the colours of the bikes.
Yeah, but someone like Yuki Arashiro riding for Japan has just got the Japanese kit on, and he rides for Bahrain McLaren, and the only way you can really tell that is the bike that he's wearing and the helmet he's wearing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's different for all the different teams, and they've all got the different rules. And finally, you're here to represent your country. You're not here to represent your trade team, even though that's who you've got a contract with. So, yeah, it's always a really interesting point, and it's the same for the Olympics as well. You could be Olympic champion, you win, and you don't really promote or represent your trade team, which you then go back and race for all the time.
It's unusual, but sponsorship in cycling is how the sport works. We are seeing now the front group of riders. 5 riders coming through. They've got 4 laps of racing to go. They're getting up towards the 3 hours 50-minute mark. And this time the leading group is going to be taken across the line by the German rider Jonas Koch. 5 riders in the lead. Jonas Koch of Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Daniel Fominik of Kazakhstan, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, and Ulises Castillo Soto of Mexico. Their advantage now is dropping, but it's still around 5 minutes and 40 seconds. 4 laps now remain.
Now that's one team, as we were just talking about trade teams, one team that you can always pick out in the peloton, not in the World Championships, in the World Tour peloton, is CCC with the orange helmets. I always find them as one of the easiest teams to notice, with that bright orange helmet and, of course, the orange kit. But yeah, unfortunately, CCC is not going to be a sponsor into 2021, so we'll see if there's any new names, new sponsors joining the peloton for the next couple of years.
The pace in this peloton is now starting to increase. There is that more urgency. Dillier, rather than just riding tempo, is riding much, much harder on the front, trying to make riders at the back, who may well have been just sitting there and thinking, right, this race won't carry on accelerating for another lap, trying to make the race split so that riders are in difficulty and have to chase. Just hurting the legs of a few riders here.
Yeah, you can see there's really been a surge of pace as they come now onto this final finishing circuit and around the Formula One track. Look at the difference from the start of the peloton to the back. It's such a long peloton. There's 177 riders starting the race today, so it's a big distance when they really decide to string out, put the pressure on at the front. And it's as we said, we've got 114 kilometres to go. Once they enter the final 100 kilometres, the finish line is not that far away, and this is when they really need to start lighting up the race, really trying to force a new breakaway. But saying that, the breakaway is still 5 minutes 39 seconds ahead.
Onto the Imola racetrack, this very famous Formula One track, as the riders now in the peloton at the back are thinking, what just happened? Because this race is now starting to accelerate. The peloton is almost the length of a straight here at Imola. Denmark now contributing to the pacemaking with the team of Switzerland. We see here Marco Friedrich of Austria is about to be caught. He was one of the riders who dropped off that front group. Edward Grosso, also of Romania, dropped out of that front group. But the pace now being set by Denmark is reeling him in. 5:36 now is the advantage. There'll be a few riders at the back thinking, right, I better move up now.
Yeah, and this is the whole thing. When a breakaway goes away early on, it's quite easy to lose concentration, to just sit mid-bunch towards the back, be quite relaxed and think we've still got 113 kilometres to go. But of course, all it takes is somebody for somebody to attack, or for the peloton to just pick up the pace at the front, as we've seen now. And in 1 second you can be at the back, and you've got a long way to go to get towards the front, which normally isn't a big problem if you're riding on a simple, straightforward, open road. But as we know, this course, it's really tricky, really narrow roads, basically uphill the whole time, up and down, except when they're on this Formula One circuit now. So the pace lifts, and look, the front of the peloton to the back of the peloton, it's such a distance. So I think there'll be some riders wishing they were a bit closer to the front, but of course they've still got plenty of time to get there. but whether they can get there before the climbs start, that's another thing.
In the normal circumstances, the team directors would be in the ear saying, right, now is time to move up. And they haven't been able to do that because there are no race radios. So it's all down to the road captains to move the teams up to the front at the right time. Christo thinks 100% Richie Port can win. P. George, MD, says that he's just enjoying the race this afternoon. Sonia De Vries would like to see Wout van Aert take the victory today in Imola at the end of these Road World Championships. Let us know who you think might win at Ant McCrossan, at Lucy Martin 05. 112 kilometres to go, and the peloton are coming in. They're going to be given 4 laps of racing remaining, with the peloton now led by the team in the red and white, the team of Denmark, looking after the interests of Jakob Fuglsang, who is their team leader for today's race and one of the pre-race favourites to win this world title. Fuglsang is a former mountain biker. He's a rider who no doubt can get over these climbs, and he's a punchy rider as well. So with these steep little sections that you have to go up, he has got a very, very good opportunity to win today's race.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he? And you can see just the kind of attention in the peloton. A few of the favourites are starting to come to the front now. Everybody's gathered generally within the nations. They've got teammates around. I just noticed Michael Matthews from Australia. He was surrounded by his Australian teammates coming towards the front. The likes of George Bennett from New Zealand, a little bit behind, but profiting from the Australian train. Now, they're not really leading out hard into this climb, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some attacks this time, this lap. We've still got 4 laps to go, 8 climbs. But it's still a long way, isn't it, to the finish line? It's a long way to go. Go for it. Go for an attack. But I think, yeah, they're trying to wake up now. Really trying to go for it.
Yeah, now is the time we might start to see some more selection happen, because the leading group has always been there, but the accelerations coming from behind are purely selections to try and get rid of some riders.
So I just noticed actually out the window here at the finish line 3 Dutch riders who've been dropped. So it means that the Dutch team, they're only down to 5 riders. Now, Dumoulin, of course, one of the favourites today. He's obviously a really strong rider, but to be down to just 5 riders already, it's not great, is it?
No, I noticed earlier on that they were starting to go out the back. They've been suffering for a little while, and now they've gone, as we see Hugh Carthy wearing number 81, taking Musette, getting himself organised. Alongside him is number 167 from Hungary, Attila Valter, the sole Hungarian rider. But Switzerland now really concentrating on turning up the pressure. Poland look a lot more interested. Mikhail Kwiatkowski is sitting second wheel at the moment, which I'm a little bit surprised about, that he is so near the front.
Yeah, it's quite funny to see. He was the one who got the musette, and I noticed him just handing out bars to his teammates. Now, you would expect him to be the leader for Poland, so interesting that he's grabbed the bag, but sometimes you're going through the feed zone so fast, it's not a case of, I'm the leader, I can't do these things, that's not my job. It's a case of grab it while you can, get the food, get the fluids, get those final bits of food in before the race really begins to kick off, and you simply haven't got time to be chewing on a bar or a gel. And it's a case of, yeah, let's get it, feed your team, make sure everybody's got everything they need before it really starts to kick off ahead. Because I think we mentioned earlier, didn't we, it's such a narrow course, you don't even want to be going back to the cars, because if as soon as you've gone up the first climb, you're recovering, you're going down and you're up the second one. It's really tricky to go off the back, go back to the cars and still get back on this kind of circuit today.
Kwiatkowski, though, is a rider who we've seen grab 3 musettes at a time. So for him to grab 1 musette, it's not a major issue. Arriving on the right-hand side, you'll see in the white, green and gold, Luke Durbridge with Michael Matthews right on his wheel. I wonder how the Australian team has organised themselves when they've got 2 leaders. Maybe they assign riders to look after, one to look after Richie, or a couple to look after Richie, a couple to look after Luke Durbridge? How would they normally do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite different depending on teams, nationalities, sport directors' decisions, but quite often in stage races, for example, the team would actually allocate, as you said, riders to a leader, and just their job is to keep an eye on the leader, make sure they've got all the food they need, make sure they're not too far back, they're always in position before key climbs, key moments. If they've crashed, for example, if they've got a mechanical, a puncture, those helpers go back for their rider, not necessarily the other leader. Of course they would help in situations, but yeah, it's almost like you split the team in two. You have 3 riders helping one guy, 3 riders helping another, and maybe it's, for example, in a stage race, if you've got a key climber, then you obviously want climbers to support the climber so they can still be there. You'll have a guy helping on the flat, a strong rider, and then another one to take over for the climbs, but it just makes it a bit simple. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the tactic for the Australian team, given that there's no race radios at the World Championships. So it just makes things a lot easier. If you're a domestic, a worker in the team, let's just keep an eye on Michael Matthews. That's my job. All I've got to do is keep an eye on Michael Matthews, or likewise Richie Porte.
The team of Australia, just to remind you, Simon Clark, Luke Durbridge, Chris Hamilton, Jai Hindley, Damien House and Michael Matthews, and Richie Porte, with also Nicholas Schultz. Those are the team of Australia for this World Championship. This is our leading group of riders. Onto the climb again, 109.7 kilometres to go. Jonas Koch from Germany, Torsten Train of Norway, Daniel Fominik of Kazakhstan, Yuki Arashiro of Japan, and Ulises Castillo. There's the climb of Mazzolano. 2.8 kilometres in length, 13% the gradient at the bottom. The wind is picking up a little. It's up towards 20 kilometres an hour now. It was 3 kilometres an hour this morning when the riders started. So they're going to start to notice significant changes in parts of the course that are going to hurt the legs, and also mean that they need to think more about the tactics to shelter their riders, as we're now starting to see a race for the bottom of the climb, with Jasper Stuyven left-hand side for Belgium, as we finally see Ulises Castillo Soto of Mexico is going to be dropped. He's been suffering for a little while, and finally the legs have given out, as Grosso now is caught.
Yeah, this is really almost like a lead out into the base of the climb, isn't it? We know it's 4 laps to go, 8 climbs, and the pace has really picked up. Teams getting into formation, almost like a sprint train lead out into the bottom of this climb. One team we've not really seen, have we, at all, is the French team. They've been really good at keeping behind, keeping themselves protected, of course, with their leader Alaphilippe. So I'm wondering if he's going to make an appearance soon, and once we get to the climb and it really kind of lights up.
Yeah, and another team we've not seen at all is Italy. And normally the Italians are on the front by now, as we see Arashiro dropped and also Fominik dropped. Arashiro just trying to get back up there to the front. This is now starting to hurt. This race is evolving. We're starting to see the moves happening as Arashiro tries to fight back and stay in that lead group. A little bit of a rest over this particular section, then it kicks up again. So important now, if you have the legs, just try and get yourself back onto the front group. But it looks like Fominik was the rider who left the gap, who is unable to go with that acceleration. So we see Arashiro, who I think still is full of fight, is trying to get himself back up there into the lead.
Yeah, of course, it's easier to be on the wheels, to have more riders around you, especially when you've already been out there all day in the breakaway, and to have gaps opening. It doesn't look good for this breakaway, does it, when the peloton are chasing hard behind into the base of that climb. These 2 in front, 2 behind, they're all spread out. It looks like it's almost day over for the breakaway, even though they're still 5 minutes ahead of the peloton. That can quickly come down once we get up and over this climb, and certainly on the second climb, which is a much harder climb.
Our 2 leaders then, the German Jonas Koch, fresh from the Tour de France, Torsten Train of Norway, the rider who rides for the team of UNO X, Peloton at 4:51 now. As the pace starts to accelerate much more, we can see one long line in the peloton as they continue towards the base of this rise. Are we going to see some attacks? The Italians, nothing from them yet. We haven't seen the French, as Lucy said, at the front at all. We've seen no Colombian rider anywhere near the front of this race so far. It has been an interesting run-in to the most important part of this race. 151 kilometres have now been completed, and now we're starting to see the race kick off and things start to happen as Michael Schär now sets the tempo on the front of a zigzagging peloton.
Yeah, I could just see Roglic fourth wheel there, so he's come right to the front just before we get to this climb. Of course, one of the hot favourites for today with his teammate, Tour de France winner Pogacar. So really, I can feel the nerves in the peloton. It's really starting to build now, isn't it? You can see all the key players coming towards the front. I think they know it's about to explode. This is the part of the race they've been waiting for. The first 120 kilometres, it was just almost a procession riding around. They've got teammates in front. You can see Wout van Aert right there behind. Luke Durbridge helping his teammate Michael Matthews, making sure everybody's in position into this climb before the steep slopes. And unfortunately, mechanical problem. Patrick Bevan from New Zealand rides for the CCC team, and this is not where you want a problem just before the climb as the pace really increases.
Bevan is left at the side of the road. Luka Pibenink is also dropped for Slovenia. More riders starting to suffer. Looks like Hugh Carthy doesn't have legs after the Tour de France. He's being dropped on this climb, and he's such a good climber. It shows just how tough this is. Front of the race now, Michael Schär, Wout van Aert, Primož Roglic, Mikhail Goash, Mikhail Kwiatkowski, Luke Durbridge, Oliver Naesen, Greg Van Avermaet. We see him in the gold helmet. Things are starting to heat up in this World Championship.
Yeah, certainly is. And as we were talking about, the Tour de France, you just don't know how you recover out of it. And Hugh Carthy, really surprising to see him already being dropped on the climb as the pace increased. But people just don't know how they're going to react to such a short turnaround of 1 week. But the key players, these guys, all at the front, the likes of Kwiatkowski, Roglic, they don't look in trouble. They look very relaxed at the moment. Just a little bit of tension. As you can see, the pace is really picking up.
Mikhail Kwiatkowski looks like he's still out on a ride to the cafe. He looks so easy, doesn't have the zip undone yet. He still looks comfortable. He looks like he is ready for when this race really starts to ignite. Coming up to 100 kilometres to go soon. Number 45 now being dropped at the back, and that's Martin Tusveld again. So the Dutch are losing riders. Also being distanced, Joseph Cherney trying to hang on. Hugh Carthy gets himself back into the wheels. So maybe just having a bad moment. And you can go through those bad moments, fight back and feel better 10k later.
Yeah, definitely. And especially in a race of this distance, 258 kilometres, your body can go through all sorts of motions, warming up, not feeling good. And remember, this is the first real surge, the first real effort we've seen. So they've just been rolling around, fairly steady pace for the last 120 kilometres. He's probably been a little bit caught off guard, not ready for that hard acceleration in this moment. Maybe he was thinking about other things, not prepared, not focused, and sometimes it can really catch you off guard. So hopefully he can find his rhythm, come back, because he would be a really key player for the Brits later on in this race if he can recover and really stay up there and show that he's got some good legs, but doesn't look too good for Hugh Carthy in these early stages.
You could see how shiny that road is at 70 kilometres an hour. The headlight of the motorbike shining on it. Jonas Koch taking a fast line through that bend.
And the weather, it's predicted still rain in 1 hour more or less, I think. It keeps changing, doesn't it? We're not really sure what's going to happen with this rain. Is it going to come? Is it going to come just for the final? It's cloudy, overcast. It's been like that all day. But, of course, that can really affect how this race is raced, how hard they go down the descents, how fast they take the corners coming into the final. And, of course, earlier we were talking about tyre pressures and how many teams have started the day with wet weather tyres, expecting rain. They'll have probably really modified how much air pressure they put into the tyres, around 7.5 bars, expecting the pressure to drop a little bit down to about 7.2 by the time the rain comes after 4 or 5 hours of racing. But it's the weather, it can change just like the race can, and we don't really know. But is it still predicted, I think, 3 o'clock?
It's still predicted at 3 o'clock. There was supposed to be a little shower around 2 o'clock. It's now 2:05 in the afternoon. We haven't seen any particular rain. So at the moment, everything is still dry. The riders enjoying good conditions. A little bit cooler than they might have expected, but so far, so good. John Maguire thinks that it's going to be Tom Scoynes or Chris Nielands who's going to win for Latvia 20 years after Roman van Stein's won in Plouay in the World Championships. Looking down then on the peloton. Still our leaders continue. Norma thinks Sept for the win this afternoon. Are the Slovenians, Michelle Graham says, riding for Roglic or Pogačar? Both of them.
That's the million-dollar question. Very hard to know, isn't it? I mean, they're both on top of the game. They're both in the best form ever. Of course, we saw Pogačar absolutely demolish Roglic in the time trial on the penultimate stage of the Tour de France. How have they recovered? Who's got the best legs today? It's about today. Well, that matters. The final of today's race. They've got options. They can play off each other. They can talk. They can see who feels the best. They can counter-attack. If one makes a move, the other one can wait and then follow. So it's going to be really interesting how they play the game here and how they go for it. And we'll just have to see, won't we?
Let's see what happens. Steve's saying that we haven't mentioned Michael Woods, who we talked about for about 5 minutes. So yeah. I think Steve joined us a little bit late.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll catch up on Steve and Michael Woods during this race. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Steve. And Michael Woods, we think, or Lucy thinks, is a big favourite for this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. And as we were talking about earlier, I think, wouldn't it be fantastic to see him take a medal, take the victory today after his crash, obviously, earlier in the season in Paris-Nice when he broke his leg. It's amazing just to see that he's came back and he's in such good form. He was able to take a stage of Torino on a really, really steep climb, a really hard stage. Almost similar to this. I think it was 1.5 kilometre gradients, really bad terrain, steep slopes, and he attacked. Nobody could go with him. So for that reason, I think today could be a good day for Michael Woods.
The race situation as it stands now, 2 leaders, Jonas Koch and Torsten Train. Behind them, Fominik and Arashiro are around only 20 odd seconds behind. And then the peloton is closing in quite quickly. They're around 4:48 down now. These 2 riders continuing with this effort. Jonas Koch has clearly felt good after the Tour de France. He's not under any trouble at all. The peloton is starting to line out under the push now of the team of Switzerland with Michael Schaar, the strong breakaway rider, on the front of the group now, trying to line this out. They're making this hard continually now for a few relentless kilometres. They have been on the front trying to split the peloton or at least put some riders into difficulty at the back.
Yeah, we've seen already a few riders, haven't we, going off the back, unable to stay with this small surge. It's not really been an attack. We've not seen an attack from anybody. It's just been the pace gradually increasing as we expected from this race. It's a slow burner, and we've still got 4 laps or 3.5 laps to go. There's still 4 times up the second climb per lap. The second one, which is a little bit steeper, a little bit harder. The one where we saw the women's race really light up and the attacks to be made. The race was won and lost on the climb that's about to come now. So it's hard and you can see people suffering. We're at the 100-kilometre to go mark. It's crucial. Who's been able to eat? Who's been able to drink? Who's still feeling good after 158 kilometres of racing, knowing they've still got the hardest part to come? 100 hard kilometres still to come to decide who is the new 2020 World Champion.
Thanks very much for joining us. We're inside the magic 100 kilometres to go. The 2 leaders are Jonas Koch and Torsten Train. Koch of Germany, Train of Norway. They were part of an original group of riders that's whittled down bit by bit. The advantage now is starting to drop. The peloton have come to life. They're starting to think about who can win this world title as we go past Riolo Terme, La Rocca Sforzesa here on a quadrangular base, an example of military fortification. Onto the climb now for these 2 riders. 4:46 their advantage, back to the peloton. You wonder how much longer they are going to hold on at the front of this race. The fans urging them on. Many wearing masks, many not, so we wish that they were all wearing masks. But they're urging these riders on. The atmosphere is definitely growing. And Arashiro is desperately trying to get back. He's been chasing, and he's not too far from the cars in front of him. I think he had a moment where Fominik left the gap, and Arashiro just couldn't respond at the time.
Yeah, exactly. It was a small gap, wasn't it? It was nothing, but when you've been out in the breakaway all day, you're already fatigued, and just to make a small acceleration can be really, really difficult to do. And as you can see, he lost the wheel. These 2 are riding away. Other riders have dropped back. And of course, being alone is so much harder. You've got to push the wind. You've got to push more watts than being in a group, working together. So he's going to try as hard as he can, I'm sure, to get back. But I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't make it, because once you're alone, it's so much harder. And especially still with 100 kilometres to go.
Can Arashiro get back? He's certainly trying. He doesn't look spent yet. He looks like he's still got legs. He just needs to close this gap quickly, but it's so hard on this particular climb. Arashiro has done so much for Japanese cycling. Him and Femi Beppu have been the real trailblazers for Japanese cycling across the world. Had wonderful careers, both of them, and Arashiro and Beppu, when they go back to their countries, are absolute stars in the cycling world. They're known as riding the biggest races in the world. Arashiro now riding for the Bahrain McLaren team. 4:44. This peloton is starting to reduce in numbers. When we look at it, you can just see a load of riders out the back. Have just seen, potentially, I've heard Tom Dumoulin being dropped from that group as well. Peter Weening also. I don't know if Dumoulin's had a problem, but he's certainly at the back of the peloton and a few seconds behind.
Yeah, that's not something you'd normally expect just out of, obviously, his form at the moment. He's in really good form in the Tour de France, so unless he's had some sort of mechanical issue, we will see. But then again, we just don't know. Riders coming out the Tour de France, you don't know how they respond to only having 1 week recovery. Some people are really fine, some people struggle, and of course he just rode the time trial the other day, finished 7th overall in the Tour de France. He's won the Giro d'Italia before in 2017, so he's one of the favourites for today's race. So very surprising to see him out the back, and we'll just have to wait and see if it has been an issue and he can get back on, or is it going to be too late and a bad moment to be out the back as the race ahead starts to move up and really attacks and the pace pick up a little bit.
Well, the Italians know that he's won the Giro d'Italia, so the crowd will cheer him on. They will see Tom Dumoulin and they'll try and give him as much of a lift as they possibly can. The Italian fans, though, they want to see Vincenzo Nibali win this race this afternoon. Arashiro is almost back. Can he get himself back on the descent? There's no real recovery time, so he just needs to keep kicking on, try and close the gap on the group in front. He doesn't want to go back to the peloton. You can see that. Otherwise, he would have sat up a little while ago. He senses that he could sit for another 20 or 30 kilometres in the front group before it ultimately is going to be reeled in.
Yeah, and of course it's a bit easier to just stay at the front, stay ahead of the peloton. You can ride the climbs at your own pace in the breakaway. You can ride the descents safely with just a couple of riders. When you're in the peloton, when the attacks start, it's quite hard to follow the rhythm, follow the pace. It's all a bit more dramatic and a bit more nervous. As we see now, one of the other original breakaway riders, Ulysses, being swept up by the fast pace of the peloton now.
At the back of the group, wearing number 107, is Finn Fisher-Black, the young rider from New Zealand. He's still in there. He's still hanging on, getting experience of riding the Elite Road World Championships at such a young age. We now see the arrival of Luke Rowe back to the front with Tom Pidcock sitting on his wheel.
Yeah, a rider like Luke Rowe, so experienced, and he knows when's the moment to really put yourself in position. Take your leader, be at the front, don't make any mistakes of being caught out, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's not on the front in the wind pushing the pace, he's just behind, waiting and watching and able to keep Tom right towards the front.
Pidcock, for me, being such a young rider, but he'll be looking and thinking, well, Mark Hirschi's not much older than me, neither's Tadej Pogacar. I've just taken a different route into this Elite World Championship. So he won't be overawed. He's not the sort of rider to be overawed, is he?
No, definitely not. And I think, to be honest, I think a lot of the younger riders now are inspired by Pogacar's victory at the Tour de France, and it gives them motivation to realise, okay, I'm young, and everybody always talks about how young they are, and often in a negative way. Often they're not experienced, they don't have the strength or the races in the legs, and actually, why not? They're young, they're motivated, physically on fire, and we're seeing every year more and more young riders winning top races, and it's incredible, isn't it, this difference? We've got riders, as you just mentioned, the guy from New Zealand, Finn Fisher-Black, 18 years old in the peloton. You've got Valverde, 40 years old, in the same peloton. Valverde, of course, won the World Championships just 2 years ago. 22 years difference.
Yeah, which is incredible.
One peloton.
Yeah, but that's fantastic. That's what bike racing is all about. You've got this mix of nationalities, you've got this mix of ages as well. You've got youth versus experience. And now we're seeing the way that these young riders are training and progressing, that they do have the legs. They've been training like pros since they were 10 years old, progressing a little bit more all the time. Neilson Powless is starting to suffer. His Tour de France legs have not come round. We saw him riding a wonderful Tour de France, but now he's starting to feel the pace. We saw him on the attack on numerous days in the Tour. There was one day when we thought potentially this rider's going to win the stage, but maybe he did just a little bit too much work. Comes from the Axion team into the EF squad and is a really classy bike rider. Gasparotto looking good at the front for Switzerland, not Italy. Don't forget, he's switched across. There's Greg Van Avermaet in the gold helmet. Moving up now, more of the Australian riders. Richie Porte looks very, very easy towards the front of the group. For me, I would say that Tadej Pogacar is not on a good day, but that might be too early to say it. For me, he's not looking super good this afternoon.
Oh, really? We'll see. Maybe it's like you said, though. Maybe he will come round at a different point, and at the moment it's just taking it steady, not feeling great, not having great legs. But yeah, really surprising from the Dutch team, isn't it? How they're just suffering a little bit. They just don't have strength in numbers at the moment at this race.
The group behind has got a number of Dutch riders in it, including De Moulin and Weening and Tusveld. So I wonder whether there was a problem and they're trying to bring De Moulin back, because that's probably why you'd have 3 Dutch riders out of the back of the peloton. Here's our 2 leaders. Let's not forget about them. Jonas Koch of Germany and Torsten Treyen of Norway. Arashiro giving everything he can to come back to the front of this race. Still trying very, very hard to get there. Still looks good, doesn't he? Yeah,
he does look really good. I wondered if he would just kind of ease up and willingly go back to the peloton, but he's certainly not doing that. He really wants to get back on terms to these 2 riders in front. 29 seconds adrift, he can make it there. He's still climbing. Once we get onto the descent, it's a bit easier to navigate around the corners, pick up some time, try and make it back. But you could see there the breakaway getting the information. 4 minutes 5 seconds to the front. The gap's coming down. They were out over 6 minutes, so they know. Inside 100 kilometres, they know the peloton's picked up the pace and the peloton are on the way to try and reel them back in.
It's Michael Shah doing all the damage on the front. He's the one who's dragging them across. His job will be get the race back together by the time we get to around 50 kilometres to go to enable all the other attacks to happen. And he's riding a really strong tempo now on the front of the group. 4:05. The peloton not totally in one long line, but pretty much is.
It's really impressive, isn't it, the Swiss team, how much work they've done. They've been on the front from the word go, from when that breakaway of 7 riders first went away within the first 10 kilometres. They've been on the front, they've been taking control. I half expected them to control for the first part and then let another nation take it over, but they're still there, they're still on the front, they're still really taking the peloton by the horns, are really controlling it. They have all the responsibility at the moment. They've had a little bit of help from the Danish team. They've had the Slovenian team a few times putting riders up there to help, but in general, it's been the Swiss team all the time at the front.
They must really believe that they have got a big chance to win this world title. They must believe in Mark Hirschi and they must believe in Michael Albertini as a 2-pronged attack to try and take the rainbow bands for Switzerland.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also great just to see them, okay, they're sacrificing riders early because, of course, if you're riding on the front all day long, you're going to fatigue, the legs are going to get tired and heavy, and they're going to be left with a few less riders in the final. But saying that, why not? Why not take on the race? If you believe you've got a winner, why not give yourself the best chance and really just control the race, keep all together at the front, out of danger? But they do only have 6 riders as opposed to Denmark, who we've seen also helping, but they've got 8, so they can do that. They've got numbers.
Switzerland haven't won the World Road Race Championships for men since 1998, with Oscar Kamenzin, who beat Peter van Petegem and Michele Bartoli in 1998. The French have not won the world title since 1997, with Laurent Brochard, who beat Bo Hamburger and Leon Van Bon on that occasion. So there's a long time waiting for some of these nations to pick up the world title. This rider is not closing the gap. 25 seconds is still the deficit for Yuki Arashiro to Jonas Koch and Torsten Treyen.
But look how quickly that gap has just dropped. It was only a couple of minutes ago we were discussing how it was over 4 minutes, and now it's already 3:26. It's coming down and down and down with every kilometre that goes by.
Through the next corner, the Spanish team haven't seen the front yet either in this year's race.
Yeah, the Spanish team, certainly a team with so many options. We've discussed them in depth before, but the fact that they've even got Landa 4th in the Tour de France, Mas 5th in the Tour de France, Valverde, you don't even need to explain Valverde, he's just one of a kind, isn't he? He's always on form, always thereabouts. He was 12th in the Tour de France. They've just got so many options, so many strong climbers, and it's going to be interesting to see who they work for, how they play it in the final. Are they going to have a clear leader, or are they just going to see who's got the legs, goes with attacks, who's able to get into a move and profit from that? Are they going to counter-attack each other?
Let's wait and see what happens as we watch the peloton now rolling across that ridge. Our two leaders still working well together. On to the next little rise. This is a funny one because you've been going all the way downhill after the climb, and suddenly you get this little kicker just before you get to the autodrome. Arashiro goes into that corner fast. Nice little roll out of it. Now accelerates onto the climb. And it really does hurt the legs because you've been flat out, and then suddenly you've got this rise that you've just got to get over before you get back onto the motor race circuit. It takes all the pace out of your legs. Yeah,
and especially when you're descending, you're freewheeling, your legs are just recovering, but then they're always often filling up with lactic acid, and it's a burn. It's really not a nice feeling, and it's easier just to keep pedaling, to keep the motions. But we've seen this course, it's incredible how little flat roads they have. And the flat roads they do have, it's a change of road surface when they come onto the Formula One track. It's a bit heavier, the tarmac, it's a bit more grippy. So although this part, the whole course is freshly tarmacked and it's fast, it's just uphill. Even small gradients of 2-3%, it just constantly goes up or down.
Fomenik now is caught, so that leaves Arashiro, Koch and Train up at the front of this race. And now we are seeing the peloton still being led by the team of Switzerland. Kirsten Wilkins asking why is Ryan Gibbons not riding today as South African national champion. This sort of course just wouldn't suit Ryan at all. So he is he's not taking part in this year's race. Also, South Africa not given too many places in this year's World Championship. 2 places they've got. Lewis Menkes and Nicholas Dlamini are the 2 riders who have taken those positions for South Africa. Coming up then to complete another lap. This time we will get 3 laps of racing remaining.
3 laps, so 6 climbs. It doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But when you realise how hard the climbs are when they go hard. So far we've not seen the peloton go hard, up any climbs, really put the pressure down too much. When you start to see the attacks, like we saw yesterday in the women's race, I think it was 1 attack with about 3 laps to go there, and the peloton just diminished.
Trent Fulton would like to see Greg Van Avermaet win after attacking so much in the last week of the Tour de France, and switch that gold helmet for the rainbow bands. I think there's many fans of Greg Van Avermaet who would like to see him take the rainbow bands. And I think no longer can anyone say Greg Van Avermaet without smiling because of the Mitchelton Scott video during the Tour de France.
Yeah, it's hard not to try to sing the song, isn't it? I think, yeah, personally for me, it'd be great to see Van Avermaet take the victory today. Of course, we know he's a fantastic rider. He's the Olympic champion, but this season he's just always been there or thereabouts, but he's not really clinched that victory, has he? He had 2 4th places on stages in the Tour de France. He picked up a 3rd place in Strade Bianche, 8th. He's like kind of always around the mark, but just not quite. He's not had that break. He's not had that victory yet this season. Of course, we've still got a lot of racing left with the more modified race calendar, but he'd be a really great rider to wear the rainbow bands.
He was climbing superbly in the Tour de France, so I wonder whether he can get himself over the climbs, because if it comes down to a sprint here at the finish, he's got an extremely good opportunity. The question is whether he's climbing well enough to get himself over the climbs with the accelerations of climbers like Roglic and other major climbers. So let's wait and see what happens. These two riders still at the front. They've been in the lead now for around 170 kilometres.
Yeah, it's true. That's a really long time. They went almost from the word go within the first 10 kilometres. Of course, there was 7 of them to begin with, down to just 2. And I think they're riding, they know, they've done a big job. I'm sure they're already getting more and more tired, especially just 2 of them left. And they know the peloton's closing in. We don't have radios. They don't have communication to the team cars at the World Championships, but they'll be getting the time checks on the board, and they'll just be seeing 6 minutes, 5, 4. Now we're down to around 2.5 minutes ahead.
Yuki Arashiro of Japan coming up now to cross the line. The riders have 3 laps of this Imola World Championship course to do. Arashiro is still around 25 seconds down. Around 29, 30 seconds down for Yuki Arashiro. Riding across the line there at 45 kilometers an hour. Behind, here's the peloton led by Denmark and Switzerland. Starting really to ratchet up the tempo. Mikko Honor on the front for Denmark, looking to bring forward Jakob Fuglsang to win this race for Denmark and supersede Mads Pedersen as last year's winner. Pedersen, the world champion last year, not here. This race doesn't suit him at all. 85.6 kilometres to go.
We can see now, can't we? Also, the clouds are coming in at the finish line. It's getting all a little bit greyer. The rain, of course, is predicted to start around 2 p.m., which is in 30 minutes local time. That could affect the race a lot, couldn't it? We might see the race starting to light up. We might start to see attacks on the climbs just as the rain begins, which would definitely change how this race plays out, how they take the corners, how they take the descents. But for the moment, that's not the problem. The problem is getting this breakaway back and starting to really light up the race on the climbs.
The prediction on weather is 6.2 millimetres of rain before the end of this race. Is it going to happen? Is it going to disappear? And we're going to get a dry World Championships. If it falls, it's going to be a little bit like Firenze, where Rui Costa took the world title. The gap has dropped significantly in the last lap. Here she now on the wheels of Enrico Gasparotto. Shah is just in front of them. Albacini is there. To me, they're riding for Albacini. What do you think?
Quite possibly. As we were talking about before, he's had really consistent results in Flèche Wallonne, which of course finishes up the Mur de Huy, really steep climb. So we know he can battle up those steep climbs. It's not quite the same today. Today's a bit longer. It's harder, not as steep the climbs, but the climbs are slightly longer. But in saying that, he's 39 years of age. He's decided that this is his last season. He's very, very experienced. This is his 13th appearance at the World Championships. He's had good results before. He's been inside the top 10 at the World Championships. So I wouldn't necessarily say he was one of the favourites, but they quite possibly could be working for him alongside Hershey, of course.
If you've just joined us now, this is the World Road Race Championships for men. 2 riders in the lead. They were part of a 7-rider breakaway. Jonas Koch, Torsten Train. Behind them is Yuki Arashiro, who's 27 seconds back, with the peloton now closing in at 2 minutes and 31. 174 riders took to the start line of this year's race. We're now starting to see the race evolve into the conclusion to decide who's going to take this rearranged 2020 UCI Road World Championships. Arashiro, now you can see the legs a little bit more laboured. They're not spinning the pedals over, they're hauling the pedals over. He's got no rest. No one is able to go in front of him to give him a little turn, able to just give him that shelter from the wind for just a moment. Bottles, gels been taken on board. A bottle taken there by Luke Rowe. Hands it to Tom Pidcock. At the back of the group, Australia with Jai Hindley. Also behind Jai Hindley is Nick Schultz. Taken on board a little bit more. Food and drink. Just got back into the group is Sept. He's there at the back wearing number 131. So Sept at the moment, sitting right on the tail of the peloton, doesn't seem bothered at all.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best place to be, is it, right at the back when the climb's shortly approaching, but still a long way to go. He's just taken on board his food. His teammates are a little bit further up, so he knows how to navigate through the bunch. He can quickly make his way back towards the middle of the pack and still be there fine in time for the climbs to arrive. But you can see how everybody's forming, moving up, trying to come towards the front. The Spanish team all together, of course, in the yellow and red bright kit. You can see them all there on the left-hand side. So they're really staying in their national team colours. But we talked about it before, didn't we? The Colombian team, they've just been hidden the entire day. We can see them all now together towards the back.
Yeah, the Colombian team with Esteban Chavez, Sergio Henao, Sergio Higuita, Miguel Angel Lopez. Thomas Bach is with us here at the World Championships. He's in the car with David Lapartien, the president of the IOC, getting a first opportunity to see the riders. Also in the Colombian team, Dani Martinez, Christian Munoz and Harold Tejaja. That's the team of Colombia. They haven't been anywhere near the front. They've sat in the peloton. They haven't seen or touched the wind at all today. They look to me like they are just waiting until this race completely kicks off, and then they will be part of it.
Yeah, they've got so many potential winners in this race, riders that can really light up the race. Of course, these guys, they've finished high up in the Tour de France overall. The likes of Uran was 8th overall at the Tour de France recently. They're a bit more used to the longer climbs, really tough, hard, high altitude stages of the Tour de France, mountain stages, not necessarily the short, steep slopes that we're seeing here. However, it is a really long race. We're doing the climbs a total of 18 times, so it's a wearing down process, and this is where the Colombian riders, the likes of Lopez, Chavez, Uran, can really, really profit.
The first sight of Esteban Chavez at the front of the race. He arrives right on cue as we've just been talking about them. There he is, Esteban Chavez in the blue, yellow and red. Now the arrival of Chris Juliensen, a teammate of Esteban Chavez in Mitchelton Scott, now at the front of the race. So we are seeing more and more riders appear, the race favourites.
Yeah, we could see also between them the rider from New Zealand, Dion Smith, also their trade teammate in Mitchelton Scott. And as we were talking about, he's had a really great second part of the season where he's picked up his first professional victory recently at Coppa Sabatini in Italy. So he knows he's got good legs. He had a great ride there, and he's flying the flag for New Zealand alongside, of course, his teammate and climber George Bennett, who I saw earlier, but he's not really been towards the front either. He's keeping himself out of the wind, back in the wheels. But each lap that goes by, we're seeing the main favourites, the nations we've not been able to see earlier in the race. They're coming towards the front. They're starting to get nervous. They're starting to get into position before these climbs quickly approach.
81.5 kilometres to go. A lot of riders now being dropped out of the peloton. We're coming towards the next climb of the day. Lots of people will be joining us now who may not have been able to watch the entire race, which is a shame. But if you are just joining us now, very warm welcome. Remind us the gearing that the riders will be riding today. You talk to a few of the teams just to get a bit of a view on what they will be using on these climbs to help them when we get into the final phase of this race.
Yeah, so I think most of the riders today, as we know, there's 18 climbs, 2 climbs per lap, 9 laps. So it's really undulating, steep slope. So most of them would have a 50-free chainring on the front with 36 as the small chainring. And then on the back, an 11 sprocket up to a 30 sprocket. So it's a really, really small gear that they would ride in a Tour de France mountain stage. Really small. And not so much for the climb. Of course, you need a small gear for the steep slopes, but also throughout the day, just to be able to keep the cadence high, not wearing on the legs, not grinding a big gear. In saying that, that's the majority, but some riders would still choose to kind of grind it out, churn it out, have a bigger gear and have a 53 at the front and keep a 39, which is a more normal chainring size for the small chainring on the flatter stages. Not many, but some of the more older, old school riders who just enjoy riding a big gear. But today, the climbs are very steep. We get sections up to 13, 14%. That's what they say. We think it might even be steeper looking at Velo Viewer, so it would be hard to be riding with a 39 small chainring on the front.
Arashiro is our chaser, but he's going backwards. 1 minute and 9 seconds now is his deficit as he makes his way downhill here. He's going to go back to the peloton. He's done Japan proud this afternoon in his pursuit of the world title, but he just didn't have the legs when the accelerations started to happen. Jenny White would like to think Kwiatkowski could win today. Stephen Adlard would like to know how the Russians will do for his friend Valery. The Russian team, not the strongest Russian team we've seen in a race, but they've got Sergei Kshynetsky, Vaclav Kuznetsov, Nekrasov, Rikhanov and Ivan Rovnia, well, alongside Dmitry Strakov. For me, the rider who could be the Russian rider to win today would be the likes of Dmitry Strakov.
Yeah, it's not the strongest lineup ever, but they've still got numbers. They're still very much present in the race, and it's 2020. Anything can happen.
So the Russians could win today. Let's see if they do. Dmitry Strakov, for me, is the rider who this course suits. We'll see whether they come to the front at the appropriate time, and it won't be long until we start to see that happen, because as always in the World Championships, it's kind of simmering until it boils over. It's so similar to Milano-San Remo, where the riders ride just under 300 kilometres and things just bubble along until it all kicks off.
Yeah, exactly. And even at this point, we've not lost that many riders, have we? There's still very much many riders in contention, many sprint riders, many strong riders still in contention, and we've been racing for a long time. It's been over 170 kilometres, and yet we've still got a big peloton, and it won't be until we see those real hard attacks from the climbers on these steep slopes where all of a sudden the peloton will explode. And yeah, it's exactly like a race like Milan-San Remo. It's just such a long distance.
There are still a lot of riders in here, 156 riders in the peloton, which is a significant number. So still, we haven't seen the big accelerations yet to ditch 100 riders and end up with a front group of 50-odd riders. The peloton are climbing around about 12 kilometres an hour right now, but 155 riders at this point in the race is significant.
Yeah, we've only lost 21, 22. That's nothing, is it? Really nothing for 170 kilometres. And it just shows so far, not that the pace has been easy, but it's certainly been steady. There's been riders that are obviously struggling a little bit, but they've been able to stay in the wheels, benefit from being in the peloton, struggle on the climbs, but then make it back on the descents. We've not really seen that elastic snap just yet, but we can just see now there. Patrick Bevan, of course, he's just gone past the commentary box. He had a mechanical at a really bad moment earlier on when the race did pick up for a little bit. So a rider that potentially could have been very, very useful for the likes of George Bennett later today from New Zealand, no longer in the race.
On the front of the peloton now, we are seeing many more of the favourites. Just in the second and third rows, just caught a glimpse of Jakob Fuglsang of Denmark. He's now up there with Chris Jensen riding that mammoth gear in front. As Lucy talked earlier about 53.36. I don't think Chris Jensen will be in a 36 in a chainring. He absolutely hauls a huge gear over, likes to ride that all of the time. The most Irish Danishman there is.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we talk about gears and the ratios, which they probably have the majority, but finally it's still down to personal preference. And some riders love to spin the gears, have a really high cadence, save the muscles and just spin it out, whereas others just prefer to maul along and sit on a really heavy gear. And ultimately in a race like this, it's not the most efficient thing to do, to be slogging along on a big gear, but some people just prefer it.
Riders who have been dropped will come back here to the finish line and then they'll go to their pits. They won't do another lap. If they've been dropped, they will come out of the World Championships. That's the way that this race generally happens. The pits are over to the left-hand side of the finish gantry, and that's where all the nations are set up. There won't be any need for a rider to continue. If they've done their job, they've done their work, or they've had a mechanical problem or something, then they will just drop out of the race and they'll think about the future and other races to come. And in normal circumstances, that would mean thinking about next season. But this season, it doesn't mean that. It means that they think about races that are coming up in the next couple of weeks, which is overall really good news for them, as we see now the first start of a little acceleration at the front of this peloton as one Russian rider starts to go clear from the group.
Yeah, and that looked like a very easy acceleration. He's not out the saddle attacking to get away. He just picked up the pace. Peloton quite happy to let him go. Nobody really worrying about that for the moment.
Now the peloton are letting this attack go. But they look like the Danish team are going to haul this back. They don't seem too concerned right now as to who is making moves. Riders have just gone off the front, and now and then they have just ridden on the front for a little while and then come back. Member of the Gazprom Rosvelo team, Václav Kuznetsov. Got the little thing underneath the saddle, which is a data sensor. As we see now, a bit of a problem here for Munoz.
That's interesting. Obviously, we were talking about how strong the Colombians are. The rider from the UAE Team Emirates. He's only 24. He's a young rider. He's fairly new to the World Tour peloton. But I really wouldn't have expected him to be in trouble this early on.
Mikael Anor is also in trouble. Václav Kuznetsov trying to break away here from the front of the peloton. Looks quite strong. Good member of the Gazprom Rosvelo team, 31 years of age. Third in the Gent-Wevelgem and third in the Tour de Wallonie. He's been the under-23 national road race champion of Russia as well. Just rolling on here at the front. Often is the sprinter for this squad. Moved from Katusha Alpecin to Gazprom Rosvelo. Kuznetsov going on the move. Belgium still on the right-hand side of the peloton. They're moving up. Australia also there. Looks to me like Denmark are trying to bring a couple more riders up to the front to add to the firepower there, and visibly this pace has been ratcheted up just a little bit more by the riders on the front. Chris Jensen there in second wheel. The Swiss looking for a wheel to follow, and now we start to see the arrival of Spain. And Spain have not shown themselves at the front of this peloton at all today.
No, they've not once been at all to the front. They've completely kept themselves hidden all day long, and now as the climbs are approaching, we're seeing them coming up towards the front, and of course very, very easy to spot in the bright yellow, bright red Spanish kit.
It's one of the most easily identifiable kits in world cycling, that yellow and red kit of Spain. We can see them so easily in this peloton. Their team today, we've talked a lot about Mikel Landa, Enric Mas, Jesus Herrada, Alejandro Valverde, Marc Soler, Luis Leon Sanchez, David de la Cruz, Pau Bilbao. It's such a strong team. When you just run through it, you know, De La Cruz, winner of the King of the Mountains of the Dauphiné recently. Herrada, who won the Mont Ventoux race last season. Mikel Landa, who's just finished high up in the Tour. So is Enric Mas, Luis Leon Sanchez, winner of races like Paris-Nice. Marc Soler, winner of Paris-Nice. And Alejandro Valverde, what he hasn't won, you might as well list.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal team, isn't it, when you talk through that? And also, how hard is it to make the team? They've got numbers, but they've got just so much strength and depth in Spain, and it's great to see that that's what they've come here with, a team that's really built and made for this course. They've got so many different options to play with, and you can see, a couple of them coming towards the front. Not everybody yet. We've not seen the key favourites, but we've seen a lot of them coming to the front.
So often, though, the World Championships is about not being seen until the last hour. And then when you arrive at the front at the right time, you then come forward, get involved in the right moves, and that's where the world title is won. So much of a World Championship is patience, isn't it? It's not about riding on the front, showing how good you are, showing your strength. It's about waiting and waiting as much as possible.
Yeah, it's a very, very tactical game, and it's about all the things we've been talking about today. It's about conserving energy. It's about staying out of the wind, making sure you're eating, just doing as little as possible. Once the breakaway's gone, just staying in the bunch, talking to your teammates, communicating, seeing how you feel, going through the motions, checking out the course, seeing how the climb is, where's the best place to attack, looking at rivals, seeing how they're feeling. Are they giving away any signs? Are they rocking and rolling? Do they perhaps not look like they're having a good day? Just reading the race a little bit, and then in the final moment, staying alert, being ready, because you don't really know when it's going to kick off. So it's also a bit of a nervous race, and with that, staying out of trouble, but staying towards the front. So it's mentally tiring, this kind of race, and it's only a one-day race. It's 258 kilometres. It's a hard race to stay focused throughout, and for that reason, it's just about conserving and hiding as much as you can for the opening majority, the two-thirds really, the opening two-thirds of the entire race.
73 kilometres to go. Slovenia starting to assist in making this race hard. Danny van Niekerk just asked again, why is Mathieu van der Poel not riding? He chose not to ride. That was a problem there for one of the Portuguese riders who stopped at the side of the road. It looked a little bit like Ruben Guerrero, I think, just stopped at the side of the road. Fast change, though, on one of the descents. Looks like a complete bike change. Kuznetsov has been caught again, 1:39 to the front of the race.
Yeah, it's really not a lot now, is it, for these two leaders? And you could just see then more teams coming to the front. On the right-hand side of our screens, the blue of the Belgian Federation, all together lined up, starting to get towards the front. But it was the Swiss team, and now it's the Belgians and the Danish team who are really trying to get in position towards the front. But what a day for these two riders. They've been out front from the word go. 184 kilometres, I think. Now they've been in the front. That is a big day out in a breakaway, isn't it? Yeah.
To be still there at the World Championships on such a hard course, still at the front of the race, looking still strong. These two riders still look like they're full of pedalling. They are still maintaining their advantage, albeit it's diminished significantly in the last lap. 1:31 now, the lead, as we come down to the final 70 kilometres of this UCI Road World Championships. Slovenia there in the green, white and blue on the right-hand side of the road, with Denmark on the left-hand side as we look. And now the arrival in the middle of the team of Spain, with Luis Leon Sanchez working his way forward. trying to bring his team leaders to the most important part of the race in the lead as they go into the next climb.
Yeah, I could just see a little bit behind the Spanish team as well. It was Alaphilippe with a teammate from France just ahead, so he's decided to move up. He knows he's one of the hot favourites. He really wants to try and take the World Championship title today, taking no risks. He's been hiding all day long, and now he's finally just nipping up towards the front. As the Slovenian team, they're also with 4 riders right on the front.
I think Alaphilippe and the French team have been pretty clever in the way they've ridden this race so far, because they decided that they were not favourites, so they decided that they would play off everybody else to try and win this world title. The question is whether Alaphilippe can calm down long enough to then exert his influence on the race at the right time, because if he goes too early, we're going to see the French attack on this race disappear, as Felix Gall now is about to be dropped.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about timing, isn't it? When do you make your move? When do you decide to go and make that real split, go on the attack, but be able to stay away and not burn your matches too early? So it's a real tactical game, especially with the steepness of these slopes. But these riders, they know who's in form. They've been racing together, most of them in the Tour de France. They know who's the hot favourites. They know they can read each other. They've raced day in, day out together.
The arrival now of France at the front in more numbers. They come forward, they take over from the Danish team. That's a big move by France. Alaphilippe moves up. You spotted him at the perfect moment. Nans Peters arrives. He's the rider in second wheel, winner of a stage of the Tour de France with that solo breakaway just a couple of weeks ago. Alaphilippe has got himself into the position he wanted. 70 kilometres to go. Now we're starting to see the evolution of this race into the next phase. Who is going to go on the attack? Who is going to try and win this title? Doman Novac of Slovenia starting to suffer at the back as we see Slovenia trying to take control, having seen Alaphilippe arrive at the front. Are we going to see a long-range attack by Alaphilippe to try and split this race up a little?
Yeah, quite possibly. He's obviously decided, he said to his teammates, this is the moment, bring me to the front. It was Quentin Pacha right on the front there for the moment, but everybody's alert. Everybody knows. They're all coming to the fore. There's Luka Mezgec, of course, a really strong sprinter, but he's been climbing quite well, trying to help his teammates just behind on the wheel. Roglic, second in Tour de France. He wants to win this. He missed out on the Tour de France victory. He thought he had it. A World Championship title would be the perfect reward.
Suddenly this race has bubbled up. Tadej Pogačar now at the front. Earlier on he wasn't looking quite so good, but he is climbing now alongside the French, with Roglic not too far behind. Everyone senses that this race is starting to bubble. It's going to ignite soon. Quentin Pacher, one of the most attacking riders in the Tour. Behind him, Nans Peters. Tadej Pogačar, winner of Tour de France, now at the front. Tim Wellens is there. Luke Rowe brings Tom Pidcock up to the front of the race. The youngster riding as team leader in his first Elite World Championships for Great Britain, which is a huge thing on his shoulders. Behind, we see the arrival of Kwiatkowski. Van Avermaet is not too far behind. And for the first time today, I'm going to mention an Italian. Italy now have riders at the front.
Yeah, they've taken a long time to show their faces, haven't they? They've really been hiding. And they've just come to the front now. Still not right at the front, but they're in the action. They're there. They've got potential winners. They've, of course, got Nibali. It's a home games, a home championships for them.
Yeah, near the front now. Italy have 3 or 4 riders making their way to the front. The French now starting to bring more and more riders up to add to the dimension that they've put into this race. Alaphilippe has asked them, make this race hard, make it difficult. 70 kilometres to go. They're onto the 13% slope, the playground of Julian Alaphilippe. He loves that sort of steep little rise. Now we see still Quentin Pacher, Nans Peters, behind them Tim Wellens, and riders starting to suffer as we see riders dropping out the back. Nicholas Ige is dropped for Denmark. Also being dropped is a few other riders out at the back of this group who just cannot stay with the pace making being set. Ben Gastower is dropped for Luxembourg. Pacher looking superb. Tadej Pogacar earlier on wasn't looking that good. Now he is starting to look much better.
Yeah, he certainly is. And he's not one even to just sit in the wheels. He's come straight to the front, head in the wind. He just wants to be at the front of this race. Imagine how much confidence he has coming out of the Tour de France. Only 22 years of age.
He does look very easy, sitting third wheel as we head now towards the top of the Cima Gallisterna. This is 31 seconds now. These leaders have been in the front for over 180 kilometres. Jonas Koch and Torsten Train, but they're about to be caught by the surge that's been caused in the peloton by France, starting to play out their game. They have decided exactly when they were going to go to the front. You could see it just playing out. They came to the front, went straight round the corner. Alaphilippe went with them, and now the race is on. Mikel Landa arrives at the front in the yellow and red of Spain.
Yeah, they've not launched an attack, have they? They've just decided to really put the pressure on, really pull out the bunch, and it's all the favourites now moving up towards the front. Some pain faces already. You can see Colombian riders, Spanish, everybody moving towards the front, suffering.
There's much more grimaces going on. This race is going to end up with a group of around 30 riders soon. Look at the way the French are escalating the pace now. They're going to try and make this exceptionally hard. France looking good with 70k to go. Pacher, Nons Peters behind them. Tadej Pogacar not putting a pedal stroke wrong. Behind them is Tim Wellens. Then it's Kenny Elissonde. Behind Kenny Elissonde looks to me like Mikel Landa just a couple of places back. 15 seconds is now the lead that's been extinguished by the surge of the French.
Look how lined out the whole peloton is now, and what a really fantastic effort from the French rider Pacher. He basically went from the bottom of the climb and just increased the pace, just kept really winding it up, and he's still going for the moment. Catching the two riders that have been out all day, and this is a fast pace. It's going to be hard for them to get into the wheels and continue, but yeah, you can see the Spanish rider Landa just there behind the back of the French team.
This is some surge now by the French. 185 kilometres in the lead for the breakaway. The race is now all together. Nans Peters is literally emptying the tanks now for Julian Alaphilippe. They have taken the race from a relatively sedate pace to a fast and furious tempo. Peters looking strong.
Yeah, they really have, and you can just see by his body language on the front, he's really just rocking and rolling. This isn't an easy small surge. This is maximum. Out the saddle, sprinting, trying to drop as many people. He's sacrificing himself, of course, for his teammate, team leader, Alaphilippe, who is hidden just behind in the wheels, but profiting from this real surge which has seen the whole peloton just shatter into pieces.
Look at this, riders grappling for wheels on this descent. They are wondering what has gone on here, but the French have decided that this race is going to be hard all the way in now to the finish of this World Road Championships. Being dropped back of the peloton, one of the British riders is spat out of the back, and that is Ethan Hayter. He is now dropped. Up towards the front, we see Mikhail Kwiatkowski looking down from the helicopter now, and still they are sprinting absolutely flat out.
Yeah, and quite often this is what needs to happen. It's not just a case of going hard on the climb. You need to continue that pace so that people who are on the limit suffering, they can't get back on into the wheels. They can't benefit from the descent. They still have to power on, really put the hammer down, really push on to get into contention again. If there's small gaps opening, then it's hard to really maintain that and stay within the peloton. But the peloton has fragmented. It's strung out, but it's still a fairly large group.
Yeah, France are trying to make this extremely hard. They're still at the top of that climb in various little groups. There are 144 riders still in a chance of winning this world title, but France now want to bring this down to less than 100 riders, and if not much, much less. 55 kilometres an hour, now notching up to nearly 70 kilometres an hour as they continue with this furious tempo. Look at the back of the peloton and the length of the string as they go through these corners. It's like a video game behind as you just try and stay in the wheels.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? And the riders who are struggling, they can benefit from the fact that the road does go slightly down now. They can take a little moment, try and get a little bit of respite, but it's 12 kilometres to the finish line. They've not got another climb coming up, but the road still drags up. There's some small little pinches, and if you're on the limit, if you're really suffering, those small drags up can really, really be so much harder than they actually appear.
Quentin Pacher lets Nans Peters go back to the front. The Belgian team look like they have managed to get their riders into the right positions. Poland are there, so are Denmark with Jakob Fuglsang, I think. No, it's the Norwegian team are in a good position. France with Alaphilippe, they put him in the perfect position that they wanted. The Italians just looking to see who's there. Looks like Nibali is there. Nibali right on the wheel of Luke Rowe and Greg Van Avermaet. So Nibali has made the right position at the perfect time for Italy. Still, the acceleration of France, who are going to get rid of a couple of riders here. They're going to leave Alaphilippe with only a couple of teammates with around 60k to go if they carry on like this.
Yeah, they've obviously decided they want to make the race hard. They don't want to wait for someone else. They don't want to be caught off guard. They want to take control. And, of course, with that, they're using up riders early on. But Alaphilippe is confident. He knows he's got a good chance of winning. So why not just take it on and really try to split up the race? And they have done. Look how many riders are left. As you said, it was 140 odd riders at the base of the climb, and it's already down to a small group. There's still a lot of numbers. There's still a lot of hot favourites with many teammates around them, but we've still got laps to go and climbs to tackle.
Clearly the French are thinking here, let's make it hard all the way through the Imola Ferrari racetrack and onto the next climb, and then let Alaphilippe decide whether he's got the legs to extend the advantage and break the race to pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And even just keep the pressure on and see other moments on the course where the elastic might snap, because of course everybody focuses on the climbs, but sometimes it's not the main climbs where the groups go away, where people get dropped. It's the moments where you don't expect it, where the road just creeps up, but it's not really a climb, it's just a heavy undulating section. And I think we'll see some gaps opening up, but for the moment, until we get to the next climb, it's still kind of a fairly big group. A lot of damage has been done, but it's hard now to really shed any more riders at the moment before we get to the next big climb.
Denmark and Switzerland have been setting the tempo for most of this race. We'll notice now there's not many of them left at the front, so we are seeing a peloton that is splitting and splitting quickly. This front group of riders, by the time we get to the top of the next climb of the day, I think is going to be significantly smaller. So Luke Rowe on the right-hand side with Tom Pidcock. Left-hand side, Greg Van Avermaet of Belgium, just now and then dodging in and out of the peloton. Denmark trying to capture back what they had with the control of the front of the race. They were dictating the tempo, but they're not able to do that anymore. Heading back down towards Imola and the racetrack with the team on the front, France, still maintaining this pace.
Yeah, they timed it really well, the French team. We didn't see them all day like the Italians, and they've just come to the front and they've really animated this race. Inside 70 kilometres to go. You can see now all the riders you would more or less expect. There's no key favourites that have not made this split, other than Dumoulin, who we think lost contact a while ago, earlier on, but there's still so many riders left in this group.
Jonas Koch is still in this group after being caught, which for me is a really impressive performance considering it was in the lead for 180 kilometres.
Yeah, that's very impressive, and considering how fast they flew past him on the climb, so he's had to continue his effort, jump in on the wheels. It just shows he's obviously come out of the Tour de France with really, really good form.
France still with Nans Peters. He's won a stage of the Giro d'Italia and he's won a stage of the Tour de France. Looks good. as he now continues with this pace, heading down towards the autodrome for this time. They'll get 2 laps to go. This is where this race is going to really start to ignite. Oliver Naesen sitting on the back of the group for Belgium, wearing number 26. Still so fast downhill, and luckily we still don't have any rain at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather forecast has got it a little bit wrong so far, and I'm very pleased that it has, because it's saying that between now and the end of this race we should have 5.4 millimetres of rain. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I'm sure the riders will really not want to welcome any rain. It'll make everything a lot harder, especially on these newly tarmac roads. They're so slippy if it becomes wet. So the whole championships, we've not seen rain yet, which has been great. We've seen a straightforward championships. This is the final event, the 4th event of these World Championships in Imola. And is it going to be an Italian winner?
It could be. Vincenzo Nibali is up at the front. We're going to come round now with 2 laps to go, and we really are into the most important part of this race now. We've been waiting for the favourites to start to accelerate, to start to increase the tempo. Alaphilippe's team have done that. The Belgian squad all lined up behind. They look good. Belgium still with most of their riders intact, in a perfect position at the front of the race. So Wellens is still there. So is Jasper Stuyven, Greg van Avermaet. Oliver Naesen is on the back of the group. But they have got enough riders in here to control the French if they need to. Nance Peters has done a long bit of work on the front. The peloton, though, still not broken.
No, it's still fairly big, isn't it, considering how hard that surge was on the climb. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't full-on, absolutely as hard as you can go, attacked by the French. They've just been slowly increasing the pace, slowly going for it. But yeah, it's still Quentin Pacha and Nance Peters on the front, and they've done a really big effort here. It's been over 12 kilometres and they're just going for it. For them, it's a big effort. They're really burying themselves at the moment, but it wasn't an explosive move, was it? It was more of a winding up all the way up that climb and slowly drawing everybody out.
I just caught a glimpse there of Michael Matthews of Australia. He's still towards the front, certainly in the first 30 riders. Lovely shots of this peloton as they wind their way around the Imola racetrack, which, if you were racing around in a car, you generally go the other direction, or certainly the superbikes do. But the riders now making their way on here. They're going to come up to the line. They'll get 2 laps to go. The kilometres is going to start to click down very, very quickly. If you've just joined us now, this is the motor race circuit in Imola. Dates back to 1952 and held the San Marino Grand Prix from 1981 to 2006.
There's a look at Primož Roglic, of course. I think he's got to be the favourite today, don't you think? One of the favourites, of course, after his second place in the Tour de France recently. A little bit too far back, perhaps, at the moment as they come into this autodrome. You can just see when the peloton strung out the distance from the front to the back. So surprising to see him so far back, because at the start of the climb he was up near the front.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised why he's ended up that far back. Pogačar reacted well. Oliver Naesen is with Primož Roglic at the moment. So he's got to get himself back up there to the front of the peloton. Didn't look like he was having too many problems, but he's been dropped certainly by the front group of riders. He needs to get himself back up the front, get in the wheels and be there for the next acceleration, which is bound to happen on this next climb. That is why France are making this so hard.
Yeah, we can see, of course, 3 French riders at the front, but look how impressive the Belgians look. All together, almost all the riders, the entire team at the front, behind the French, in one long line with Wout van Aert, Van Avermaet. They've got so much talent in that group. Are they going to be able to take the victory today? We don't know, but they are really, really one of the teams that are going to be hard to beat with the strength and depth that they've got. And, of course, with Van Aert the season he's having. Most people have tipped him as the favourite today if he can make it, if he can continue over these climbs, which we've only got 2 laps to go. We've only got 4 climbs to go. So as of yet, we've still got all the classics riders, the guys we were talking about, Van Avermaet, Van Aert, Michael Matthews, these punchy riders, they're all still there and they're all very much still in contention.
All the favourite riders still there, and we're looking forward to seeing which rider is going to pull on the rainbow bands. But on the front, it's still the team of France. As they come up now, they're going to get 2 laps of racing to go. The pace still being set by a relentless Nons Peters. He's trying to put Alaphilippe in with a good springboard to make sure he can win the world title. 2 laps to go. France lead the peloton across the line. Tadej Pogacar's got a problem. He's in the cars, and Pogacar is trying now to race his way back.
Yeah, not exactly sure if he's got mechanical, what the problem is, but he's dropped a little bit from the peloton. He'll be able to get back. It's only a few hundred metres, but still interesting to see he's back there. He's at the car. Is he coming back to talk to the car, or did he have a problem?
I think he's had a problem because he's taken his bottle out of his bike. I don't think ultimately he's had a bike change. He may well have had a wheel change, but he's now trying to get himself back into the peloton. We just heard that he had an issue, but other than that, no real information as to what the problem was. And Pogacar's about to have a bike change. Total bike change for Tadej Pogacar, as he now gets onto another bike. I wondered why he'd put his bidon into his pocket. Well, the answer is he was getting ready to have a complete bike change.
Yeah, and it looks like it wasn't an emergency issue. It wasn't a puncture. He's decided to change, and he's probably timed it to do it on this aerodrome while it's flat, while there's space, while he can quickly get between the cars and not on the really, really narrow sections which are coming up now in the lead into the next climb, the first climb of the circuit. So he's a little bit behind. Not, of course, the best moment to try and have to change a bike, but if you're going to change a bike anywhere, on the flat aerodrome circuit is definitely the easiest place.
The winner of the Tour de France, Tadej Pogacar, now making his way back into the peloton. He puts the bottle in the bike. He's got one in the back pocket, so he's still got plenty of fuel for the last 56 kilometres of racing, but a little bit of a scare for Tadej Pogacar. Swap bikes. Got the rim brakes on as opposed to the disc brakes. He's now working his way onto the back wheel of the various cars. This is a hard point now because he comes up to the neutralised car, and then he's got a gap between the neutralised car and the rear of the peloton in which he needs to cross on his own.
Yeah, and he has made his way back very quickly, but of course the pace is constantly being lifted. He's having to do a harder effort now to get back on terms rather than being in the bunch, protected from the other riders. And the main thing now is once he gets back on, of course he needs to get to the front. He needs to go through all these riders before they get to the climb, because if we get to the climb this time and we see some attacks, he's on the back foot, he's behind.
Pogacar is almost there. There's another car in front, which is a commissaire's car, and then the commissaire will drop back a little bit and make him get himself onto the back of the group. There we go. The last little work is done. Pogacar is going to arrive back in the peloton with 55 kilometres to go.
Yeah, small scare for him, but nothing too stressful. Just the pace now being taken over at the front by the Belgium team. They were waiting behind the French, ready to take it over, ready to go. And now they've just come to the front, and they've got numbers, haven't they, the Belgians?
They've got plenty of riders in here. Pogacar now working his way back through the group. 140 riders in this group. Still a lot of riders considering how hard this circuit is. But they've not ridden it flat out yet. It just now remains to be seen how much the legs are hurting in this phase of the race with that acceleration of France. The arrival of Australia, left-hand side, as we see now the team setting things up. Simon Clark is there. Michael Matthews is there. Not too far behind is Richie Porte.
Yeah, they're all in position now, and they know this is, every time they come to the climbs, it's going to be more and more important. There's going to be more chances of a key attack. And of course, the French rider, Pacha, he was the one who made the big effort last time on the climb. He really drilled it all the way up with the help of his teammate, and of course now suffering from that effort a little bit at the back.
Pacha just trying to stay in the wheels, but it's going to be a tough ask because Belgium are starting to accelerate. Moving up on the outside come more Danish riders.
You can see the Kiwis in the black from New Zealand also trying to move up. They've not got as much strength in numbers. There's just 2 of them at the moment, so need to profit from the other riders, need to stay in position and try and get to the front. Nick Schultz there, the young rider from Australia, making his debut, coming up to the front and trying to keep Michael Matthews and of course Richie Porte in a position into this climb.
I'm still seeing that Tom Dumoulin is out of the back of this peloton. He's in a group that contains Patrick Bevan, Finn Fisher-Black, and also the likes of Arashiro. So I would have thought that if that continues, Dumoulin will not stay in this this World Road Race Championships. 54 kilometres of racing remain. Let's calm down a little bit, just for a moment, until we reach the next climb.
Yeah, I think they know, don't they? They've made that initial important split. Now it's all about the real key moves. Who's going to take it on? Who's going to be the next to attack and really force an elite group away? The peloton's certainly reduced a lot in size, but it's still fairly big considering we've got only 4 climbs remaining.
4 climbs remain in this World Road Championships here in Imola in Italy. Front of the race on the left-hand side, still Denmark. Chris Juul still maintaining a huge workload. New Zealand, we see the arrival of George Bennett. Now Australia in the white, green and gold are starting to look good with Nick Schultz. On his wheel is Michael Matthews. Simon Clark looks to be looking after Richie Porte and Nick Schultz looking after Michael Matthews.
Yeah, it appears that way, like they've split the team, doesn't it? So we've not really seen Richie, still staying a little bit further back, but we can see most of the key players coming to the front now. Yeah, Australians, Belgium still there with a lot of numbers on the right-hand side of the road.
Oliver Naesen sitting on the back. He's not able to contribute to the workload right now. Just in front of him is Carl Fredrik Hagen of Norway. But the next climb is about to happen. 53 kilometres to go. Who is going to set the tempo on this next climb? Still 141 riders in the peloton with 52 kilometres to go. Remember that number and see how many there are at the end. Yeah,
that's still a really large group, isn't it? And of course, now we've got the narrow, twisty roads before we get to the first climb. The first climb's supposed to be a little bit easier. We've not seen any major attacks on that climb. It's the second one that really does the damage, really gets steep towards the top. And if you're already suffering and you're already tired, that's the leg breaker. The top of the second climb, the draggy bit over the top when you just want to stop. You just want to roll down the gears, roll down the hill, but you've got to keep fighting. And Great Britain now come to the front. Luke Rowe, so experienced with the 21-year-old Tom Pidcock on his wheel.
Yeah, 900 metres to go to the base of the climb, and Luke Rowe has decided to put Pidcock on the front. This is very early for a young rider to be at the front of the race and to be thinking about going on the attack, but that's what he's going to do. He's going to ride in there. Then behind him is Mikhail Kwiatkowski, who's so used to sitting on the wheel of Luke Rowe in the Tour de France, riding for the same trade team of Ineos Grenadiers. And next season, Pidcock will get very used to it as well. 3 Ineos Grenadiers on the front.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's not a bad place to be. Luke Rowe's having to do the work, but Pidcock's been able to stay safe, stay near the front, stay out of trouble, lead the race, be taking control, not be following others, to be in the driving seat.
Not far now from the base of the climb. Pidcock takes a drink. Kwiatkowski in second place. Luke Rowe just looking around to check where his young rider is. Pidcock said, I want to be in the front group at the finish of this year's World Championship, his first Elite World Championship. Is he taking it on too early? That's the question. But behind, you can see splits already in the group as we hit the 13% slopes. Pidcock looks around, and he's looking at Kwiatkowski, a winner of a stage of the Tour de France.
And I could just see there the Italians coming forward. I think it was Bettiol right there, former Tour of Flanders winner from last year. I think he was just the rider to first pop his nose into the wind for the Italian team. But look at this, look at the pace. People just can't quite stay with it, can't follow this huge effort. That was Nick Schultz of Australia there, dropping off the pace after his work then at the front to keep Michael Matthews in position.
George Zimmerman is dropped. Tom Pidcock looks so easy. On his wheel is Kwiatkowski. Behind him is Tim Vellens. Luke Rowe is setting a really good tempo now. Not too far behind. We see the likes of Julian Alaphilippe, who's dropped back a little bit here. I'm wondering if the French have set too hard a tempo. We're seeing gaps opening up. And the Netherlands also losing more riders as we see Tom Dumoulin back in the front group, but now getting dropped again.
Yeah, exactly. And there's another one of Tom Pidcock's teammates dropping off the back. I must say, I saw Michael Matthews' second row. He was looking quite comfortable, wasn't he? Considering some of the main big climbers we could talk of are a bit further back. The Spanish team, not in any real hurry now to come further towards the front.
Just saw Marc Soler getting dropped as the riders go to the left-hand side of the road, the right-hand side as we look. Luke Rowe being very clever here because the wind is coming from the right-hand shoulder. He takes Pidcock across the road, he gets him some shelter, and now they can ride in the shelter of the other teams. Nico Roach being dropped, Marc Soler in difficulty at the back of the group. Winner of Paris-Nice is getting distanced. At the back is also number 41, Tom Dumoulin, who's back in the group. Matthews getting shoved out the way a little bit as Pidcock just tries to get into the wheels. Tish Benoit now taking over. Belgium in the ascendancy in this race.
Yeah, just on the left side as well, Rigoberto Urán coming towards the front. You almost get the Belgium and the Colombian jerseys mixed up with the pale blue colours, all merging towards the front. But you can see behind there's two Colombians. I think it was Urán and Esteban Chavez. Wout van Aert right near the front. He's looking very good, isn't he?
He looks really good. Vellens, Van Aert, Michael Matthews moving up, Vincenzo Nibali. The Italians are getting ready. Tom Pidcock is now totally on his own for Great Britain. Also near the front for the Netherlands. Looks to me like Dylan van Baarle's riding well. Tish Benoit now setting the pace for Belgium.
It just shows what a pace the Belgians are riding at. The fact that all these riders are just dropping off the pace. That's Martinez on the back also. Not necessarily suffering, not necessarily going to get dropped, but not the place you want to be. It doesn't suggest to us he's got really good legs today, does it?
No. Climber from De Kooning Quick-Step, James Knox being dropped. Trying to stay with Luke Rowe. But look at Tish Benoit. He looks absolutely superb for Belgium. Just setting a great tempo. Behind him is Peter Seri. Tim Vellens not too far behind. There's so many riders still in here with a chance of winning this world title, but 129 riders now are left as Belgium start to extend the pace over the top of this climb. Dylan van Baarle there in orange. Right-hand side of the road, Jakob Fuglsang in the red with a blue helmet. Not too far behind him is Mikel Landa. Three Spanish riders all in a row.
Yeah, and they look comfortable, don't they? They're not too worried about being at the front. They're just staying together, just staying a little bit further back, but looking very, very strong there.
Still 50 kilometres remain. Thank you for joining us for this UCI Road World Championships for 2020. The pace is being set by Belgium. The pace has been ignited by France. We are still looking at a big peloton of riders looking to try and win this world title. Let us know who you think might win at Ant McCrossan, at Lucy Martin 05. As a British rider arrives back at the front. Looks like Luke Rowe just recovered, having done some work. He arrives back with Tom Pidcock. Spain on the right-hand side. Valverde is there. Landa moves up, looking so easy, Mikael Landa.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Looks really like he's not struggling compared to some riders now at the back, really suffering. He's just keeping himself in a good position. He knows the likes of Soler are further back. They're not there, they're not present. He's got Valverde with him.
Jasper Stuyven is right on the back of the group, moving up on the right-hand side, wearing number 73 as we look down is Simon Clark. The Italians all grouped together in the Italian team, sitting there, Bettiol, Vincenzo Nibali and Brambilla, all together, sitting across the road.
We've still got the steep climb to come shortly, and then it's into the final lap, where of course we expect fireworks, but still a fairly big group right now, isn't it? And we've still got a lot of the punchy classics riders, the likes of Michael Matthews, still in the group.
Around about 112 riders now in the front group. Giovanni Visconti just rejoins for Italy. The speed of the group now 53 kilometres an hour as they work their way down to the next climb of the day. Belgium setting the pace on the front. Can they bring home the world title? The last one they won was with Philippe Gilbert in 2012.
Yeah, we've really seen, haven't we? It's nations taking it on at the front, one by one. The start of the race was the Swiss team, the Danish team. Then it was the French that really caused the split. Now it's the Belgians with strength in numbers at the top. Who's going to be next? Are we going to see a team taking it on, coming to the front and setting a pace? Or are we going to see the hard attacks?
I wonder whether France have set Alaphilippe the way they wanted him to be, because what they've done is encourage everybody to ride hard. But Alaphilippe is still sitting quite a long way back right now, and you wonder whether he's feeling good or maybe the legs didn't respond the way he expected. It's all going to play out in the next 47 kilometres of racing. Fast downhill, not long now until we reach the base of the toughest climb.
Yeah, he's a bit further back and he's a bit more isolated. But in saying that, they just took the race on. The French decided that was the moment they wanted to split the race. Maybe they wanted to do it so it was a smaller group early on, so there was still climbs left, still opportunities to attack.
Visconti sitting on the back, 3 times the national road race champion of Italy, stage winner in the Giro d'Italia. On the back in the blue of Italy, he can't do anything to help Nibali right now, but he's going to try and get there to help him out later on in the race. Danny Martinez of Colombia has recovered and is now sitting towards the back of the group. 46 kilometres to go. Look at the speed at the back of this peloton. They're sprinting out of every single corner, just trying to stay in the wheels.
And this is the issue. This is what makes this course so special and so hard. It's not a case of surviving over the climb and then making it back quickly on the descent, because before you know it, you're coming into a twisty road, you're sprinting out of corners, you're at the back, and it's hard to make that effort to get back into terms, get back up to the front. And of course, so much easier just to ride near the front and stay protected, like we're seeing the likes of Tom Pidcock profiting from the Belgium team. Michael Matthews just behind there for Australia.
2018, the last hilly race was won by Alejandro Valverde, ahead of Roman Bardet and Michael Woods. Michael Woods is riding, Valverde is riding. Bardet, of course, isn't after his concussion in the Tour de France. Before that, the next hilly race, I guess, was a little bit like Ponferrada. Kwiatkowski won ahead of Simon Gerrans with Alejandro Valverde in 3rd place. Soler trying to stay in the wheels.
We've not seen the Canadians much this race, have we? The likes of Mike Woods. We talked about him a lot earlier on as one of the key players for today, but we've not really seen him much at all towards the front.
Now I think he's just got to profit from all the other teams and just try and stay in the right position as Nico Roach arrives at the front for Ireland. He looked to be suffering a little while earlier, but now he's recovered. Vincenzo Nibali being brought forward. Dylan van Baarle just giving Julian Alaphilippe a little bit of a push out the way and almost touches a wheel. He's trying to get over to get a bottle.
And of course he's quite isolated. There's not many Dutch riders left in this front group, so he has to make sure he gets a bottle for himself. He can't rely on teammates. And yeah, just a little nudge there. Move out the way, Alaphilippe. I need this bottle.
Very important moment. Another rider here for Switzerland. This is Gasparotto, who's got a mechanical. Stuck in a big gear, Gasparotto, at a terrible moment.
Yeah, he's been looking really strong. He's been towards the front. He was helping out early on. And now, yeah, not a great moment to have any form of mechanical.
We're 1,600 metres from the base of the next climb. 44 kilometres to go. This is a critical moment in the race as we see Spain now arrive on the right-hand side of the peloton in the red and yellow. They look good. Belgium all together with Van Avermaet sitting on the wheels. It's going to be an interesting climb this time. I think by the time we get to the top of it, we're going to have much less than 112 riders.
Yeah, at the moment it even looks less than 112 when they're all lined out. But of course, when they bunch up on the big roads, it's a different story. But here they are, the Italians. We've been waiting for them to really show their faces, and now they've decided, let's get to the front. Let's really take this on, make sure Nibali's in position into the bottom of this hard climb.
Andrea Baggioli now is setting the pace, trying to overtake the Belgians, but they're still in control. Not far now from the climb. We're going to make our way onto the lower slopes of the Cima Gallisterna. That is where I think we're going to see some real fireworks from these riders. The pace into the bottom of that climb was relentless.
Yeah, it really, really was, and there's going to be a lot of suffering. They know they've got the finish line within sight. They need to get over this climb on the descent, and it's only one lap to go. 28 kilometres once they get onto the aerodrome. So through the finish line, not long to go, is it, to decide who will be the 2020 world champion.
Van Aert still looking good, riding fourth wheel behind Tish Benoit. Behind him is Van Avermaet, then Tim Wellens. And you look at this and think the Belgians have got so many cards to play. Wellens doesn't mind these climbs at all. The arrival then of Luka Medgets as he brings Tadej Pogačar forward. Pogačar, the winner of the Tour de France, now second wheel, perfectly timed there by Luka Medgets, the Slovenian.
Yeah, really good ride by Medgets. He's normally considered a sprinter, but he can climb, and he's shown he's been able to go with these surges. He's been able to help his teammate. He knows how crucial it is, his role, to help his teammate Pogačar get to the front. And of course, after he had a bike change and he had to do an extra effort. So really, really strong ride in here, and to take over the Belgium team on the climb.
Pogačar now at the front, perfect moment. The Italians trying to move Nibali up. Luke Rowe brings forward Tom Pidcock as well to put him on the wheel of the Tour de France winner, who now starts to go. Tadej Pogačar is going to try and explode this world title. The winner of the Tour de France starts the acceleration, goes forward. Rowe comes through with Tom Pidcock on his wheel. Pogačar now is going to try and win the Rainbow Bands. Pogačar accelerates with 42 kilometres to go. Who is going to manage to close the gap?
It looks like nobody was even able to go with him in these early moments. He's able to open up this gap. Look at the cadence behind. It shows how steep it is. They're fighting, but no one has decided to make the jump and launch onto the wheel. They've just watched him.
Pogačar goes at the same point that Anna van der Breggen went yesterday. 41.7 kilometres to go. Pogačar is just riding away. Luke Rowe is trying to close the gap. He brought Tom Pidcock forward, but Pidcock hasn't got the legs. He's dropping away. Maybe the distance telling for the young rider from Great Britain. Behind, the Belgians just trying to do something about this, but Pogačar has totally ignited this race.
Yeah, and you can see the Belgians now. It's a case of you've not jumped, you've not been able to go onto the wheel, so let's slowly bring this back. It's the climb. We've still got a long way to go. It says 70 kilometres, but it's definitely not 70 kilometres. There we go. It's not 20. It's also not 28 kilometres to go.
No, I think the graphics have got a little bit confused here. It's about 41 kilometres from the finish now. It's not 28 and a half.
Is he going to do Anna van der Breggen?
It's just over 41 kilometres to go. The GPS has got a little bit confused there. The Belgian team trying to bring him back slowly but surely. This is a really tough climb. Pogacar with a few metres on the rest of the riders. 9 seconds now his lead.
They're just drawing him in behind, doing all they can. Can they slowly reach back up to him? He's opening up the gap. It's not it wasn't really an explosive move, was it? It kind of was slow motion. He went away, but nobody was able to go with him. And you can see, yeah, 2 Belgian riders. Kwiatkowski, 3rd place on the wheels. Ooh, what an effort.
Brambilia's now dropped for Italy. Rui Costa's getting dropped as well. Other riders are in all sorts of difficulty now. Pogacar starts to accelerate a little bit more, but Tiesj Benoot is not panicking. He's riding him back, but remember yesterday, Anna van der Breggen at the top of this climb had 15 seconds, and a few kilometres later, she had 1 minute.
Yeah, exactly. That quickly went out, and they never saw her again, did they? And Van Aert just behind, hoping, of course, that they can bring him back. They've still got 41 kilometres. It's still a long way to go, but you never want to let anyone like Pogacar get a gap. He's just won the Tour de France. He's only 22 years of age.
It's wonderful to see a Tour de France winner on the attack in the World Championships because of the change in the dates. Roglic is still there. Richie Porte looks okay. He's licking his lips. Bettiol is there. Martinez is there. Pidcock is still on the back of the group but starting to be dropped and distanced a little bit. There's now the riders who've ridden the Tour de France who are showing just how strong you come out of the race. Pogacar puts it in a bigger gear over the top of the climb. 41 kilometres to go. Now it's time trial mode.
8 seconds it's saying, but look at the effort. The likes of Brambilla, strong rider, slowly going out the back. Lopez, I think that was, from Colombia, of course, won a stage in Tour de France, really a strong rider, and he was suffering. So it really has taken its toll on some riders. The Tour de France, this effort from Pogacar, he's just launched away, and look at the gap. It's going out now, 11 seconds.
11 seconds for the Tour de France winner, Tadej Pogacar, as he goes clear now of the front of the race. 40.5 kilometres to go. The teams behind are going to have to do some riding if they're going to bring him back. Look at the speed, almost hits a fan at the side of the road who stepped out in the road. The Belgian squad now are starting to worry. 11 seconds, it's almost an identical moment to Anna van der Breggen yesterday. The difference is there are more cohesive teams, including Roglic is moving up to try and disturb the chase, but the Italians are there.
Yeah, that's the difference. The women's race yesterday, it was the same moment where Anna van der Breggen attacked, but there just wasn't the numbers behind. There wasn't the horsepower. The teams, the Belgians have got 3 riders now that can just sit on the front, try and draw this back, but they need to do it fast before we get into this final lap and the race is over. But there's numbers. There's still the Italians. They're not quite committing at the moment, but they've got numbers up there.
This is a really strong move by Tadej Pogacar. Look at him go. He's fully in time trial mode. 3rd in the Vuelta a España, stage winner Vuelta a España, stage winner Tour de France, winner Tour de France.
And it's dangerous. We know he can time trial after that phenomenal ride on the penultimate stage of the Tour de France when he went from 2nd to 1st, took the lead over from his teammate Roglic. It's a dangerous rider, and it's a dangerous rider to be away solo.
He turned a 57-second deficit into a 59-second advantage, and he is not holding back as he gets to 15 seconds now. He's drilling this. The good thing for Slovenia is that if he gets brought back, Roglic has had an armchair ride. Pogacar now in full flow. 15 seconds, 39 kilometres remain.
Yeah, the Slovenians really are in the driving seat now, aren't they? They've got 2 fantastic options. If this doesn't work, no worries. Roglic is there and he's waiting, whilst the Belgians are burying themselves, and it won't be long before they lose numbers and the likes of Van Aert is isolated coming into the final. We've still got Greg Van Avermaet there. He's still up the front. He's still looking strong, but they're going to have to start chasing. 14 seconds, it's not a lot, but it's increasing.
Yeah, the question is just how much the legs have for the Belgian team, and the likes of Kwiatkowski. The Italians are on the wheels, but they're still not contributing. They're prepared to lose in order to win. They're prepared to let Pogačar use all his gas and then try and distance Roglic when they need to. This is perfect for Slovenia. 58 kilometers an hour downhill, heading back towards the famous Ferrari Autodroma, but he's moving as fast as a Ferrari as he makes his way downhill.
He certainly is, and you can see behind, they're in formation. The Belgians are still going, as we see a little chat there between Michael Matthews, Kwiatkowski. What are they saying? Are the Belgians going to go for this? Are they going to pick up the pace? Are we going to attack? Because they know, everybody in that group, they know he's dangerous. They've gone up the climb. They've been able to recover a little bit now on this descent, roll in the peloton in the small chasing group while he's out front battling with the wind alone, and yet he's still putting time into them. He's still going up. 16 seconds. It's not a lot. 37k to go, but it's increasing.
This is a great performance here by Tadej Pogačar. A week ago, he won the Tour de France. Now he's on the attack in the World Road Championships, but behind, the team of Belgium are still riding and riding well. Behind them, Michał Kwiatkowski. On his wheel is Michael Matthews. Then the team of Italy, who've not come forward in numbers yet, with Vincenzo Nibali also in there. Behind, not too far away, is Mikel Landa and Alejandro Valverde. Pogačar now onto this next little rise where he'll take potentially a little bit more time on the uphill section.
Yeah, you can see there, the Belgians are doing all the work for the moment, but there's still 5 riders from Italy, 5 riders for Spain, waiting. They've still got the numbers. They're all looking good, looking strong, but they're leaving it up to the Belgians. They know that Van Aert is one of the race favourites. They don't want to help him. This is a good situation for the Italians and the Spanish riders. They can let Van Aert use up his teammates to try and bring this back, and then they can launch over the top. We've got the French team there still with some numbers, despite really opening up the race earlier on. Of course, riding for Alaphilippe, and 21-year-old Tom Pidcock there. He's gone back towards the back, but he's still in this group. This is what he wanted to be in, the final chase group, the front group of the race.
Michael Woods sitting right on the back for Canada. He was one of the pre-race favourites. Look at Pogačar fly his way across this ridge. 10 seconds. Belgium are hunting him down, but it's a great move by Slovenia. I think this is predetermined for Slovenia to try and put all the other teams on the back foot for an attack of Roglic on the next climb if Pogačar gets brought back. But in order for that to happen, the race has to come back first. On the front, Tiesj Benoot still doing the work for Belgium. Behind him is Tim Wellens, Wout van Aert, Greg Van Avermaet, Kwiatkowski, Matthews, then the whole Italian team with Vincenzo Nibali. 2 places behind him is Primož Roglic. This race is full on now. 8 seconds the lead.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. The race is certainly not over. It's completely different to what we saw yesterday in the women's race when Van der Breggen attacked and just continued to ride out and increase her advantage. He's fighting, he's going for it, but the gap is not really increasing anymore. It's not coming down. The Belgians are really putting on a show and really trying to bring this back. If he comes back, he's done a big effort, but he's still got time to recover. He's still got 35 kilometres, and he's still got his teammate Roglic waiting in the wheels.
Well, what it's done is it's going to use up some of the firepower of the Belgian team. That's exactly what he's trying to do here. If the attack was successful, then great, he wins the world title. If it isn't, then Roglic can go for glory. 70-odd kilometres an hour downhill, with the team of Belgium being led by Tim Wellens, trying to set things up for an attack of Wout van Aert on the next 2 climbs. 35 kilometres to go, 6 seconds. Pogačar is being brought back by the peloton.
I just noticed Richie Port, he was a little bit further back trying to move up, but of course he was third in the Tour de France, really shown his great form. Another key contender today. They don't have too many riders left in that group. Australia, they've got Michael Matthews and Port, but I didn't see any of the riders, so they're a little bit isolated compared to the Belgians, the Italians, the Spanish riders.
There might be Simon Clark in there, I'm not sure whether he's still there. He was there a little while ago. Pogačar looks around. He can see the team of Belgium on the front. 8 seconds the advantage, 34 kilometres to go. Pogačar downhill, heading towards the Ferrari Autodrome, into the Super Tuck. Belgium doing a great job now of drilling this back.
Yeah, they're really sacrificing themselves on the front. They know they've got to just go flat out, try and bring him back. 33 kilometers to go. There's still 2 climbs left. There's still fireworks, attacks can happen, but when you've got the Tour de France winner just a week ago, fresh in form off the front of the race, you don't want to take any chances.
Thanks very much for joining us. This is the UCI Road World Championships in Imola from the region of Emilia, Romagna. We have got the Tour de France winner, Tadej Pogačar, now on the attack. The Belgian team trying to bring this race all back together before we reach the finish line with one more lap of racing to go. This 28.8 kilometre circuit has been a wonderful circuit in terms of its beauty, but also in terms of its ability to springboard a race. Belgium now 11 seconds behind Tadej Pogačar as we head now down towards the racing circuit.
Yeah, we've got so many race favourites. All the people we were talking about, the likes of Mike Woods. We've not seen him all day, but he was at the back of that group. I think also we've got Hershey's there after the Swiss did so much riding earlier today. They're isolated. These riders are alone now. They don't have as many numbers, but they're in this group. They're in the front of the race.
We'll take a look and see who is still here when we get a chance. Looks to me like the French still have a lot of riders in this group. Nibali is getting ready. He's been patient. That's what Vincenzo Nibali is good at. He waits, and then the shark strikes, and he'll go for a glory for the Italians. Pogačar seems to be growing this advantage just a little bit as he gets out of that headwind that he was in.
Into the aerodrome. This time round they'll get the bell lap. The bell lap, 1 lap to go until we see the world champion for 2020. It's going to be an exciting final lap. The race is definitely not finished yet. We've got all the action to come, all the key moves to come. We thought maybe that was going to be the lap where things could be decided, but it's still a fairly big group.
It is a big group of riders who are making their way here to complete this penultimate lap. This time round, they're going to get 1 lap of racing to go here on this famous Imola circuit. The leader of the race is Tadej Pogačar, the champion of the Tour de France. He's desperately trying to find any little advantage he can get as he rolls along here at 56 kilometres an hour on the flat on this motor race circuit. On the back of the group, Tom Pidcock of Great Britain. Behind him is Julian Alaphilippe. Alaphilippe just staying in the wheels for now.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he? And great to see Pidcock. He's still there. He's not got many teammates. He's at the back. But look at the numbers of the Italians. They've still got almost a full squad all there.
They look superb. Damiano Caruso with Vincenzo Nibali. Roglic is sitting in the wheels. 15 seconds for Tadej Pogačar. He looks around again to see what sort of damage he's doing.
Almost looked like he was going to get caught, and now he's kind of extended himself, extended his advantage a tiny bit more. 15 seconds though, it's not a lot, is it?
It's not a lot of distance, but you can see there the gap's going out a little bit. 17 seconds. He's starting to grow it. This is Rigoberto Urán sitting in the wheels. Have they got enough firepower to bring him back? 19 seconds now, Tadej Pogačar. He's going away, and they are chasing with two Belgian riders. 18 seconds now for Tadej Pogačar, winner Tour de France, going clear in the World Championships. Can he continue this all the way for the final 30 kilometres? It's starting to look better and better.
Yeah, it certainly is, and especially when we get to the climbs, we know how powerful he is on the climbs. We saw him then launch an attack, nobody could follow him. He's trying to make it to the next climb and really put some more time into this peloton. The Belgians are doing a great job, but they've only got 2 really working on the front, of course getting more and more tired. The Italians are just waiting, they're not taking up the chase, they know. I just saw 2 of them, I think it was Emilia and one other, having a little chat, discussing tactics. They don't have race radios here at the World Championships, so they're not getting any instructions from the race car. They will know the time gap, but they won't have constant time check updates. But for the moment, they will be able to see Pogačar in front.
The motorbikes have been pulled out of the gaps with 1 kilometre to go to complete this lap, to give the peloton and also Tadej Pogačar no benefit at all. That's why they are now, we're looking at them from the helicopter. The Belgian team car comes up to have a chat to give them a little bit of information. Pogačar now being followed by the motorbikes as he makes his way in towards the completion of this lap. Nearly 6 hours of racing have gone by. Pogačar is heading now to complete this lap, and he'll have 1 lap of 28.8 kilometres remaining. Pogačar is the solo leader of this World Championship. He goes past our commentary box and he's got 1 lap to go. 28.8 kilometres remain for the Tour de France winner.
You can hear the crowd here at the finish line roaring for him. Wouldn't it be great to see a Tour de France winner 1 week later win the World Championships? But he's got a really, really stellar group behind with so many potential winners, so many class riders, talented riders who've still not attacked, still not shown the cards just yet, waiting in the wheels. It was Pogačar that attacked, but that doesn't mean the race is over. I could just see the Colombian team there towards the back, still with around 4 riders, so they've still got numbers as well.
23 seconds is the advantage for the Tour de France winner. He is giving this everything. He grows it again, 26 seconds. This is exactly what Anna van der Breggen did yesterday. She grew her advantage suddenly, just notching up a little bit more. 26 seconds for Tadej Pogačar. For a long time, it was looking like he was going to be brought back. The Belgian team on the front. But in the group, there are so many top riders still in with a chance of winning this championship. Dylan van Baarle is still there. So is Tom Dumoulin back in the group. The Colombian team is entirely there. Chavez, Henao, Higuita, Lopez, Martinez and Teaka and Duran are all still there. Pogačar takes on another bottle. We haven't seen any attacks from the Spanish. Valverde is still in the group with Enric Mas. So is Richie Porte and Michael Matthews.
We knew this would be a real race of attrition, and that's what we've seen so far. Other than a couple of attacks, we've not really seen it light up. It's just been riders one by one going out the back, suffering, not able to stay with the pace, and the group is really whittled down. Still teams with a lot of numbers, but it's a lot smaller with only 27 kilometres to go. There's a lot of riders still in contention.
Julian Alaphilippe having a conversation at the back of the group with his teammate Guillaume Martin, who is still in there as well. Martin had a really good Tour de France. We're talking about all the riders pretty much who came out of the Tour, who are now this elite group of riders at the front. It looks to me like the group is around about 40 riders still in contention. 22 seconds for Pogačar, the Slovenian, looking still superbly strong. The first rider to win the Tour de France on a Colnago. Takes a bar, gets takes a gel, just gets a little bit more sugar into the body.
Yeah, it's hard to be eating when you're going at such an effort, but He needs to do it. It's been a long race. It's been 258 kilometres, 26.8. He's on the limit now. He needs to just keep riding, keep rolling, and really try to get round and stay ahead. But 22 seconds, this is agonising for him. He knows he's only got a small gap. He can't sit up and have a little breather. He just has to continue with every pedal stroke, pushing down on those pedals and trying to get every second he can. 21 seconds, 26 kilometres to go.
2 more climbs remain for Tadej Pogačar, the Tour de France winner, as he heads now towards the next climb of the day, which is not the hardest climb as we've seen on the course. We know that he can get himself up this. Wearing number 13, it's normally an unlucky number. He's chosen not to turn it upside down as most professional riders do. He's chosen just to wear it as normal. He doesn't seem to be superstitious at all. The Spanish team arriving now with Jesus Herrada, with Valverde, with Landa, and also with Luis Leon Sanchez. And on the back is Pale Bilbao. Spain are pretty much all intact.
Yeah, that's a really, really strong team, isn't it? All those riders, and they're all still here. Just behind as well, you can see Esteban Chavez from Colombia. He's got plenty of teammates with him as well. Rigoberto Urán a bit further back. All key climbers, key contenders, and they're still here. A lot of suffering faces, but they know the difference, the damage will be made on these final 2 climbs.
Thank you to all of you for joining us. Lucy Martin with me, Anthony McCrossan here at the finish line in Imola for this conclusion of the UCI Road World Championships. The arrival now of Richard Carapaz at the front alongside Esteban Chavez, who looks pretty focused. Kwiatkowski looks good. Matthews looks good. Pidcock is still on the back. Alongside him is the Swiss rider Mark Hirschi. 2 youngsters side by side. Hirschi, a Tour de France winner. Vincenzo Nibali is still up there. Also towards the front, looking like he's still in contention, is Richard Carapaz moving up in the blue of Ecuador. Rigoberto Urán is still there. Also in contention there, wearing number 89, is Markus Holgaard of Norway. There's still some riders in this group who could surprise on the run into the finish.
Yeah, there certainly is, and it's more the numbers that I find so interesting. There's teams with almost entire teams still there. The Italians, they've got the likes of Nibali, Ulissi, almost everybody. They've got riders who can chase, riders who can attack on the climbs. How are they going to play it when we get back? Because at the moment, it's only the Belgium team that are really sensing the danger, really wanting to bring this back at the moment, and it's allowing all the other teams with numbers just to sit back and wait as the French team move to the front. They've still got numbers despite setting it up earlier on for Alaphilippe.
Valentin Madouas moves up on the right-hand side, brings forward Guillaume Martin, who is definitely able to attack on these climbs if he has the legs. Mikel Landa looks good. Pau Bilbao looks good. Rigoberto Urán has moved up for Colombia. Everyone just trying to get the right position sorted for the final assault on the medals. Rui Costa has recovered and is now in the group. The winner the last time the World Championships were in Italy, in Firenze. 24 seconds for Pogačar. He's still not getting caught. 24 kilometres remain.
He's really holding this distance, isn't he? It's not a big distance. It's not really far, but he's holding it. It looked like they were going to catch him at one point, but they haven't, and he's able to probably put time into them. He's the best climber in the world at the moment. Is he going to put more time into them when we get to this first climb of the final finishing circuit? It was good to see the Spanish team with Luis Leon Sanchez come up and kind of not help the Belgians, but get into position next to them to really draw them out and really increase the pace. It's a bit of a lead out now as we get closer to this final climb. And the likes of Carapaz riding for Ecuador, he's alone. He's in this group. He can profit. The Australians, I think there's only 2 of them left. They can profit from all these teams with more numbers.
Carapaz sitting on the wheel of Dylan van Baarle, a teammate of his in Ineos Grenadiers. Pogačar builds the lead again to 25 seconds. He needs to get to the climb. This is where we're going to find out whether Pogačar can hold on or not. Moving up now, Jakob Fuglsang wearing number 1. They wear number 1 because last year the title was won by Mads Pedersen, so the Danish team get number 1. They've given it to Jakob Fuglsang. Moving up on his wheel immediately, Tom Dumoulin. The Spanish get ready. A big surge now by Luis Leon Sanchez as he tries now to bring forward the team to put them in position. Luis Leon Sanchez, Spanish champion, now on the front of the peloton. He brings that gap back just a little bit as they head onto the descent, and Sanchez is a spectacular descender.
Yeah, exactly, and he'll have wanted to do that to keep his teammates up towards the front. He's taken over from the Belgians. Perhaps he sensed the pace was slowing a little bit, and he knows how important this final climb is. But look at the riders on the inside, really slowing down. The Belgians are coming front once again. This is just fighting for positions now to get to this climb, to really push the pace and really see. They're looking back, seeing where the teammates are. They know it's decisive, it's an important moment, but 22 seconds, he's holding them.
Tim Wellens on the front as they go downhill now towards the penultimate climb of the day in this World Championship. Who is going to take this? This is looking like a really interesting conclusion to this race. Wellens now leads. On his wheel is Wout van Aert, 2 wheels back. Greg van Avermaet sitting about 3 or 4 places behind them. He's throwing everything at this now as he whooshes through these various twists and turns. Pogacar has been spectacular in the last week. He was incredible at the Tour de France. He won stages, then he overturned that deficit. He rode into Paris 1 week ago on the yellow bike, and now he's heading towards the penultimate climb of the World Championships with a 25-second advantage on the rest of the peloton. Who is going to attack from this peloton? Does anyone have the legs to go across to the Tour de France winner?
No, and of course this climb, it's so tricky, it's so steep. It's not the hardest, it's the easiest climb out of the circuit, the 2 climbs that we will face. The Belgians still taking up control, really just going for it. But look, Michael Matthews, Greg van Avermaet, classics riders, more punchy riders, they're still there.
There's not many riders left in this group. They hit the 13% gradient. There's some riders whose legs are just giving out now. Towards the back, there are riders suffering, but meanwhile, the Tour de France winner is pedaling his way up this climb and still looking like he's full of riding. Behind the Belgian team trying to close up, but Pogacar, let's see what it is at the bottom. 23 seconds at the bottom. What's it going to be at the top? Will he still have a lead? Will he have been caught by an attack from behind? Pogacar looking superb. Here we go with Mikel Landa. Marco Pantani style on the drops as he starts a little bit of an acceleration. Van Avermaet is there. On the wheel is Wout van Aert. The sense of the Belgians thinking, right, it's going to be time. They look like they can get him back. Yeah. 12 seconds now is the advantage. Pogacar is being hunted down. And here goes the attack of Tom Dumoulin.
Yeah, we thought he dropped off the back of the peloton at one point. He's come back and he's decided to take it up. I was impressed there by Landa. He was not attacking but pressing on the pedals, and yet he looked so calm and relaxed, didn't he? But they've let this gap open up. Dumoulin, 7th in the Tour de France. He is on the move.
We know that Dumoulin was brought back by his teammates at one point, and we thought he was out the back for quite a few kilometres. Tom Dumoulin now, the Giro d'Italia winner, catches the Tour de France winner on the penultimate climb of the day.
Says 14 seconds, 15 seconds, but they're in sight, they're looking behind. He quickly made that junction, didn't he? That was a really strong attack by Dumoulin. He's jumped across. He's not got too many teammates behind in that group. This was his effort. He's chose this moment to go. You can see the gold helmet of Greg van Avermaet, the Olympic champion, just behind, leading the peloton with the Spanish team, Mikel Landa on the wheel.
Dumoulin looks good. Now we're seeing more attacks starting to happen as the Colombians start to get involved in the mix and going clear at the front. This is starting to be the moves to win this World Championship. More riders starting to be dropped at the front. Dumoulin and Pogacar being hunted down now by Guillaume Martin of France. On his wheel is Rigoberto Urán. Behind him is Greg Van Avermaet. On his wheel, Richard Carapaz. Behind him, looks like one of the Swiss riders. Could be Albacini. No, it's Mark Hirschi. Hirschi's there. The race is going to come back together with 21 kilometres to go. And the two leaders are caught.
All to play for now, and we've still got the Italians yet to make an attack. Here they go as we speak.
Big attack now, and it's Damiano Caruso goes clear for Italy. On his wheel, Richard Carapaz of Ecuador. Caruso now ignites the pace. Van Avermaet goes with it. Alaphilippe tries to get across.
We've been waiting. They've been waiting in the wheels. They've not done anything, and you can see Nibali just behind.
It's Wout van Aert actually who jumped across from the helicopter shot. Couldn't quite see who it was, but this is now the pace fully on. On the front then, it is the Italians who are trying to ignite this. Nibali's riding fifth wheel right now. Caruso, behind him Carapaz, Wout van Aert, Vincenzo Nibali, Tom Dumoulin, Mark Hirschi, also in on the wheels, Rigoberto Urán, Guillaume Martin, Pogacar. The legs are hurting now.
Now he's got to do all he can. That was a huge effort, and he's just got to try and stay here, stay in the move, stay in contention.
Jan Poland's trying to hold on now as another attack comes from the Ecuadorian. He was the rider who went on the attack for 3 days running in the Tour de France, and he ended up finishing side by side with Mikhail Kwiatkowski. 20 kilometres to go. Guillaume Martin controls. Here he goes now. Attack of Vincenzo Nibali.
Mikel Landa straight onto the wheel, but you can see it's the Italian. It's his home World Championships in Imola, Italy. They've opened up a gap. 4 riders. I think it's Greg Van Avermaet on the back. Wout van Aert.
This is a big attack. Vincenzo Nibali, Mikel Landa, Rigoberto Urán, Wout van Aert. 4 riders trying to go clear. Nibali is trying to split this race.
That was a big, big surge from Nibali. Landa was straight onto the wheel, looking very calm.
Mikel Landa's riding a superb race this afternoon.
Yeah, at the moment I don't know if he's just good at playing poker face, but he certainly looks really, really good, even when attacking.
The good thing about Mikel Landa is he generally gets stronger during a Tour de France or a Giro d'Italia, and now he's got another week on, so he'll be even stronger. He just doesn't get tired like so many of the other riders, and we knew at the end of the Tour de France he was getting better and better. Today he's almost looking like he's in slow motion. Everything has been done with control. Nibali looks around at Wout van Aert, who shakes his head and refuses to go on the wheel.
He wanted that Tour de France podium. He just missed out. He finished 4th, and he's hungry to take the rainbow bands. Van Aert goes.
No, this is Rigoberto Urán. He attacks. Landa's trying to hunt him down. Urán wants it to continue to split the race. France are on the back foot. Guillaume Martin trying to close the gap. There's the gap between the groups. 4 riders still clear.
It's a small gap, isn't it? We've got the descent now, and then we've got the really important second climb.
Rigoberto Urán trying to put the Colombians on the front foot here. Mikel Landa trying to get on his wheel. He's not quite as good a descender as the likes of Vincenzo Nibali. Nibali will go down this like a stone. There's still a lot of riders in contention. On the front, Urán, Landa, Nibali and Wout van Aert. This is some quartet. 19.5 kilometres to go.
Yeah, the gap isn't super big at the moment, is it? Nibali made that attack, strong attack, but it's the French behind, holding this together for Alaphilippe. 19.4 kilometres to go. We've got 1 climb shortly coming up, and then it's a 12-kilometre run-in, a descent, and then a up and down, undulating road to the finish line.
Nibali on the front, just trying to use his descending skills to get rid of a few riders. Look at the speed at the back of this group now. This is fast. 70 km/h descent. Nibali still exerting the pace on the front with Wout van Aert trying to follow. Nibali has wanted to win this world title since he knew that it was going to be in Switzerland, and now it's in Italy. It makes it even more important. I'm just looking outside to see whether the rain is starting to fall. I think we might have got away with it, but it feels a little bit stormy in the air now. Still dry roads for these riders on this descent. We want dry roads on the run-in off the top of the final climb of the day, and that will then ensure a great race into the finish. Landa swings across the road. The race comes all back together. 17.5 kilometres remain.
Yeah, everybody's looking at each other now. They know they've still got one big test, one hard climb. It's only short, it's less than 3 kilometres long, but the section's 14%. It's really steep, it's really long, and it's good to see Pogačar still staying in this group. He's having time to recover, sitting towards the back, but with his teammate Roglic.
On the front, they are still setting the pace here. Let's see, left-hand side of the road, everyone looks around. Still a lot of riders in this group. Let's take a look through and see who is in this group of riders. Another attack starts to happen as the Italians launch another one. This is a big move on the front of the race. Another attack. Slovenia try to go with this. They're going in every single move they possibly can. As we head through Riolo Terme. On the front of the race now. Looks like Jan Polanc is going to close the gap again. On the wheel is Carapaz, who's tracing everything, and he has to. He has to try and follow every single move.
Of course, he has no teammates here. He's the only rider in this group from Ecuador, so he's really got to be alert and time his moves, choose which moves to go in, as this small group, including Alaphilippe, starts to creep away a little bit. They don't have a big gap, but the peloton, the chase group, are just looking.
Fausto Masnada on the front, flicks his elbow. Richard Carapaz on his wheel. Then it's Greg Van Avermaet, Julian Alaphilippe. On the wheel is Paulo Bilbao. Then it's Jan Polanc on the back.
And it looks like Esteban Chavez coming across for Colombia.
That's a great move by Esteban Chavez. There are groups of 1 and 2 riders all over the place now as they try to close the gap. Australia have missed this. Michael Matthews and Richie Porte not in the group. Let's take a look. Polanc starts to exert the pace now on the front. A group of around 10 riders going clear. A little bit of a split in this peloton. Can they go clear before the climb? Everyone is just working out when is the time to go. Richie Porte now at the front on the wheel of the Danish rider in front of him. Richie Porte's got himself into this group. This is perfect for the rider who finished on the podium of the Tour de France. 15 kilometres now to go and a definite split between the two groups on the road.
They've been racing all day. Riders are tired. They know it's the world title up for grabs. But it's moments like these where riders, teams look at each other. Do they chase? Do they not? At the moment, the Belgian team isn't happy with it. They're going to bring this back.
The Belgian team are going to close this gap. Julian Alaphilippe attacks from the front group. He goes clear. Oh no, it's Guillaume Martin now who goes clear for France. Alaphilippe is happy to let him go. Richie Porte swings across the road on his wheel. One rider from Germany is there. Looks like Maximilian Schachmann. But now Guillaume Martin goes clear with 17 kilometres to go.
Now this is perfect for Alaphilippe to have his teammate up the road. It forces the Belgians, again, they have to chase. They're using up all the riders, all the numbers, and it's not great for Van Aert to see his teammates having to chase absolutely everything. The Italians are sat behind. They've not been doing too much chasing. The Spanish have done almost no chasing.
Very close to the base of the climb now. In fact, we're about to hit it. Get ready. This is the final climb of this UCI Road World Championships. Guillaume Martin leads into the climb, but the Belgian team close the door on him, and now they overtake. Wout van Aert still has teammates. Now another acceleration. How much work has Tiesj Benoot done today? Italy have got all sorts of riders there. Damiano Caruso, former teammate of Vincenzo Nibali, alongside him, looking after him. Tom Dumoulin still there. Mark Hirschi's still there. So is Fausto Masnada. Michael Matthews has constantly been near the front. The arrival now of Rui Costa. He's a former world champion. He moves up on the right-hand side. This is perfect for Rui Costa now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the likes of Michael Matthews, he's still there. This is the decisive climb. This is the climb. Is this moment on this climb, is someone going to attack and get rid of these fast riders like Van Avermaet, Michael Matthews, Van Aert? There's still some really fast riders in this group if it was to come down to a reduced sprint.
Well, let's see whether anyone's going to launch the attack. Roglic is still there for Slovenia. Pogacar is still there, I think, just towards the back. Maximilian Schachmann moves up with Simon Geschke, 2 Germans in the group. Small group of riders. And now we see an attack, and it comes from Simon Geschke. Maximilian Schachmann tries to go with it. Greg Van Avermaet goes forward now, and Van Avermaet starts to up the tempo, takes over from his trade teammate Simon Geschke.
He's looking really strong here, isn't he, Van Avermaet? And this is perfect for his teammate Van Aert.
On the wheel is Rudy Mollard. Behind is Vincenzo Nibali. Mark Hirschi starting to grimace a little bit, the Swiss rider. 13 kilometres to go. Still a big group of riders. I'm surprised how many riders are still here. Richie Porte starting to suffer.
Martinez, Chavez, it's really taking its toll. It just shows how fast this pace is at the front here by Greg Van Avermaet. Hirschi looking really good there in second place, behind Van Avermaet for the Swiss team. Nibali just behind. Roglic finally coming up to the front.
The hurricane strikes. Mark Hirschi now goes to try and win the title. On his wheel goes Wout van Aert. Behind him is Julian Alaphilippe. Van Aert looks superb. Vincenzo Nibali is there. Roglic responds. So does Maximilian Schachmann.
Yeah, Van Aert is looking very calm and controlled. Alaphilippe looking like he's suffering. A bit of a grimace in his face then. But wow, what a big effort.
Jan Polanc on the back. So Hirschi, followed by Wout van Aert, Vincenzo Nibali, Alaphilippe, Roglic, Schachmann, Kwiatkowski and Fuglsang. That's the group of riders who are trying to go clear now on the final climb of the day. Hirschi is just winding the pace up. Richie Porte now in trouble. He's dropped.
Yeah, more and more riders. It just shows this pace at the front. And yet Hirschi looks great. He looks in control.
This is a superb ride by this youngster. So a group of riders going clear. Hirschi, Van Aert, Alaphilippe, Roglic, Kwiatkowski, Fuglsang, Schachmann and Nibali. Then a group back to Tom Dumoulin. Behind him is Pale Bilbao. Hirschi now on this 8% slope. Alaphilippe is pulling faces. Nibali now starting to look like he's in difficulty.
You can see just in that second group, Australian band's Michael Matthews doing a really great ride. If he can get back to this front group, it's going to be dangerous for these riders at the front. He's a fast rider.
He is, because he would win the sprint, I would say, even against Wout van Aert. Now we see Kwiatkowski. Kwiatkowski senses the possibility. Former world champion 2014. Vincenzo Nibali is distanced. The Italians look like they're not going to get this title. Kwiatkowski, Alaphilippe, Van Aert, Hirschi, Fuglsang and Roglic are left.
Yeah, it looked like that group was coming back on until Kwiatkowski decided to accelerate once again and just put everyone in the hurt box. They're already hurting over the top of this climb, and Alaphilippe goes.
Here goes Julian Alaphilippe. He launches. 17 kilometres to go to the finish. I'm not sure that's right. I think it's a little bit less than that from the top of this climb to the finish for Julian Alaphilippe. Alaphilippe now is going on a massive attack. This is the race on now for the gold medal. Alaphilippe going for victory over the top of the climb, being chased now by Jakob Fuglsang. This is some attack by Julian Alaphilippe. He said during the Tour de France that he was managing his effort. Now there's no managing his effort. Alaphilippe is going for victory.
That was such an explosive attack, wasn't it? It looked like everybody was in the red in the hurt box, and yet he found something extra. He really launched away, and he's opened up a gap, and behind they are just struggling to even get onto terms with him.
Ignore the graphic on the left-hand side. It is not 17 kilometres to go. It's around 11 kilometres to go to the finish line. On the chase now, it's the Danish rider Jakob Fuglsang with Mikael Kwiatkowski and Wout van Aert. But going clear is Julian Alaphilippe, who's got about 10 kilometres of racing flat out. There we are. That's confirmed it. 11 and a half to go. Look at Alaphilippe revving it up as he goes over the top of this climb.
Yeah, out the saddle, really giving it everything. He just looked back over his shoulder. He knows they're chasing him. They're not going to let him go easy. He has to give absolutely everything. He's picked his moment. This is his chance to go. He can't go at 80%. He needs to give it everything and try 11 kilometres to hold on for that finish.
This is a huge attack by Julian Alaphilippe. In the Tour de France, everyone said, oh, he didn't have a great tour, did he? But he won a stage and he took the yellow jersey. It's been so long since a Frenchman was the world champion. He's chasing it all the way down this hill now. The last French victory was 1997 with Laurent Brochard. He beat Bo Hamburger and Leon Van Bon. Can Julian Alaphilippe bring the French the victory they've been looking for? The victory they set up with that acceleration at around about 50 kilometres to go.
This chase group, no Italians, no Spanish riders. We expected Vincenzo Nibali to be there in his home country World Championships, but it just shows how powerful, how explosive that attack was from Alaphilippe.
You do not give Julian Alaphilippe 10 seconds on a descent. That's what they've given him. Alaphilippe is going to take every single risk that he needs to try and win this world title. Wout van Aert and Kwiatkowski throwing everything at this. The chasing group then, Fuglsang, Roglic, Van Aert, Kwiatkowski and Hirschi going for the medals, but they've got to catch Alaphilippe first. 9 seconds the advantage for the Frenchman.
It's really not a huge gap, is it? But it's downhill. It benefits him. He can keep powering away. He can take the corners, the descent exactly how he wants to. Is this group really going to cooperate? Are they all going to work together? Are they going to push through and give equal level of commitment, or are they going to start messing about?
10 kilometres to go for the chasers. Through these right and left-hand bends, Alaphilippe will have a massive advantage. He's such a fast descender. Look at him go. Dry road. Somehow there's been no rain. It was promised to be a deluge by 2:30 in the afternoon. Now we are seeing these riders chasing him down, but they do need to commit. Roglic looks like he's committed. So is Van Aert. I don't think Hirschi's committing. He seems, oh no, he's going through now. He senses the title going away. This is 15 seconds now for Julian Alaphilippe.
Yeah, they know how good he is at descending. They know how powerful he is. They know how much he wants it. They all have to work together. There's no point sitting in and letting him get away and just racing for the silver medal. They all want to be world champions. They need to commit. They need to go. We're not sure how far the group is behind, but at the moment, these are the riders heading for the world championship title.
Behind them, Vincenzo Nibali, Tish Benoit, Greg Van Avermaet, Maximilian Schachmann. Here comes Julian Alaphilippe with 8.5 kilometres to go. This is full commitment. This is the panache of the Frenchman trying to win the world title. He said all along it was all about the worlds. How many people believed him? He looks across. He looks at the time gap. He shakes his head. He commits to this fight all the way into the finish. Roglic is trying to hunt him down. 12 seconds, 11 seconds. They can see Alaphilippe just in front.
Yeah, it's not a huge gap, but you can see he's given it his all. He hasn't got a race radio, no race radios in the World Championships. He's asking, what is the time gap? How much do I have? It's a real big effort now, but it's not really promising, is it, to hear you've only got 11 seconds.
He's only opened up 11 seconds. He takes a little bit of a rest through this left-hander, doesn't make any mistakes, leans the bike over. Now it's a big acceleration. He looks around to see where the rest of the group are. Wout van Aert trying to hunt him down now, but at what point does Wout van Aert think, hang on a minute, I'm just towing everyone else to a medal here? Van Aert looks around, Kwiatkowski on his wheel, Fuglsang, Hirschi, and on the back Roglic just struggling to get back into the wheel there.
Yeah, they look like they're working, they look like they're helping each other, but they don't really look like they're going hard. Not like Alaphilippe out front. He's giving it everything. You can see him rocking and rolling. He's grimacing. Behind, I feel like they're kind of holding a little bit back. They're not really working together. They need to, but the gap's going out again slightly. 15 seconds.
That's the shot we saw of Anna van der Breggen yesterday when she was time trialling for victory. Julian Alaphilippe is now got 16 seconds. Alaphilippe opens up a little bit more of an advantage. 7.3 kilometres of racing remain for this fantastic Frenchman. Julian Alaphilippe is trying to win the world title for France, their first victory in the World Championships since 1997 with Laurent Brochard.
Looked like Roglic a little bit distant then. He opened up a small gap mid-pack in that group of 5 chasers. He doesn't look super strong, but they are rolling through. They know 7 kilometres time, somebody will be crowned the world champion. Will it be Alaphilippe or will it come from this group behind?
Alaphilippe into the super tuck, looks around again to see what sort of distance he has. Now he pedals downhill. He's such an incredible descender. Look at the speed of Alaphilippe. Nearly 80 kilometres an hour downhill in pursuit of the rainbow bands.
He knows he's got to take every chance that he can. He's got to try and grab every second. Every second counts. And when he comes onto this final aerodrome, the Formula One circuit, it's going to be touch and go. It's a slow track. It's not that fast. Now he's riding on this new surface roads. He can use every corner to get every little bit of speed left, but there's no real climbs to talk of. He's just got to push over these small little tiny rises and just try to draw them out.
Alaphilippe, well, he's asking for a little bit of time. What is my time gap? 14 seconds is the answer. Wout van Aert tries to accelerate again. He knows that he's got to bring Alaphilippe back. Hirschi playing a little bit of a game on the back. Alaphilippe has got no information right now. Fully committed, going downhill. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Søren Kragh Andersen in the Tour de France when he didn't know his time gap. Alaphilippe rocking the bike all over the place. He looks and wants a little bit more information.
You can see how much effort he's putting in. He looks angry, doesn't he? He looks tense. He wants to know what's happening. He's rocking and rolling. He's in the hurt zone. His heart rate will be maximum right now. He knows he's on his way to the world title, but he just doesn't have much information.
These narrow roads do not help you if you need a time check. He looks around. He can see Kwiatkowski. He gets himself into the super tuck yet again. I can imagine the whole of France is willing this rider to this world title. He would be such a popular winner. 70 kilometres an hour. Alaphilippe leans it through that corner into the super tuck again, trying to get just a little bit more speed. Here she goes to the front. He's a hurricane descender. Look at him go. 10 seconds now the lead for Alaphilippe. 4.5 kilometres remain.
This is touch and go, isn't it? What an exciting finale. Hirschi, you don't really want him on the front down the descent. He's such a good descender. So's Alaphilippe. It's all about the seconds. He's managing to hold on to just 12 seconds, but he can't lose anything. He's got to power out of all the corners. He's got to keep going, and the group behind needs to do the same. Oh, who's going to take it?
I don't know. 13 seconds right now for Alaphilippe. He's looking around all the time. He's got no idea how much time he's got. The neutral service bike is pushed up right behind him to be there if he needs them, but it would be too late. Behind Kwiatkowski, they're all slingshotting each other through to try and bring him back. Fuglsang wearing number 1. He's trying to get everybody working. They are all committed. On the wheel is Wout van Aert. 15 seconds for Julian Alaphilippe. Now he's getting himself onto the motor race circuit. He's just got to settle down. He's got to try and keep the legs turning. And he can add a world title to his wins in Milano-San Remo, Strade Bianche, stage wins in the Tour de France, days in the Tour de France. But this would cap it all. 15 seconds still the lead.
Onto the circuit, and now it's Van Aert who's really picking up the pace on that final little rise before they enter the circuit. This is going to be real touch and go. 14 seconds, it's gone back out again now. Couple more seconds for Alaphilippe. He's got to do everything he can just to continue to hold that distance all the way to the finish line.
Alaphilippe out the saddle. Wout van Aert accelerated then to try and bring him back. 13 seconds. He asks them, how much time do I have? Julian Alaphilippe, 3 kilometres to go. 13 seconds for the Frenchman. There's the gap back to the 5 chasers on the road. Has Alaphilippe got enough time?
They've got him in his sight. They can see him. They're on the same straight. He just went round that corner, but they know he's close. He knows they're close behind. Is it going to be enough? 2.6 kilometres. Look at him out the saddle in the drops. He's basically sprinting all the way. He's grimacing face. This is the World Championship title ahead of him. Can he hold on?
Alaphilippe now with 2.5 kilometres of hurt to go. Look at him struggling, and every single sinew of those legs trying to get more speed out of that bike. 15 seconds. He is on the absolute limit. This is full commitment for the rainbow jersey.
2.3 kilometres to go. It was a 258 kilometre race. These guys are tired, but they've got to do everything they can, and it's Van Aert again trying to pick up the pace of this group.
Van Aert is doing everything he can to try and win this world title. Alaphilippe now onto the descent on the racetrack. This is his terrain. Van Aert is nearly bringing them back. Kwiatkowski on the front, Hirschi in 3rd place. Fuglsang and Roglic is gambling everything on this race coming back together. Roglic is no longer working for Slovenia.
No, they're looking around as well. They're not really sure. No one's committing. I think they're giving up. They're almost realising that Alaphilippe might have it. He's got 12 seconds. He's just in front, but they're not really starting to help each other behind. They just keep looking around. Van Aert has had 2 big goes on the front to really try and bring it back, but this is all working to the advantage of Alaphilippe.
This is a huge moment for French cycling. 13 seconds for Julian Alaphilippe. 1,300 metres to go. Julian, stop looking around. Focus on the road. Go for glory. Go for the rainbow bands.
They're starting now. Roglic has decided to come through. He knows there's still a chance of winning. He's still there. He's tiring. Alaphilippe is trying everything. Every pedal stroke he's trying to get extra seconds.
1 kilometre of racing to go for Julian Alaphilippe. The French have not won this since 1997 with Laurent Brochard. Julian Alaphilippe with a passion-filled attack on the top of the mountain is going clear now to win the rainbow bands, to take the world title. Behind, they're all now trying everything they can, but he opens up the gap by another second. This is going to be one of the most popular wins in a world title for years. Julian Alaphilippe, he's going to turn round the next bend, not far from the finish line now for the Frenchman. He's won the Monument Milano-San Remo. He's won 5 stages of the Tour de France. He's won the Flèche Wallonne on 2 occasions. But Julian Alaphilippe, after 6 hours and almost 40 minutes of racing, is in the finish straight. The French are going to have a world champion. Julian Alaphilippe makes his way into the final few hundred metres. He looks around. It was a passion-filled attack on the top of the final climb, but the world champion is going to go to France. It's going to be the panache-filled, charismatic Julian Alaphilippe. Alaphilippe is going to win the world title. He punches the air. France have a world champion.
Well, that was just phenomenal. The first French title in 23 years.
Here goes the sprint for the medals. Wout van Aert opens up the gas. Hirschi looking for a medal here. So is Kwiatkowski. Van Aert, Hirschi, Kwiatkowski. Who's going to get the silver? Who's going to get the bronze? On the line, it looks like it was Van Aert and Hirschi.
Yeah, it looks like Kwiatkowski is going to have to settle for 4th. But what a phenomenal and well-deserved victory from Alaphilippe.
What a victory by Julian Alaphilippe. World champion for France. The silver medal goes to Wout van Aert. And Michael Matthews leads in the group. Mark Hirschi is going to take a bronze medal. But what an attack by Julian Alaphilippe to win the gold. Wow. Julian Alaphilippe gives France their first world title this decade, and for many, many years he breaks the duck. When they went to the front, we wondered, is it too early? It was around 70 kilometres to go, but they set it up absolutely perfectly.
And what a brave attack. He fought and he was just holding on to 10, 11, 12 seconds all the way to the line.
That was some finish by Julian Alaphilippe. They did everything perfectly. Julian Alaphilippe wins the world title. I think that's one of the most popular victories in the world title, certainly for fans across the world. He's such a followed rider. Stunning performance by Julian Alaphilippe.
What an important and emotional victory as well. And of course, he's had a tough year with his father passing earlier in the year. He went on and he still got the yellow jersey and a stage win early on in the Tour de France, and now he's capped it off with his brave attack and he's claimed the World Championship title. The first time a French rider has won the title in the last 23 years.
Amazing, amazing result. We were waiting for the attack. Julian Alaphilippe wins the UCI Road World Championships here in Imola in Italy. He wins ahead of Wout van Aert in second place. He took 24 seconds by the finish. Mark Hirschi, the young Swiss rider, finishes in the bronze medal position, crowning an incredible few weeks. Nibali just did not have the legs to respond when the attack happened. Julian Alaphilippe is the world champion. Here's Wout van Aert leading out the sprint for the silver medal. Hirschi holding on ahead of Michał Kwiatkowski. All stage winners in the Tour de France in the first 4 places. Somehow we also didn't get any rain. Hirschi wins the bronze medal by about a tyre.
Podium ceremony of the UCI Road World Championships for the first 3 riders. The world champion Julian Alaphilippe from France, silver medal Wout van Aert from Belgium, and bronze medal for Switzerland's Mark Hirschi.
Stunning to watch that, because we all knew there was going to be an attack, and we all knew it was going to be on that final climb if he had the legs. And when he went, no one could follow.
No, absolutely nobody was able to follow him. It was the most explosive attack we'd seen the whole race. Everybody was in the hurt box and he just went. He held on. It was a brave ride. You could see all the way into the finish. He kept looking back. He didn't know what the time gap was. He could see them in the distance, just hovering 11, 12 seconds behind. But he didn't give up. He continued. And he is the new 2020 world champion.
He was so patient today. He just waited and waited. He didn't get out of his plan. He always knew that there was one big attack and a big descent of 12 kilometers into the finish. He played that one absolutely perfectly. It was executed to perfection. Well, in a few moments, we're going to hear from Julian Alaphilippe, and we will see the podium presentation of today's race.
What a really, really exciting finale of a World Championships, and it didn't rain.
I don't know how it didn't rain. I think the rain is due any moment, but can you imagine if he was coming down that descent in the pouring rain? That would have been very different. Here is the attack. Kwiatkowski looks across and sees Alaphilippe, the surge, and just could not close the gap. But Alaphilippe's attack was hard, but it was almost one of those just power attacks where you go away in slow motion, and Kwiatkowski just could not respond.
No, exactly. And look at him. He's given it absolutely everything. And he's such a good descender. He was able to continue and stay ahead despite there being 5 riders behind, working together to try and catch him.
Alaphilippe out the saddle. What a beautiful shot here of him going across that ridge, flat out, trying to stay away from the chasers.
Yeah, the lovely helicopter shot that we have seen time and time again this weekend. It's been fantastic.
Alaphilippe all the time was just looking for information. There wasn't any. There was no one to give him any information. The answer was, you've got about 300 metres, no more.
Yeah, you could see them so close behind all the way to the finish line. He kept looking back and he just kept going, head down, trying to stay away. And it was only the final 100 metres where he realised, I've got this.
He used the terrain to his best effect. Absolutely stunning.
258 kilometres to decide the world champion.
It's stunning when a plan that you've had in your head comes together like that. Completely paid off. Sheer joy from Alaphilippe. All the emotion of this year comes out. Totally finished at the end, Julian Alaphilippe. It was a spectacular end to this race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was touch and go all the way. You just couldn't predict who was going to win. Was he going to hold on? Could he do it all the way to the line, or was he going to get caught?
There's the top 10 in the race. The top 4 all-stage winners in this year's Tour de France. Jakob Fuglsang in 5th, Roglic in 6th place, 2nd place in the Tour. And we'll let you digest the rest of the riders who've finished so far. "36 riders complete this year's World Championship. We asked the question so many times. Here's Julian Alaphilippe.
Congratulations. Not since 1997 has a Frenchman won the UCI Road World title. Just talk us through your emotions right now.
For this moment, it's really hard for me to say something. I just want to say thank you to all my teammates who really believe on me today. Everybody did a great job. It was a dream of my career, you know. Already sometimes I was so close, and finally I never was on the podium, and now I came here with for sure a lot of ambition, and I just did it's just a dream day for me.
Est-ce que tu as un message pour tous les fans en France?
En français? Ouais, je veux remercier forcément tous ceux qui me suivent et qui me soutiennent, mais voilà, mon équipe aujourd'hui, l'équipe de France a été très forte. Le sélectionneur Thomas Voeckler pour la confiance en moi et le plan.
So he wants to say thank you to his team who are so strong, and also to Thomas Voeckler.
Mon cousin Franck, voilà, c'est le rêve de ma carrière et voilà.
Félicitations.
He's a very emotional rider. He says thank you to Thomas Voeckler for the faith in him, also for his team who were so strong, also to his family, to his cousin Frank, and I think you'll understand Julian is very emotional. He lost his father just a few months ago. He was emotional in the Tour de France when he took the yellow jersey that day, and I don't think he can really put into words right now what it means to him. Look into the sky, and I'm sure he's thinking right now about those people so close to him. Julian Alaphilippe is the world champion. A really emotional moment for him.
Yeah, really, really emotional. And it's one of those things, isn't it? You dream about being a world champion. You put everything into practice. You plan. You can have everything perfect, and it doesn't come off. And he said before, he's tried and he's tried, and he's not been on the podium. He's been close. And today, it could have been like that. He could have been caught, and he could have finished 6th. But he didn't. He held on, and the victory is his, and a very, very well-deserved victory. He was clearly the strongest on that final peak of that final climb after all those kilometres of racing.
Julian Alaphilippe there at that moment recognised that he'd won the world title. Full commitment, full flow for the last 12 kilometres. Think he'll be a very popular world champion. Yeah,
he's so charismatic. He's a bit of a showman, and it's great when you see riders like that carry the world championship rainbow jersey. It's like Peter Sagan. He really wears the jersey with pride, and I'm really, really sure that's what Alaphilippe will do next year.
Well, I'm sure he'll probably try and win Flèche Wallonne on Wednesday.
Yep, true. Only a few days away, and he really has a good chance of winning. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Straight away, your first race in the rainbow bands, a victory.
Julian Alaphilippe celebrating the world title. It's been a year of difficulty, but the last few kilometres of that race were just pure joy for everyone watching. That was stunning to see. We've had such little racing until the last couple of months, and Alaphilippe has been fully part of that restart of the 2020 season with his exploits in the Tour de France. But to win the world title is a huge, huge career-defining moment.
Yep, he will never forget this day. His family will never forget. It's a huge moment for him and a huge moment for France.
France have been waiting so long for a world champion. They finally get it. They've tried every year. The plan just didn't come together. It's so difficult to win this title. You have to be patient. You have to wait.
You have to pick your moment, and that's exactly what the French team and what Alaphilippe did today. They were the team to really light it up early on, split the peloton. We thought maybe they'd use too many riders early on, but they still had people there in the final to help Alaphilippe set him up perfectly. Riders attacked, strung it out on that final climb, and he waited and waited and waited, and then he launched his race-winning move.
In a few moments, we'll bring you the podium presentation of today's race. Imola's hosted a great 4 days of racing. We've seen some wonderful time trials. We saw Anna van der Breggen attack yesterday to solo 40-odd kilometres to victory. And today we see Julian Alaphilippe achieve his dream of becoming the world champion. The podium awaits Julian Alaphilippe in the rainbow jersey. The Duomo down in the centre of Imola. We're here in Emilia, Romagna. This is the Imola di Duomo, the cathedral located in the square bearing the same name, built between 1187 and 1271. now the podium presentation is almost ready for these UCI Road World Championships.
Cerimonia di premiazione del campionato del mondo gara Emilia uomini Elite.
And we now welcome on stage Monsieur David Lepartien, President of the Union Cycliste Internationale.
So the President of the UCI, David Lepartien, arrives for this presentation. And the IOC President, Thomas Bach, arrives.
Thomas Bach, Presidente del Comitato Olimpico Internazionale e campione olimpico di Siena nel 1976.
Mr. Marco Panieri, Mayor of Imola.
Marco Panieri, Sindaco di Imola.
Mr. Stefano Bonaccini, President of the region of Emilia Romagna.
Stefano Bonaccini, Presidente della regione Emilia Romagna.
Mr. Renato Di Rocco, President of the Italian Cycling Federation and UCI Vice President.
Renato Di Rocco, Presidente della Federazione Ciclistica Italiana e Vicepresidente dell'Unione Ciclistica Internazionale.
And Mr. Marco Selleri, Director of the Organizing Committee.
E Marco Selleri, Direttore del Comitato Organizzatore Imola Emilia Romagna 2020.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Switzerland, Mark Hirschi.
Al terzo posto,
A great few weeks for Mark Hirschi. The Swiss rider takes the bronze medal in the World Championships. Former under-23 world champion. The Belgian team did so much riding today. Wout van Aert takes the silver medal. And the new world champion is about to arrive on stage. Julian Alaphilippe is the world champion. A huge moment for Julian Alaphilippe. A few congratulations before we see we hear the national anthem.
complimenti per questi 36 da parte della Presidente dell'UCI, della Presidente dell'Italia.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new world champion, we present the national anthem of France.
Signore e signori, in onore del nuovo campione del mondo, la vostra attenzione per l'inno nazionale della Francia.
Career-defining moment for Julian Alaphilippe in the rainbow jersey as the world champion. There's our podium. They produced some race, didn't they?
Yep, they really, really did. And the Belgians, they did so well. They deserved to have a medal, as did the French. They really animated this entire race.
Quick photographs for the future with no masks on.
It's certainly a pleasure to be here in Imola for the 2020 Road World Championships of the UCI. See you next year in Belgium.
What a few weeks for these three riders. Just a reminder then of the results. Julian Alaphilippe is the world champion for France. Wout van Aert from Belgium takes second, and Mark Hirschi of Switzerland takes the bronze medal. Here's the rest of the riders who featured in this year's race and completed today's course. More riders have now finished. All these riders will have got some story to tell after a World Championship. They always do. So many of them tried to set their teammates up. 62 riders completed the course. Nans Peters there at the top. He was the rider who, with Quentin Pacher, set everything up for the attack of Julian Alaphilippe. Another big attack by Guillaume Martin put the Belgian team on the back foot, and he finally delivered on his promise to win the World Championship.
It's not easy, yeah?
Look at the camera and smile when you're signing. Perfect. Can we move the camera out of the way?
Julian signing his name on the rainbow jersey.
Good man. Super, thank you. Hold the whole thing. And again, just 1 second if you can. Thank you.
A few things he has now to do, as always. As a world champion, he'll be fully in demand.
And the best part is we don't have to wait till next season to see him race in the rainbow bands. We've still got the Giro d'Italia, the Vuelta, so many races to go.
We're going to leave you with the sights and sounds of a great race. Julian Alaphilippe is the world champion. From me, Anthony McCrossan, and Lucy Martin alongside me, thanks for watching. We'll be back next year. Bye for now.